Everyone was in an uproar. Apart from a few people who had experienced that turmoil and the saints, no one else in the space-time forbidden ground knew about this secret past. Now that Saint Guyao said it in public, one could imagine the shock it caused. The way the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races looked at Saint Lord Ancestral Fire changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was enraged and his face was red as he clenched his fists. The world trembled slightly under his shout. This matter of the past had always been a taboo in the major Kiliacosm and no one dared to mention it. Now that Saint Guyao suddenly mentioned this in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, one could imagine the anger in Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's heart. As such, he lost his composure in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races. This was a huge blow to his dignity and the reputation of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. No matter what the circumstances were back then, it was not a glorious thing for one to force their Tao companions to death. There's actually such a thing? Sai, her mother was forced to death by her father. Saint Guyao is also a pitiful person. She's his Tao companion after all. How could he do such a thing? Some paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races in the space-time forbidden ground communicated with their spirit consciousnesses secretly. However, there was no way those spirit consciousness voice transmissions could be hidden from Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. How dare you criticize a saint? That's an unforgivable crime. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire hollered and his saint might descended. Instantly, more than 50,000 paramount supremacy experts in the space-time forbidden ground burned with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, more than 50,000 paramount supremacy experts died. Some of them were even from the 5 sanctuaries. The crowd fell into chaos and fled in all directions. Hiss! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped. They did not even dare to discuss him, let alone criticize. Even in the battle between the paramount supremacies earlier on when the fight was so tragic, less than 50,000 paramount supremacies died. But now, more than 50,000 paramount supremacies were reduced to ashes with a single thought from Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. Everyone below the Saint Realm was an ant. Furthermore, it was a Saint Lord who was enraged. When they saw the people of the sanctuaries die, the 9 heaven saints fell silent as well. Given their cultivation realms and statuses, they naturally did not dare to question Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, the living beings of the 10,000 races lowered their heads in fear and no one dared to meet his gaze. In the end, his gaze landed on Saint Guyao. Why? Do you want to kill me as well? Saint Guyao looked at the enraged Saint Lord Ancestral Fire and sneered. How dare you? Suddenly, Saint Lord Ancestral Fire raised his hand and slapped Saint Guyao's face heavily. Bam! Saint Guyao was slapped ruthlessly and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she seemed oblivious and looked at Saint Lord Ancestral Fire with a mocking gaze. Vermilion bird. When he saw that, the mountain chief frowned with a furious expression. Suddenly, he shouted, "Don't you feel shameful enough? What are you venting your anger on her for?" Many human paramount supremacies glanced sideways at the mountain chief in disbelief. In their memories, the mountain chief had a bitter expression most of the time. He rarely smiled, let alone get angry. This was the first time everyone had seen the mountain chief enraged. Vermilion bird? When Su Zimo heard that name, he was puzzled. As though he could tell Su Zimo's doubts, Monkey said in a low voice, "I heard from Master that Saint Lord Ancestral Fire is the first vermilion bird sacred spirit in the world. Therefore, his name is Vermilion Bird and he's the only one qualified to be named that. The true form of Saint Lord Yin Yang is the first black tortoise sacred spirit in the world. Saint Lord Nirvana is the white tiger sacred spirit, and Saint Lord Divine Punishment is the azure dragon sacred spirit." Su Zimo nodded to himself. In that case, the lords of the 4 sanctuaries corresponded to the legendary 4 sacred spirits. Monkey continued, "Actually, there's also a 5th sacred spirit. Saint Lord Space-Time's true form is an Inkchilan. 5 sacred spirits." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he had another question. Since Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was the Vermilion Bird sacred spirit, How could Saint Guyao be from the flame race? Monkey said, Master once mentioned to me that this old man of Mount Xianpin has an extraordinary background. To think that he would dare to address Saint Lord Ancestral Fire by his name. You don't have to teach me how to care about her. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire glared at the mountain chief and harumphed coldly. Guyao, follow me back. Before his sentence was finished, Saint Lord Ancestral Fire extended his hand and a tremendous power descended, binding Saint Guyao instantly. Although Saint Guyao was strong in combat, she could not resist a great saint at all. Seeing that Saint Guyao was about to be taken away by Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, the mountain chief could not help but take a step forward. However, before long, the light in his eyes dimmed and his clenched fists gradually relaxed. He reverted to his old and bitter appearance and lowered his head. Even so, the conversation earlier on shocked the experts of the 10,000 races. Earlier on, some Paramount Supremacy experts merely sent voice transmissions in discussion before being killed by Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. However, the mountain chief managed to survive after berating Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. Uncle Gu. Saint Guyao's final voice sounded intermittently. If Mother was still around, she would definitely not be willing to see you remain depressed like this. The mountain chief remained silent and allowed the messy white hair on his forehead to brush past his glabella. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire appeared briefly and disappeared after taking Saint Guyao with him. The space-time forbidden ground was back in the control of the 9 heaven saints once more. Desolate Marshal. Let's see who can save you today. Saint Nether Heaven sneered and merely raised his hand slightly. A gigantic dark hand that blotted out the skies appeared in midair and Saint Power surged, enveloping down. Boom! Saints Zhang Chao and Hui Ming, who were originally standing beside him, flashed out. They fused with their Daos and released a Saint Power to defend against Saint Nether Heaven's attack. Desolate Marshal, leave quickly. Saint Zhang Chao and Saint Hui Ming gave a light shout. They had wavered, feared and hesitated before. However, at that moment, the 2 human saints still chose to stand out and fight against the 9 heaven saints. You're truly tired of living. Saint Blue Heaven said in a deep voice. The 2 of you want to stop us? The 9 heaven saints attacked at the same time and fought against Saint Zhang Chao and Saint Ming Hui. The battle of the saints began once more. This time round, the 9 heaven saints had the absolute advantage. Before Su Zimo, Dai Yu and the others could escape far, Saint Zhang Chao and Saint Hui Ming were severely injured by the 9 heaven saints and fell heavily to the ground. Their combat strength greatly reduced. Die! The 9 heaven saints ignored the severely injured Saint Zhang Chao and Saint Ming Hui. Instead, they chased after Su Zimo and attacked once more. Boom! A deafening bang shook the world. This was a joint attack of the 9 heaven saints. Even saints could not withstand it, let alone paramount supremacies. After the attack dissipated, Su Zimo and the others were unharmed. In front of them stood a thin white-robed woman who withstood the full-strength attack of the 9 heaven saints, making it seem illusory like a dream. When they saw the woman, the expression of the 9 heaven saints changed as they exclaimed, "Evil lady!" By now, the evil lady had long recovered her strength and grown up a lot. She was no longer that skinny little girl. Back then, the Fiend Lord was in his twilight years, the evil lady was skinny and the ghost mother was old. All of that was because they were severely injured and trapped in the medium kiliocosm, therefore they could not recover. Against the evil lady, the 9 heaven saints were slightly flustered. However, they calmed down before long and their expressions returned to normal. Naturally, they were no match for the evil lady. However, there were people in the space-time sanctuary who could take on the evil lady. The opportunity in the space-time forbidden ground this time round was an open scheme to begin with. If the 5 sanctuaries could lure out the paramount supremacies of the evil fiends and nether ghosts into the space-time forbidden ground, they would join forces to destroy them here. If the paramount supremacies of the evil fiends and nether ghosts refused to come, paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races would continue to occupy the Great Tao Saint positions and they could suppress the strength of the 4 paths. Of course, for the 5 sanctuaries, their main target was still the lords of the 4 paths. If they could lure the lords of the four paths out of the 33 heavens, they would have a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, the development of the situation had exceeded the expectations of the five sanctuaries. Because of Su Zimo's sudden appearance, various paramount supremacies of the saint race appeared one after another, and the 9 heaven saints were forced to descend. Initially, there was only paramount supremacy evil destruction, and the 9 heaven saints thought that the lords of the four paths would not appear. To think that the evil lady would suddenly descend. The moment the evil lady appeared, another figure appeared in the space-time forbidden ground. This person wore a black robe and had black hair. He stood with his hands behind his back. Just a glance from afar would cause one to feel an immense pressure. The two of them looked at one another through the distance. Before they even fought, the space-time forbidden ground could not withstand the burden and swayed continuously. This was someone who could stand off against the evil lady without being disadvantaged. The cultivation realm of the person who came was self-evident. Great Saint. The living beings of the 10,000 races were secretly alarmed. Although Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's descent earlier on gave everyone immense pressure, he did not really attack and left quickly. But now, it was clear that there was going to be a fight after these two great saints appeared in the space-time forbidden ground. A battle between great saints. Greetings, Saint Lord Spacetime. When the 9 heavens saints saw the black-robed man appear, they bowed hurriedly. The Lord of the Space-Time Sanctuary. This was one of the legendary 5 sacred spirits, the Ink Chilan. Saint Lord Spacetime smiled faintly. To think that the great evil lady would be willing to descend with her true form for the sake of a paramount supremacy disciple. After all, in their eyes, even saints could be abandoned at any moment. When paramount supremacy evil destruction heard that, he pouted and stole a glance at Su Zimo, thinking to himself, who knows if she's really here for me? However, Saint Lord Spacetime retracted his smile and changed the topic. Since you're here, don't leave. Before his sentence was finished, the two figures suddenly collided with a deafening bang, as though they had crossed time and space. A battle between great saints broke out. Great saints had the power to destroy the Tao. The collision between the two great saints caused cracks to appear in the space-time forbidden ground, as though it could be destroyed at any moment. Thankfully, the life stone emitted waves of light and repaired the space rapidly. Every time Saint Lord Spacetime attacked, the world would collapse and sand and rocks would fly. Saint Lord Spacetime's true form was the Ink Chilan. The Ink Chilan cultivated one of the most primordial great Taos, the Earth Great Tao. The great Taos cultivated by the 5 Saint Lords corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The origin of many great Taos, such as the Yellow Sand Great Tao, Mud Great Tao, Gravity Great Tao, Landslide Great Tao, and Earth-Splitting Great Tao, etc., came from the Earth Great Tao. When Saint Lord Spacetime attacked with his full strength, the Earth Great Tao filled the space-time forbidden ground. All the great Taos that cultivated and were related to the Earth Great Tao were suppressed at that moment and fell into chaos, out of their control. Even Saint Power Heaven was not spared. This was called a Saint Domain, and it was unique to great Saint experts. In the Saint Domain, all great Taos would become chaotic and would almost not affect or cause any damage to the Lord of the Saint Domain. The only thing that could go against a Saint Domain was another Saint Domain. Many experts who were affected by the evil lady's Saint Domain looked dazed and lost themselves. They were immersed in dreams after dreams and were no longer able to extricate themselves. The closer they were to the battlefield, the greater the impact. The entire space-time forbidden ground had already become a battlefield for the 2 Saint Domains to fight. It was difficult for the 9 heaven saints to attack Su Zimo and the others again. However, it was also difficult for Su Zimo and the others to take a single step forward against the resistance of the Saint Domains. They could not escape. No one expected that this space-time forbidden ground would become a battlefield for the great saints. Why is it so lively? Right then, another voice suddenly appeared in the space-time forbidden ground. Even the sound of the battle between Saint Lord Spacetime and the evil lady could not drown out this person's voice. The next moment, another Saint Domain forcefully squeezed into the space-time forbidden ground and suppressed the evil lady. A second great saint had descended. The great saint was tall and had an abnormally broad back. He had the shape of a crane and the back of a turtle. When his saint domain descended, all the great daos related to water were suppressed. This was the first black tortoise sacred spirit born in the world. He was also the lord of the yin-yang sanctuary. With the two saint lords joining forces, the evil lady was instantly at a disadvantage. Her dream saint domain swayed and was on the verge of collapse as she retreated step by step. There was already a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. "Evil lady, you must die today," Saint Lord Spacetime roared. Rumble. With a loud bang, the three saint domains released an earth-shaking collision that almost tore the space-time forbidden ground apart. The world seemed to have fallen silent instantly. The next moment, a figure fell heavily to the ground, creating a gigantic pit. In the end, the evil lady could not defeat the combined forces of two saint lords. In a sense, the backgrounds of these two saint lords were much stronger than the evil lady. The two saint lords were living beings born at the beginning of the evolution of the three realms. Their starting points were as sacred spirits. However, the evil lady relied on her own efforts through cultivation later on. She survived that huge turmoil and was suppressed in the medium kiliocosm for a few eras before cultivating step by step to become a great saint. The Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell had yet to appear. Su Zimo was not surprised by that. Be it the battle of the 33 heavens or the words of the Saint Lord Spacetime earlier on, they vaguely revealed an important piece of information. The lords of the four paths would only be relatively safe if they stayed in the 33 heavens. Once they left, there was a high chance they would encounter danger. The Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell naturally would not take the risk. The Fiend Lord was extremely self-centered. Right or wrong mattered not to him. He would only choose a path that was beneficial to him. Brahma Ghost Mother and the Lord of Hell had once had a feud with Su Zimo and would not appear to save him. Not only did the appearance of the evil lady fail to save Su Zimo and the others, she even left herself isolated and helpless. The evil lady stood up slowly from the deep pit. Even after being severely injured, she was still expressionless, as though she could not feel any pain. The two saint lords did not intend to give the evil lady any chance and joined forces once more. The two saint domains descended and suppressed the evil lady. The evil lady glanced sideways and glared at the white-haired old man in the distance. Suddenly, he said, "Are you still not going to attack? Don't forget who you are. This is the life sanctuary of the human race. As for you, you were once the lord of this sanctuary." That was the first time the evil lady spoke after descending into the space-time forbidden ground. However, the words she said were absolutely earth-shaking. The Lord of the Sanctuary. Saint Lord Life. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. Many experts of the major kiliocosm knew that the Life Sanctuary had long been destroyed, just like the Chaos Sanctuary and Reincarnation Sanctuary. However, to think that Saint Lord Life was still alive. Furthermore, it was the white-haired old man with a bitter expression on Mount Xian Pin. Apart from the woodcutters group of four, the other human paramount supremacies, including Su Zimo and Dai Yu, were shocked. All signs indicated that the mountain chief had a powerful background. Otherwise, the evil lady would not have sent Dai Yu to the mountain chief's side. However, Su Zimo did not expect the mountain chief to be Saint Lord Life, a great saint expert. What happened back then? How did Saint Lord Life survive after the Life Sanctuary was destroyed? What was the situation of the mountain chief currently? From the looks of it, his cultivation realm was only at the perfected Tao hegemony realm. Did his cultivation realm fall, or was he hiding his cultivation? Saint Lord Life of the past is long dead. Saint Lord Spacetime smiled faintly. The mountain chief before you is merely a walking corpse guarding Mount Xian Pin. He has long lost the ferocity of a Saint Lord. Saint Lord Yin-Yang looked at the evil lady with a mocking gaze. Do you really think that he can help you just because you exposed his identity? Although he managed to survive back then, as a punishment, his cultivation realm fell to the paramount supremacy realm and hasn't moved for many years. What is he going to help you with? The mountain chief still lowered his head in silence. The evil lady did not reply. Her gaze was still fixed on the mountain chief as she said coldly, "Back then, Saint Xianpin sacrificed herself and exchanged her life for a chance for you to live. It wasn't for you to fall into depression and depravity like this." Saint Xianpin. When Su Zimo heard that name, he seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought. A ripple finally appeared in the mountain chief's initially calm eyes. The evil lady continued, "Her corpse is buried beneath Mount Xianpin. Even though you've accompanied her for so many years, what's the use? The time has come. If you're still so indifferent, Saint Xianpin will have died in vain." It was only at that moment that Su Zimo realized that Mount Xianpin had such a background. If he was not wrong, there was a high chance that Saint Xianpin was Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's Tao companion and Saint Guyao's mother. At the same time, another question in his heart was suddenly answered. It was the question as to why Saint Guyao was from the flame race while Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was the vermilion bird sacred spirit. The greatest possibility was that the union of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire and Saint Xianpin, which was also the union of the vermilion bird and a human, resulted in the birth of the first flame race being in the world, Guyao. Xianpin. At the mention of Saint Xianpin, Saint Lord Yinyang suddenly harumphed coldly and glanced at the mountain chief. "The two of you were born almost at the same time and were childhood sweethearts. She even exchanged her life for yours. Who knows if there was anything going on between the two of you? I've long told Vermilion Bird that this woman was not worthy of his pity." When he heard that, the mountain chief raised his head abruptly, and his initially turbid eyes were replaced by anger as he said slowly, "You shouldn't have tainted her innocence." To the mountain chief, he did not take it to heart no matter what others said, mocked, humiliated, or provoked him. However, he would definitely not allow anyone to insult Saint Xianpin. No one at all. Things between them were above board and innocent. The two of them grew up together and cultivated together for countless years. However, in the end, they had the affinity to meet but were not fated to be. Sometimes, even the companionship of a long period of time could not go against the arrangements of the heavens. Even so, Saint Xianpin was still the person he loved the most. In fact, he even loved the two children of Saint Xianpin and Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, Yao Ji and Yan Ji. He treated the two children as his own and doted on them exceptionally. "You care about her so much?" Saint Lord Yinyang chuckled. "You want to challenge me?" Back then, Saint Lord Life was only able to survive because of Saint Xianpin's death. As a price, Saint Lord Life was severely injured by the combined forces of 5 Saint Lords, causing his cultivation realm to drop, and he was reduced to a mountain chief guarding Mount Xianpin. All these years, the mountain chief had never had any conflict with the 5 sanctuaries. Even when human saints were killed by the divine punishment sanctuary using excuses, the mountain chief did not appear. Even though Saint Lord Yinyang had killing intent towards him initially, it had gradually faded. After all, in their eyes, the former Saint Lord Life was already dead. This muddle-headed old man with no drive posed no threat to them at all. However, at that moment, Saint Lord Yinyang's killing intent rose once more. If the mountain chief really wanted to fight him, he did not mind killing him. If a paramount supremacy dared to be disrespectful to a Saint Lord, he definitely had to die. The mountain chief did not reply and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! In the space-time forbidden ground, the world trembled and the great Tao resonated. Endless power surged into the mountain chief's body, and Saint Power surged majestically. The mountain chief's aura was increasing rapidly. In just a single step, he entered the Saint realm. The paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were shocked. Ever since the messy battle broke out in the space-time forbidden ground, the great Tao here had long become chaotic. The flames of war affected every corner of the space-time forbidden ground. There was almost no safe place in this world. Under such circumstances, there was no way to synthesize with the Tao. The great Tao was extremely unstable and violent. Forcefully synthesizing with the Tao under such circumstances was no different from committing suicide. Therefore, after the tragic battle earlier on, no paramount supremacies dared to attempt to synthesize with the Tao and break through to the Saint realm. After the battle between the great saints broke out, This space-time forbidden ground was filled with cracks and was on the verge of collapse, let alone be suitable for someone to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint. No one expected the mountain chief to break through to the saint realm in such an environment. Furthermore, he became a saint in a single step. Compared to the shock of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin were much calmer and merely frowned. Even if the mountain chief advanced to the saint realm, he posed no threat to them. Saint Lord Yin even clapped and smiled, saying leisurely, "To think that you've become a saint once more. Pretty capable indeed." Saint Lord Spacetime smiled faintly as well. He's the first human in the world after all. In terms of providence, no one can compare to him. The mountain chief was still silent. After standing still for a moment, he took another step forward. Boom! Before the lingering sound of the great Tao could dissipate, it was replaced by another gigantic immortal sound. It was not only the space-time forbidden ground. Even the entire major kiliocosm produced phenomenons that shocked all living beings. Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang's expressions finally changed. A power that could fight against them surged from the mountain chief's body with a terrifying aura. This was a great saint. The mountain chief merely took 2 steps forward before his cultivation recovered, and he became a great saint once more. Naturally, part of the reason was because he was once at this level previously. However, the fact that he could advance from a paramount supremacy to become a great saint in 2 steps was still enough to shock the major kiliocosm. The mountain chief's beard was still white and he was still old. However, his gaze was like a torch and the aura on his body had already become completely different. 33 heavens. Suddenly, countless malevolent and terrifying ghost faces appeared from a ball of black fog. Then, a woman's voice sounded from within. Saint Lord Life is back. Another man who was filled with a sinister aura raised his brow slightly and smiled. Seems like we have another helper. Hard to say. With his back facing the 2 of them, a man in armor sitting on a tombstone said indifferently, "He just became Saint Lord Life again, but it won't affect the overall situation. The treasure refined by Master is with that person, right?" The woman suddenly asked. "Yeah." The man on the tombstone replied, "Let's see how he chooses. Space-time forbidden ground." The mountain chief became a great saint and crossed the void without saying a word. Instantly, he arrived in front of Saint Lord Yin and propped up a saint domain to suppress the latter. Saint Lord Yin Yang's words truly enraged him. Boom! The saint domains of both parties clashed head-on with a loud bang. On the other side, the evil lady faced Saint Lord Spacetime once more. The battle between the great saints had begun once more. The 4 saint domains collided and intertwined in the space-time forbidden ground, devouring each other, causing the great Taos in this world to become chaotic and disorderly. They resulted in great Tao storms. The mountain chief had just become a great saint. Although he looked old, his combat strength was shocking. The moment the 2 parties exchanged blows, the mountain chief's saint domain suppressed Saint Lord Yin. Although this place was known as the space-time forbidden ground, it was once the life sanctuary after all. The mountain chief was the lord of this place. The life stone emitted waves of 5-colored divine light that injected into the mountain chief's saint domain, allowing his saint domain to obtain an endless stream of power. Saint Lord Yin Yang's saint domain began to shrink continuously under the mountain chief's attacks. On the other side, the evil lady had just been injured by the combined forces of Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin. As such, she did not have any advantage even though she was facing Saint Lord Spacetime alone now. Of course, at the level of a great saint, the difference in combat strength was not much. Even if one side could gain the upper hand, it was impossible for them to suppress the other party completely in a short period of time. Boom! 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 The battle between the great saints was still ongoing. The 4 saint domains had already been circulated to their limits and released their respective lights, filling the entire world. Apart from the people in the space-time forbidden ground, the living beings of the major kiliocosm could no longer see what was happening through the spatial node. In the space-time forbidden ground, great Tao storms swept in all directions. The spatial node had long been destroyed. Su Zimo, Dai Yu, Monkey and the others were forced to stay here and witness this earth-shaking and unprecedented battle. Dai Yu frowned internally and murmured softly. Fortunately, the remaining lords of the three sanctuaries did not appear. Otherwise, the evil lady and mountain chief would not have been able to hold on at all. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Could it be that the lords of the three sanctuaries are worried about what the Fiend Lord, Ghost Mother and Lord of Hell will do? Not necessarily. Monkey seemed to have thought of something. There's another possibility. Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang have absolute confidence in suppressing the evil lady and mountain chief. There's naturally no need for the remaining three Saint Lords to attack. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Monkey's words made him worry. After the mountain chief became a great saint, although Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang were surprised, they did not seem to take it to heart and still looked confident. Humph! Right then, Saint Lord Spacetime revealed a hint of impatience and said coldly, Evil lady, you were only a saint back then and didn't have the chance to get a taste of this saint weapon. I'll give you a chance today. Before his sentence was finished, Saint Lord Spacetime pointed forward. Boom! Suddenly, the void above the evil lady's head split open and a 9-story black-yellow pagoda descended from the skies, emitting an endless might that suppressed down heavily. When the pagoda appeared, the world let out a series of sorrowful cries. Even the eyes of the 9 heaven saints revealed a hint of fear when they saw the pagoda, let alone the paramount supremacies present. The black-yellow 9-story pagoda seemed to contain a peerless might of the world. That might had even surpassed that of a great saint. The evil lady had a grim expression as her figure suddenly vanished. The starlight that filled the skies flowed into a river, and a gigantic spirit vessel floated quietly above the river, carrying countless dreams. Boom! The pagoda descended and countless dreams shattered. After a short resistance, the spirit vessel exploded and collapsed. The evil lady's figure reappeared and she was already covered in blood, her face turning even paler. Fufu! Saint Lord Spacetime chuckled. How does the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda feel? The evil lady did not reply and her body was already on the verge of collapse. From the looks of it, it was unknown if she could survive the next attack. On the other side, suddenly Saint Lord Yin Yang threw out a painting. In the painting, there were 9 palaces that formed the origin point. They evolved continuously, revealing the 7 stars and 8 trigrams, 6 rays and 5 elements, 4 phenomenons and 3 talents before finally stopping at the final 2 yin and yang. The painting seemed to have exhausted the mysteries of the world and evolved into the primordial era of the universe. Boom! The saint domain of the mountain chief was also crushed into pieces by the painting. Even with the endless replenishment of the life stone, he could not hold on. Old thing, Saint Lord Yin Yang sneered. This Taiji diagram doesn't feel good, right? Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang each summoned a saint weapon. That changed the situation instantly, severely injuring the mountain chief and the evil lady. The mountain chief and the evil lady's saint weapons were completely shattered by the impact of the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda and Taiji diagram and dimmed. These 2 saint weapons. Su Zimo felt his heart skip a beat. Even the descent of the Saint Lord earlier on did not give him such a sense of fear. Suddenly, Monkey said, I heard Master mention that the reason why the 5 Saint Lords are powerful and invincible is mainly because they each control a Heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Heavenly Tao Saint weapon? Su Zimo frowned. Monkey nodded. It's said that the Heavenly Tao Saint weapon contains the power to kill great saints. Su Zimo and the others shuddered. In a battle between saints, there would only be a victor or loser. However, it was difficult for one to completely kill the other. The power of saints was not enough to destroy the Tao. As long as the Tao was not destroyed, the saints would not die. Only great saints possessed the power to destroy the Tao. It was the same for great saints. It was difficult to kill the other party completely in a battle between great saints. However, if what Monkey said was true, that would mean that the Heavenly Tao Saint weapons in the possession of the 2 Saint Lords had the power to kill great saints. Su Zimo said, In that case, the power of the heavenly Tao Saint weapons should be beyond the level of great saints. How did the 5 Saint Lords possess such weapons? I don't know. Monkey shook his head. Master is secretive about this matter and is unwilling to say more. Pausing for a moment, Monkey continued. Master has never been willing to have a conflict with the 5 Saint Lords. It should be because he was wary of this. That explains everything. Su Zimo was enlightened. The reason why the Fiend Lord, Ghost Mother and Lord of Hell did not appear the entire time should be because they were afraid of the heavenly Tao Saint weapons in the hands of the 5 Saint Lords. On second thought, Su Zimo had another doubt. He frowned and asked, since the 5 Saint Lords control heavenly Tao Saint weapons, why did they return empty-handed in the battle against the Lords of the 4 Paths back then? I don't know the exact situation either. Monkey said, I only heard from Master that the heavenly Tao Saint weapons seem to be unable to unleash their full power in the 33 heavens. I see. Su Zimo nodded. That was also the reason why the Fiend Lord and the other 2 were unwilling to leave the 33 heavens so easily. The 5 Saint Lords clearly realized this as well. That was the reason why they wanted to make use of this opportunity to lure the Lords of the 4 Paths out. Unfortunately, the Fiend Lord and the other 2 were unwilling to take the risk. The evil lady was the only one who descended with her true body. The descent of 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons changed the situation instantly and the outcome was decided. For some unknown reason, apart from making Su Zimo's heart palpitate, the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons also made him feel extremely disgusted. That disgust seemed to originate from the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus. He had only synthesized the creation, karmic fire and Merit's lotus flowers. His lineage memories were still incomplete and he could not see what happened back then. However, the destruction of the Chaos Green Lotus was probably related to the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons as well. Another strange thing happened to him. Even when Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang descended, the 2 Illumination and Nether Glow Divine Stones were fine. However, after the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons descended, the Illumination and Nether Glow Divine Stones seemed to have sensed something and suddenly hid their auras without revealing any power fluctuations. Even when Su Zimo tried to activate it with his spirit consciousness, there was no reaction from the 2 Divine Stones. After ascending to the major Kiliacosm, the 2 Divine Stones were clearly in a different state from back in the medium Kiliacosm. In fact, they even gained sentience and could cultivate on their own. That was also the reason why Su Zimo deduced that the Illumination and Nether Glow Divine Stones should be from the major Kiliacosm. But now, under the intimidation of the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons, the 2 Divine Stones went into hiding. Su Zimo looked at the Mountain Chief and the evil lady in midair with worried expressions. The Mountain Chief's Saint Domain was shattered after receiving the Taiji diagram head-on, and he was already injured. As for the evil lady, she was injured by the 2 Saint Lords and suppressed by the Heaven and Earth Black-Yellow Pagoda. Her condition was even worse, and it was unknown if she could withstand the next attack. To think that the so-called opportunity of the space-time forbidden ground this time round would burden the 2 great saints and they might even be killed. At the end of the day, Su Zimo's group were like small fries. In fact, the Saint Lords did not even take them seriously. The great saints were the true targets of the 5 sanctuaries. Saint Lord Yin Yang had the Taiji diagram above his head and had a domineering aura. He looked down at the Mountain Chief with a cold expression and said slowly, Gu Shen, you should have died more than 6 billion years ago. You should be satisfied that you survived to this day. Saint Lord Spacetime held the Heaven and Earth Black-Yellow Pagoda in his hands and was in no hurry to attack. He was still waiting. He wanted to see if the Fiend Lord and the others would appear. Unfortunately, the Fiend Lord and the other 2 did not appear the entire time. Saint Lord Spacetime looked at the evil lady with a gaze filled with pity and said indifferently, Those 3 are truly heartless. They are still indifferent even as they watch you head here to commit suicide. The evil lady did not reply and merely looked at the Mountain Chief on the other side, saying expressionlessly, It's time for you to make a choice in this generation. You're the first human born in the world and you cultivate the human great Tao. Not only are you Saint Lord Life, You are also the lord of the human Tao. Everyone was in an uproar. Su Zimo and Dai Yu were shocked as well. The two of them exchanged glances and thought of something at the same time. Back when Dai Yu was severely injured and she leaped into the human Tao from the Six Paths abyss of the Netherworld, she wound up landing in Tianhuang mainland. At the same time, there were all sorts of strange things in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the various races available in Tianhuang mainland, the many treasures that appeared in Tianhuang mainland alone were shocking enough. Even items from the major Kiliacosm such as the Illumination and Nether Glow Divine Stones were gathered in Tianhuang mainland. Everything could be explained if Tianhuang mainland was evolved from a human Tao fragment cultivated by Saint Lord Life. It would be because the birth of Tianhuang mainland originated from the major Kiliacosm to begin with. Back then, Saint Lord Life was severely injured and his human Tao was shattered. A fragment flowed into a minor Kiliacosm and transformed into Tianhuang mainland later on. Dai Yu said, "Back then, I mentioned to you that it's strange that many humans in Tianhuang mainland don't have spirit roots. Now that I think about it, it's not difficult to understand if Tianhuang mainland was evolved from a fragment of the human Tao." At that moment, some of the questions in Su Zimo's heart were answered. It was no wonder why there were only 4 paths in the medium Kiliacosm, but not the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. That was because the Lord of the human Tao was not in the medium Kiliacosm at all. Su Zimo sighed internally as he looked at the white-haired old man. To think that this old man who guarded Mount Shenpin all day with a bitter expression was not only Saint Lord Life. He was also the Lord of the human Tao. However, the relationship between the Lord of the human Tao and the 4 paths did not seem to be close. So what if he's the Lord of the human Tao? Saint Lord Inyang sneered. Your lifespan is up, Saint Lord? Lord of the human Tao. Those titles won't be able to save you. Right then, the mountain chief reached into his wide robe sleeve and slowly took out a tattered book. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the tattered book. He had lived on Mount Shenpin for a few years. Every time he saw the mountain chief, the latter would always have a tattered book beside him. Sometimes he would flip it open. Sometimes he would use it to cover his face for his afternoon nap. Sometimes he would throw it aside casually. The book looked extremely tattered and Su Zimo did not care. However, when the mountain chief took out the tattered book at that moment, Saint Lord Yin Yang's gaze shifted and landed on the tattered book. Suddenly, he laughed. "Oh, I was wondering what else you had to rely on. So it's this human book." "That's right." The mountain chief nodded and looked at the tattered book in his hands with a conflicted expression. Saint Lord Spacetime shook his head and smiled as well, lamenting. The human book was also a heavenly Tao Saint weapon back then. Unfortunately, it's already crippled. "Why don't you guys give it a try?" The mountain chief said indifferently. "I'll fulfill your wish then." Saint Lord Yin Yang did not waste his breath and summoned the Taiji diagram once more, suppressing in the direction of the mountain chief. Saint Lord Spacetime threw out the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda as well and smashed it towards the evil lady. The 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons descended and the ground shook. Suddenly, the mountain chief threw the human book in his hands in midair and released his spirit consciousness. Rumble. At the same time, the life stone that stood in the space-time forbidden ground seemed to have sensed something and suddenly rose from the ground, fusing into the human book. The human book shone brightly. The originally damaged pages were healing rapidly after synthesis with the life stone. The power of the human book rose continuously. The pages of the human book in midair flipped rapidly. Every single page emitted a bedazzling light with endless might that rippled in the void, wanting to withstand the power of the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the light emitted by the human book flickered, and its aura was completely suppressed. Humph! Saint Lord Yin Yang harumphed coldly. Even the complete human book can't defend against the power of 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons. You want to take on 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons head-on with this incomplete, tattered book of yours. The mountain chief knew that as well. However, he had no choice. The evil lady was in an extremely bad state and could not withstand the next attack of the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda. He could only summon the human book and hold off 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons for the time being. Su Zimo looked at the human book in midair and frowned slightly. After synthesis with the life stone, the originally damaged pages of the human book had already healed. However, it seemed to be a little short of a true heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Night Spirit's eyes were sharp and he suddenly said, "A page was torn off from the middle of this human book." Su Zimo froze momentarily when he heard that, and a thought flashed through his mind. Book of Life and Death? Indeed, Su Zimo had a page of black paper called the Book of Life and Death. Back then, he snatched the black paper back from the Lord of the Netherworld and kept it with him. However, he did not gain anything after studying it for many years. Although he had seen the mountain chief holding the tattered book many times, he had never associated that book with the Book of Life and Death. The tattered book was inconspicuous and was extremely different from the Book of Life and Death in his hands. The material of the human book in the mountain chief's hands was slightly yellow and looked no different from ordinary paper. As for the Book of Life and Death, it was a black piece of paper that was sinister and strange. Instinctively, Su Zimo took out the Book of Life and Death. Initially, the black paper was silent. However, when it appeared in the space-time forbidden ground, it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly released a ball of pitch-black light. Instantly, the entire world dimmed. The experts of the 10,000 races in the space-time forbidden ground could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat when they were enveloped by the black light. It was abnormally oppressive. Even the 9 heavens saints were not spared. The expressions of Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang changed. They glared at the black paper in Su Zimo's hands and frowned, as though they wanted to see through the power in it. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt a sinister aura and could not help but grunt and shiver. The 2 Saint Lords were shocked and hurriedly summoned back the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons that were attacking the mountain chief. Buzz! The 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons seemed to have sensed something as well. They trembled gently and shook the void, spreading a powerful ripple that dissipated the cold aura brought by the black paper. At that moment, the mountain chief turned around as well and looked at the black paper in Su Zimo's hands with a conflicted expression as he sighed deeply. After a moment of silence, the mountain chief beckoned with his hand. As though it was summoned by some power, the black paper transformed into a black streak of light and suddenly flew towards the human book in the mountain chief's hands. In the blink of an eye, the black paper entered the gap in the middle of the human book and matched the missing page. Even the edges of the tear were perfectly aligned. From the looks of it, the black paper was indeed torn from the human book. However, when the black paper was sandwiched within the slightly yellowed pages of the human book, it looked extremely incompatible. Before long, the human book changed. The dark black light emitted by the black paper was like ink that gradually dyed the pages of the human book and soaked through them layer by layer. A moment later, the human book was dyed into a pitch-black ancient book. At that moment, the aura of the human book had finally reached the point where it was on par with the 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Another heavenly Tao Saint weapon. There was no joy on the mountain chief's face. When Su Zimo saw that, he felt a sense of disappointment as well. The human book had recovered completely and returned to its peak. However, it was completely different from its initial aura. Although the initial human book was tattered, it exuded a vast, warm, and all-encompassing power. At that moment, the human book was deathly silent, sinister, and murderous. At the same time, Nether Blood Sea Saint Ruins. The aura of the black-robed man who was initially sitting dejectedly beside the Blood Sea changed, and he stood up slowly. The martial Tao prime body, who was deducing the Dermic Tao, seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes as well. Over the years, he had already comprehended all the great Taos left behind in the Saint Ruins. When he first comprehended the great Taos, it took a relatively long time. However, once he comprehended something like the metal or water great Taos, the great Taos derived from these great Taos would require half the effort for him to comprehend them. At that moment, there were already thousands of great Taos in the essence martial world. They were dense and crisscrossed, evolving into a unique order of laws. Of course, the martial Tao prime body was still unable to fuse synthesize with the Tao. As the number of great Daos in the essence martial world increased, the chances of him becoming a saint through Dao synthesis decreased. The martial Dao prime body was certain that the path of becoming a saint through Dao synthesis was severed for him. All these years, he had been contemplating about how he should advance, but he had no ideas. At that moment, when he sensed the abnormality from the black-robed man, the martial Dao prime body stopped his deductions and looked at the back of the black-robed man in deep thought. The black-robed man was clearly even more terrifying and unfathomable than before. Furthermore, this was the exact timing when the human book had just fused with the black paper and completed its transformation. The martial Dao prime body realized that the black-robed man might be leaving. The martial Dao prime body pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "You were waiting for this moment, right?" All these years, the martial Dao prime body had tried to communicate with the black-robed man, but the latter did not react. However, while the martial Dao prime body was deducing the dermic Dao, the black-robed man would turn around occasionally and stare in his direction with a strange gaze. At that moment, when he heard the question of the martial Dao prime body, the black-robed man turned around and walked over, sitting in front of the latter. "You can't continue deducing your dermic Dao anymore." The black-robed man did not reply to the words of the martial Dao prime body directly. Instead, he said with a fake smile. The long hair that was originally covering his forehead moved without wind and gradually retracted to the back of his head, revealing an abnormally handsome face. He was younger than the martial Dao prime body had imagined. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, and inadvertently, there would be a hint of vicissitudes, loneliness, and desolation. The black-robed man exuded a sense of solitariness that made it seem as though he was completely isolated from the rest of the world. The sense of solitariness coupled with his face formed a unique aura. The martial Dao prime body had never seen it from anyone before. Such an aura was completely unforgettable by anyone who saw it even once. The martial Dao prime body did not reply to the black-robed man either and continued, "If I'm not wrong, you're the Lord of the Reincarnation Sanctuary. The flaws and imperfections of your reincarnation great Dao comes from the fact that the heavenly Dao and human Dao were not within your control. Right then, you finally made use of the human book to gain control of the human Dao. The book of life and death was indeed a page of the human book. However, the black-robed man refined it into another saint weapon. After this saint weapon synthesized with the human book, it would assimilate the human book. The black-robed man would also take this opportunity to control the human book and even control the human great Dao through it. That was also the reason why the mountain chief had always been resistant to this. The martial Dao prime body believed that after the green lotus true body arrived at Mount Xianpin with the book of life and death, the mountain chief should have already sensed the existence of the book of life and death. However, the mountain chief had never mentioned this matter. If Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin had not insisted on killing him and the evil lady, he might not have made use of the book of life and death to repair the human book and restore it to the level of a heavenly Dao saint weapon. However, the greatest winner of that action might be Saint Lord Reincarnation, who was sitting in front of the martial Dao prime body. "You're only half right." The black-robed man smiled faintly. "I'm not Saint Lord Reincarnation." Pausing for a moment, the black-robed man smiled and revealed a shocking truth. "You've seen the real Saint Lord Reincarnation before and even fought him." The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Not only had he seen Saint Lord Reincarnation before, he had even fought him? Figures flashed through the mind of the martial Dao prime body before stopping on a single person. "Feng Du," the martial Dao prime body said slowly. Feng Du was the lord of the netherworld, and there was 6 paths of reincarnation in the netherworld. Among the experts the martial Dao prime body had come into contact with and exchanged blows with, he was probably the only one who could become Saint Lord Reincarnation. However, an even greater doubt appeared in the heart of the martial Dao prime body. If Feng Du was Saint Lord Reincarnation, it would not be surprising for him to have eternal life. However, with that status, how was his achievements in the medium Kiliacosm inferior to the Fiend Lord and the others? How could he not become a great emperor? The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and the others had all chosen to ascend to the major Kiliacosm. Why was Feng Du still in the netherworld? In other words, Apart from Saint Lord life, Saint Lord reincarnation of the past was not dead either. Feng Du carried the book of life and death refined by the black-robed man. They were clearly on the same side and had a certain relationship. The martial Tao prime body had once suppressed Feng Du, but the black-robed man had never revealed any hostility towards him. Why was that? If Feng Du was Saint Lord reincarnation, what was the status of the black-robed man? What was the relationship between the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, Brahma Ghost Mother, the Lord of Hell, and the black-robed man? The black-robed man nodded. Feng Du was indeed Saint Lord reincarnation in the past. However, the current him is only a wisp of his soul. Back then, when Saint Lord reincarnation's body was destroyed, only this wisp of soul was left. The martial Tao prime body was silent. During the huge turmoil in the major Kiliacosm more than 6 billion years ago, although the mountain chief's cultivation realm fell, he at least managed to survive and had already recovered to his peak. However, Saint Lord reincarnation only had a wisp of soul remaining and became Feng Du, presiding over the netherworld. All of Feng Du's actions were instigated by you, right? The martial Tao prime body asked indifferently. The nine heavens was undoubtedly the source of the tragedy for all living beings in the medium Kiliacosm. Over the countless years, Feng Du had also committed countless atrocities in the medium Kiliacosm. Fu. Suddenly, the black-robed man smiled with a mocking and disdainful expression. And you think that the number of living beings killed by Feng Du is significant? There are living beings who have done things 100 or even 1,000 times more ruthless than Feng Du. What about them? Who can do anything to them? Who are they? The martial Tao prime body asked immediately. What was the turmoil that happened in the major Kiliacosm back then? Who are you? The chaos of the world has its own laws, regulations, and cycles. Be it the billions of minor Kiliacosms, the medium Kiliacosm, or even the major Kiliacosm, there will always be all sorts of calamities. The black-robed man did not reply to his question. When living beings of the 10,000 races cultivate and grow, it's either for survival, power, or longevity. When fate interweaves, countless karma will form. During this process, there will definitely be all sorts of killing and fighting between the living beings of the 10,000 races. It will become even more intense, and at a certain node, a calamity might break out eventually. There are minor and major calamities, but they're ultimately within a relatively controllable range. These can be called the measurable calamities. The martial Tao prime body could not help but recall the many calamities that happened in Tianhuang mainland. In order to refine all living beings of Tianhuang mainland into the blood race, Tao Lord Blood Fiend alone caused several catastrophes. In the primordial era, there was even an invasion by the god race. In this generation, there were the primordial races who joined forces to suppress the 10,000 races. There were countless minor and major calamities. However, indeed, it was as the black-robed man had said. Because of the appearance of him and people like Monk Daming, these calamities were all resolved. According to the black-robed man, these calamities could be called measurable calamities. The black-robed man continued, however, above the measurable calamities exists an immeasurable calamity of all beings. Once that calamity breaks out, it's uncontrollable and irreversible. The Trichiliacosm shall return to chaos and the masses will die. Even in the major Kiliacosm, there will be few who can survive. Immeasurable calamity of all beings? The martial Tao prime body frowned when he heard that and was puzzled. The information revealed by the black-robed man's words had already exceeded his current cultivation realm and understanding of the world and universe. Why would there be an immeasurable calamity of all beings? The martial Tao prime body asked. The black-robed man said, when living beings of the 10,000 races reproduce and cultivate, the higher their cultivation realms, the more resources they consume. As a cultivator's lifespan increases, the energy accumulated in their bodies increases as well. It will reach its peak the moment they attain eternal life. The energy of the world and universe is not endless. If there is only constant absorption without any release, there will come a day when the universe will dry up and edge towards destruction. The martial Tao prime body was deep in thought. Back then, the Fiend Lord had said something similar to him. Mortals have less than 100 years of lifespan. After they die, their souls will return to the world and their flesh and blood will dissipate. All energy will return to nature. Some will be absorbed and some will be released. It won't destroy the balance of the world. However, the existence of cultivators broke that balance. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned. You're saying that the source of the immeasurable calamity of all beings is the cultivators of the world? Of course. The black-robed man shook his head. The heavens are strong and are able to rejuvenate themselves. In fact, the cultivation of living beings is in line with the laws and cycle of the world to begin with. However, what truly broke that balance and the source that triggered the immeasurable calamity of all beings is the existence of eternal beings. No matter how strong a cultivator is, the energy accumulated in their bodies is limited. Furthermore, they will die one day and the energy will return to the world. However, that's not the case for eternal beings. They have motives, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and possess eternal life to boot. The more eternal beings there are, the faster the immeasurable calamity of all beings will arrive. The martial Tao Prime Body was silent for a moment before asking, "What's the connection between the huge turmoil of the major kiliocosm back then and the immeasurable calamity of all beings?" The immeasurable calamity of all beings definitely did not happen. Otherwise, the trichiliocosm would have been destroyed and none of them would even exist right now. The black-robed man said. Some saints were worried that the immeasurable calamity of all beings would descend and endanger themselves, so they wanted to kill all living beings in the universe in advance and clear the karma of the world to delay the immeasurable calamity of all beings. They've done this more than once in their long lives and are long familiar with it. Although the black-robed man said it calmly, the martial Tao Prime Body was shocked when he heard that. Everyone below the saint realm was an ant. It was definitely not a lie. Killing all living beings in the universe meant that apart from the saints, all living beings in the world would die. All life in the billions of minor kiliocosms, medium kiliocosm and major kiliocosm would be wiped out. What sort of a terrifying massacre was that? Compared to Feng Du's actions, it was indeed nothing. The black-robed man said, "However, more than 6 billion years ago, another group of saints could not bear to see all living beings suffer, so they stood out and tried their best to stop it. A battle of the saints broke out between the two parties. That was the origin of the huge turmoil. The outcome of that huge turmoil was naturally the death of many saints as well as the destruction of 3 sanctuaries. Due to the complete deaths of many saints, there were vacancies in the great Tao saint positions and energy was returned to the universe. Indirectly, it also delayed the immeasurable calamity of all beings, preventing all living beings in the 3 realms from being exterminated and killed." The black-robed man pointed at the ruins beneath him. "The saints who died in that battle of the saints were all buried here." The martial Tao Prime Body said, "There are 3,000 corpses here, and they're all from the human race." He had long noticed it after all those years of cultivation. The black-robed man said, "The group of saints who stood out back then were the 3,000 saints of the human race." The martial Tao Prime Body was moved. The 3,000 human saints already had endless lifespans and could have avoided death. If they followed the other saints to kill all living beings of the universe, they could have successfully delayed the immeasurable calamity of all beings while continuing to rule and look down on the 3 realms. However, these saints made another choice. It was a tragic choice. The surrounding blood sea and the corpses of the saints beneath his feet were witnesses of history. In reality, it was the self-sacrifice of the 3,000 human saints that allowed all living beings of the world to survive. Otherwise, more than 6 billion years ago, the living beings of the 10,000 races of the trichiliocosm would have been killed by the saints of the various heavens to clear all karma. It was probably because of this that the human race was suppressed by the 5 sanctuaries after that huge turmoil until today. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body asked, "According to what I know, there were not many humans back then. How could there be 3,000 saints? There were probably only about 10,000 saints in the trichiliocosm. The 10,000 races existed. However, the human race alone had 3,000 saints. How terrifying was that? Back in the medium chiliocosm, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the existence of the human race was extremely special. Although they were innately weak and could not compare to the other races, they had endless potential. In the medium chiliocosm, the human race had the most number of great emperors as well. The black-robed man was silent for a long time, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as though he was nostalgic and proud. He said slowly, "That's because the human race was created by her painstaking efforts." Her? Created? A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the martial Dao prime body. "Are you surprised?" The black-robed man said indifferently, "It's not just the human race. The birth of the living beings of the 10,000 races has never been a coincidence. They were all created. The reason why the chaos green lotus is called the flora god is because all the vegetation in the trichiliocosm was created by the chaos green lotus." The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Initially, he thought that the living beings of the 10,000 races were born from the world. To think that the origin of the living beings of the 10,000 races was the creation of someone. If so, that would explain why the bloodline of the Chaos Green Lotus could suppress all flora race beings. The black-robed man said, "Before the trichiliocosm was formed, even before the chaos world, this cosmos only had a rough embryonic form. There were no great Daos, let alone any life or matter. As time passed, 6 Genesis essence spirits were born in this world. The Chaos Green Lotus was one of them. The Chaos Green Lotus had such a powerful background. The martial Dao prime body was secretly alarmed. These 6 Genesis essence spirits occupied the 6 heavenly Daos and established heaven and earth, evolving living beings and creating everything. The 3,000 great Daos gradually formed, and the first ones to attain the Dao were the 9 Chaos Sacred Spirits. The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. 9 Chaos Sacred Spirits? He had heard Monkey mention that there were 5 sacred spirits. Were they 5 of the 9? Who were the other 4? The black-robed man said, 5 of the 9 Chaos Sacred Spirits are the current lords of the 5 sanctuaries. Indeed, the martial Dao prime body nodded. The black-robed man said, as for the other 4, apart from that monkey, the Yin Sacred Spirit, Yang Sacred Spirit, and Creation Sacred Spirit died in that huge turmoil. The Creation Sacred Spirit that the black-robed man was referring to should be the Creation Green Lotus, which was also Saint Lord Chaos. As for the Yin and Yang Sacred Spirits, suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Dao prime body. Could it be? The black-robed man continued. The 6 Genesis essence spirits continued to create living beings. One of them created many races that lived in places with water sources such as rivers, lakes, and seas. Another created races that were born with scales. The third one created races that were mutated beasts. Beings such as the 9 neonate and 9-headed bird originated from the third one. The fourth one created races that could soar through the world and was considered the mother of all birds. The fifth one created races that were land beasts. The sixth one created the flora race. At that point, the martial Dao prime body took a deep breath. The black-robed man's words indeed gave him a new understanding of the primordial universe. Bloodline atavism, bloodline atavism. The martial Dao prime body murmured softly and said in realization, so this is the true meaning of atavism. In the major chiliocosm, only those with atavistic bloodlines were qualified to be called the saint race. Furthermore, once one had an atavistic bloodline, they would become abnormally powerful. However, Su Zimo could never understand the deeper meaning of the so-called bloodline atavism. It was only at that moment that he understood that the so-called atavism referred to the awakening of the bloodline of a Genesis essence spirit. That was also the reason why they would be reborn with exponential leaps in their combat strength. As for the green lotus true body who had only synthesized 3 lotus flowers, the reason why he could still suppress the saint race with their atavistic bloodlines and even gain the upper hand was because he was the chaos green lotus itself. He did not require an atavistic bloodline. He was the origin of the bloodline itself. The information the black-robed man said resolved many of Su Zimo's doubts. In the space-time forbidden ground, be it Saint Lord Space-Time or Saint Lord Yin Yang, They controlled the earth and water great Daos, not the space-time and yin-yang great Daos. Su Zimo was a little puzzled about that. It was only at that moment that he realized that the founders of the six sanctuaries were the legendary six Genesis essence spirits. They were the true controllers of the six sanctuaries: space-time, yin-yang, divine punishment, nirvana, ancestral fire, and chaos. Those were the six heavenly Daos mentioned by the black-robed man. The martial Tao prime body asked, "These six Genesis essence spirits control the heavenly Daos, established heaven and earth and evolved living beings. Even the six saint lords were created by them. What is their cultivation realm?" The black-robed man smiled. Cultivation realms are meaningless to them. Although the immeasurable calamity of all beings is terrifying, it's only a single calamity for them. Even if all the saints die, nothing can be done to them. These are kings of the saints that are above the great Daos. If there has to be a name, they shall be called the Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs. Heavenly Tao Saint Thearch, the black-robed man said. After countless years, an expert of the trichiliocosm cultivated against the heavens and broke through many obstacles to eventually control the life Heavenly Tao and become a Heavenly Tao Saint Thearch that was comparable to the six Genesis essence spirits. The martial Tao prime body nodded. That was the origin of the life sanctuary. It was no wonder why there was no such thing as bloodline atavism among the human race. That was because the Heavenly Tao Saint Thearch who created the human race cultivated to attain the Tao through his own efforts and was not one of the six Genesis essence spirits that were first born in the trichiliocosm. The black-robed man said, "The first human created by the Saint Thearch was Gu Shun, who became Saint Lord Life later on. Afraid that Gu Xin would be lonely, she created a second human called Xian Pin." At that point, the black-robed man smiled. Unfortunately, fate is ironic. In the end, Xian Pin fell in love with that vermilion bird at first sight and gave birth to the first flame race being in the world. These were the oldest secrets of the trichiliocosm that could even trace back to the origins of the 10,000 races. However, when they were said by the black-robed man, they sounded extremely nonchalant, as though they were daily affairs. The black-robed man said, "Humans are innately weak and have ordinary bloodlines and physiques. They don't have the claws of ferocious beasts or the divine strength of the dragon elephant. When they were first created, they were ranked at the bottom of the 10,000 races and weren't thought highly of. However, the potential of the human race is endless. Although their starting point is low, their final achievements can often surpass the experts of the 10,000 races. As a result, at their peak, there were already 3,000 human saints. Furthermore, there's another characteristic of the human race. Since their bloodline doesn't have any attributes, it means that they can synthesize perfectly with other races and create new races. The flame race is one of them. Among the 10,000 races, half of the races have human forms such as the God race, Thunder race, and Extreme Yin race, etc. If you trace their origins, they are half humans. The martial Tao prime body was shocked to think that this was the origin of these races. In other words, back when the human race was at its peak in the major chiliocosm, apart from the 3,000 saints, there were many other races related to the human race. The human race deeply affected the evolution process of the living beings of the 10,000 races. The martial Tao prime body asked, "I heard that there were not many humans in the major chiliocosm back then. They were far from being spread all over the trichiliocosm like now." "That's because the human race disappointed her," the black-robed man said. "She wanted to create a perfect race to change this cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. She wanted all living beings to be equal. Even the weakest life forms should have the dignity to live. As such, she augmented perfect qualities such as courage, integrity, kindness, pity, benevolence, tenacity, diligence, forgiveness, and so on and so forth onto the human race. However, she realized that she could not control these things at all. Qualities such as cowardice, envy, pride, sloth, and greed began to appear even on the first-generation humans, let alone the descendants produced by continuous reproduction. Most of the time, humans were no different from the 10,000 races. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the human heart is unpredictable. The world did not turn into a better place with them either, as massacres and wars happened in the trichiliocosm daily. The martial Tao prime body was silent. The original intentions of this heavenly Tao Saint the Arch were naturally good. However, even after she cultivated to that point, she could not change the world, and there were things she could not control. This heavenly Tao Saint the Arch. After a long silence, the martial Tao prime body asked hesitantly, "She's dead." As though he knew what the martial Tao prime body wanted to ask, the black-robed man said softly. His tone was calm and he was expressionless. His eyes were like an ancient well without any fluctuations. However, beneath that calm expression, the martial Tao prime body could sense a tremendous sadness. In fact, that sadness even surpassed the sense of solitariness of the black-robed man. The black-robed man said, "After she died, her flesh scattered on the ground of the trichiliocosm, mixed with mud. She used her last bit of strength to evolve into millions of humans. For some unknown reason, when he heard that, the martial Tao prime body felt as though his heart had been struck by something. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the black-robed man or something else. He could not help but feel sad as well. That was the reason why the number of humans increased exponentially after that huge turmoil. After Saint the Arch life created the human race, she experienced disappointment and hesitation. However, at the last moment of her life, she still chose to continue evolving into humans. Perhaps it was the sacrificial spirit of the 3,000 saints who fought against the other saints for the 10,000 races that made her believe. Even though the appearance of the human race might not be able to change the world completely, it could still make the trichiliocosm a better place. The martial Tao prime body asked, "Is there no other way to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings?" According to the black-robed man, the immeasurable calamity of all beings would still descend one day. "Of course there is," the black-robed man said. "What's the way?" the martial Tao prime body asked. The black-robed man was silent. "Do you think this world is fair?" A moment later, the black-robed man did not reply. Instead, he asked a strange question. Before the martial Tao prime body could reply, the black-robed man said, "Some people are born rich and don't have to worry about food and clothing, while others can only be poor and have a bumpy road. Some are talented, some are slow and clumsy, some are born ugly and some are born beautiful. Is this world fair?" the black-robed man asked. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Would it only be fair if everyone was born equally stupid or smart? Would it only be fair if everyone was born with the same appearance? The things that the black-robed man said were not fair were all innate and couldn't be changed. However, even for one who was born rich, they might lose all their wealth. Even for someone who was born poor and a beggar, they might ascend to greatness. If you're born as a mayfly, your lifespan is less than a day even if you hadn't done any evil. Saints have their hands filled with the blood of others, but they can live forever. Saints have endless lifespans to extend their bloodlines, ensuring their family clans have strong legacies. That allows them to monopolize more and more resources. For those that arrive later on, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to survive. However, they are powerless to change anything. Is this world fair? The black-robed man asked again. The martial Tao prime body was silent. The black-robed man asked again, "Are all living beings equal?" The martial Tao prime body shook his head. "The vast grass is destined to be eaten by cows and sheep. As for cows and sheep, it's inevitable that they'll be hunted by tigers and leopards. Not to mention these living beings, even among those of the same race, they are often divided into ranks according to their background and status. How can it be easy to ensure equality for all living beings?" According to the black-robed man, the equality of all living beings was what Saint the Archlife had once hoped for. However, that was way too difficult to achieve. "That's right," the black-robed man said indifferently. "There are all sorts of unfairness in the world and all living beings are born unequal. However, the trichiliocosm should be fairer and all living beings should be equal." "What are you going to do?" the martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. A cold glint flashed through the black-robed man's eyes as he said slowly, "It doesn't matter if you were born rich or poor. It doesn't matter if you're ugly or beautiful. It doesn't matter if you're smart or stupid. It doesn't matter if you're a mayfly or a saint. Death is the one thing that no one can escape. Only death is the greatest fairness and final equality." The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized what the black-robed man wanted to do. He finally understood what the black-robed man meant by resolving the immeasurable calamity of all beings. The annihilation of saints. Since the source of the immeasurable calamity of all beings was the eternal life of the saints, causing the power of the universe to be unbalanced, he would kill all the saints. Although saints were powerful and looked down on all living beings insufferably, they were going to have to die like mayflies. The black-robed man said coldly, "All living beings of the 10,000 races have to experience death and enter reincarnation. Those who do good enter the upper three Daos, the heavenly Dao, human Dao, and Asura Dao. Those who do evil shall enter the lesser three Daos, the ghost Dao, beast Dao, and hell Dao. Saints can't be excluded. If saints do evil, they shall have to enter the lesser three Daos and experience the pain of reincarnation as well. The human heart is unfathomable, but God is watching. The 6 paths of reincarnation shall be that God. Under the watch of the gods, who would dare to do evil? How ambitious! Such boldness! If the black-robed man could get what he wanted, there would indeed exist a form of equality in this world. Death could also achieve equality. All living beings would have to die and enter reincarnation. No matter how rich and powerful you were when you were alive, even if you had thousands of miles of territory and a massive harem, or if you became a saint and looked down on the world, you would still have to experience death and endure reincarnation in the end. In the face of death, there was no such thing as riches and lowliness. All living beings were the same. Of course, the 6 paths of reincarnation could not sever all evil in the world. However, once someone intends to commit evil, they will have to be wary and restrain themselves. In reality, the evil lady had the same ideals as the black-robed man. The evil lady abhorred evil as though it was her enemy. The reason why she was in charge of the beast Dao was to punish sin. As for the black-robed man, his 6 paths of reincarnation took another step forward and added the heavenly Dao, human Dao, and Asura Dao to give those who had accumulated good karma a good ending. Although he did not ask directly, the martial Dao prime body already had an answer to the identity of the black-robed man before him. The martial Dao prime body was silent for a moment before asking, "In that case, the Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell obey your commands?" "They don't exactly obey me," the black-robed man said indifferently. "We merely have the same goals. I did impart some skills to the Fiend Lord, Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell. As for the Evil Lady..." Pausing for a moment, the black-robed man said, "Saint the Archlife had 2 disciples when she was alive. One of them was the Evil Lady. You know the other one as well." The martial Dao prime body pondered for a moment before a thought flashed through his mind. He blurted out, "Saint Gu Yao." Back when Saint Gu Yao met him, she once said that there were a total of 2 dream badges that were given by one person, and she and Xianxia each held one. From the looks of it, this person was Saint the Archlife. "That's right." The black-robed man nodded. Xian Pin was the first human woman she created. As such, she had extremely special feelings for Xian Pin. Furthermore, Gu Yao was born by Xian Pin. Under Xian Pin's pleading, she did not reject and took Gu Yao in as her disciple. The martial Dao prime body was silent. The rift between Saint Gu Yao and Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was probably not only because of the death of Saint Xian Pin, but also because of the master-disciple relationship between Saint the Archlife and her. One could imagine the torment and pain Saint Gu Yao felt for being sandwiched in the middle. It was not hard to imagine that it was the same for her mother, Saint Xian Pin, back then. On the one hand, Saint the Archlife gave her life. On the other hand, she was Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's Dao companion. Back then, when Saint Xian Pin died, the martial Dao prime body asked hesitantly. The black-robed man said, "The destruction of the 3 sanctuaries back then was a foregone conclusion. Although Xianpin was Vermilion Bird's Tao companion, she still had different feelings for Gushen and the Life Sanctuary. In the end, she committed suicide in front of Vermilion Bird and the other saints. She used her life in exchange for Gushen's survival. A look of sadness flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body as he sighed gently. Gushen and Xianpin were the first human man and woman born in the world. They should have been together. Saint the Archlife had probably wished for the same thing when she created them. Unfortunately, the irony of fate was endless. Relationships could not be forced after all. Perhaps, there was a hint of guilt mixed in Saint Xianpin's feelings towards the mountain chief as well. That was the reason for her final decision. When Su Zimo was young, he once read a question at the end of a book. If someone you loved deeply fell deeply in love with someone else, what can you do? The martial Tao prime body finally understood why the mountain chief had such a tragic expression the entire time. Even though he smiled in front of everyone, behind the facade of that smile was still endless sadness. The mountain chief survived. However, his life was exchanged using the life of the person he loved deeply. Wasn't that also a form of pain for him? The destruction of the 3 sanctuaries back then was already inevitable. The fact that Saint Xianpin could save the mountain chief's life was probably the limit of what she could do. Not only was Saint Xianpin the Tao companion of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, she was also the first human woman created by Saint the Archlife. It was also because of that special identity that she was able to save the mountain chief despite those circumstances. Saint Lord Creation was already dead. Saint Lord Reincarnation only had a remnant soul left and could only stay in the netherworld. Of the 3 Saint Lords, only the mountain chief was still alive. Furthermore, he became a great saint once more in this generation. As the martial Tao prime body recalled the ancient secrets from more than 6 billion years ago, he could not calm down for a long time. After the Chaos Green Lotus was destroyed and died, 4 lotus flowers were left behind. When Saint the Archlife died, her flesh evolved into millions of humans. In a sense, as long as the human race was not destroyed, her mark would always exist in the trichiliocosm. Perhaps this was another continuation of life. I'm leaving. The black-robed man stood up slowly and looked up at the firmaments. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate endless space and land on the world of the major chiliocosm. Earlier on, when the black-robed man's aura increased exponentially, the martial Tao prime body had a feeling that this person might be leaving. That power from the major chiliocosm could no longer threaten him. That was also the reason why the black-robed man said so much to him before leaving. The black-robed man turned back and looked at the martial Tao prime body deeply. Under his gaze, the martial Tao prime body felt that he had no secrets. It was as though even the essence martial world could not be hidden from the black-robed man's eyes. Without saying anything, the black-robed man merely chuckled. Even if a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, including the Genesis essence spirits, dies, it's difficult to erase all traces. The black-robed man said, when the Chaos Green Lotus died, apart from its flesh transforming into 4 lotus flowers, its soul did not dissipate. Instead, it entered reincarnation and experienced many reincarnations. You've seen 2 of the reincarnations as well. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Since the soul of the Chaos Green Lotus did not dissipate and it entered the reincarnation, the black-robed man would naturally know everything. The martial Tao prime body was not surprised by that. However, he had not expected that he would have seen 2 reincarnations of the Chaos Green Lotus. The martial Tao prime body tried his best to recall but could not come up with anything. Who were the 2? The martial Tao prime body could not help but ask. The black-robed man said, one of them is the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden and the other is the 9 Nether Pure Maiden. The martial Tao prime body was enlightened. It was no wonder why the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden and 9 Nether Pure Maiden looked at the Green Lotus True Body strangely in the dream badge back then. That was the reason. The black-robed man continued, however, every reincarnation will consume the power of the soul. After many reincarnations, the soul of the Chaos Green Lotus could no longer maintain its form and a final dispersion was made. One part of the soul fused with someone's dream and the other part fused with another soul. As such, it reincarnated into two people. You've seen those two people before as well. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. However, he still asked instinctively, who were they? The Ji sisters of Tianhuang mainland. With that said, the black-robed man soared into the air and tore open a gigantic spatial crack with his bare hands, entering it. Rumble. A violent tremor sounded from above the nether blood sea. The netherworld turned into a wisp of black light and entered the spatial crack with the black-robed man, disappearing. After the black-robed man left for a long time, the martial Tao prime body gradually snapped out of his stupor inside. To think that Ji Yaoxue and Demoness Ji had such a relationship with the Chaos Green Lotus. It was no wonder why Demoness Ji could obtain the inheritance of the Nine Nether Pure Maiden back then. The Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden and Pure Maiden Nine Nether became great emperors, and what remained in the Dream Badge were probably their own souls. As for the soul of the Chaos Green Lotus, it continued to experience reincarnation. He possessed the body of the Chaos Green Lotus. The Ji sisters were the reincarnations of the soul of the Chaos Green Lotus. There was an unforgettable connection between the three of them. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was all fated. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he thought of something else. Given Saint Gu Yao's cultivation, the dream bodies created by her should not have been done casually. The black-robed man had just said that the soul of the Chaos Green Lotus fused with another soul and reincarnated as Demoness Ji. That soul might have something to do with Saint Gu Yao. In her conversation with the mountain chief in the space-time forbidden ground, she once revealed a name, Yen Ji. As for Demoness Ji, she was nowhere to be found after her ascension. The martial Tao prime body could not help but think of a possibility. However, he could only verify this matter in the future. In a flash, the martial Tao prime body left the Saint Ruins and stepped on the Blood Sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Blood Sea. The moment he tried to leave the Nether Blood Sea, the sense of danger appeared once more. The martial Tao prime body did not force it. Instead, he sat quietly at the edge of the Blood Sea and waited for someone. Now that the four paths were gone and the netherworld had disappeared with the black-robed man, there was no need for Baiming Shui to stay in the medium kiliocosm. Before long, Baiming Shui descended. Master, Baiming Shui said, the netherworld suddenly disappeared and its whereabouts are unknown. The martial Tao prime body nodded. You don't have to guard the medium kiliocosm anymore. The threat from the netherworld has already disappeared. Prepare to ascend. The martial Tao prime body instructed Baiming Shui about the situation of the major kiliocosm before returning to the Saint Ruins. Right now, he was the only living person here. Accompanying him were only the piles of bones around him and the endless blood sea. The martial Tao prime body wanted to continue deducing the martial Tao. From the conversation of the black-robed man, he learned about the origin of the trichiliocosm, allowing the martial Tao prime body to gain a new comprehension of his essence martial world. Even if he set up the 3,000 great Taos in the essence martial world and evolved an alternate world, it would still be too weak compared to the trichiliocosm he was in. The current trichiliocosm had evolved for billions of years. Even if the essence martial world was continued to be perfected on the basis of the 3,000 great Taos and evolved living beings, it could not compare to the trichiliocosm. The greatest achievement he could attain would be a miniature version of the current trichiliocosm. However, he would still be suppressed by the laws of the trichiliocosm. It would be no different from the heaven and earth creation diagram. Heaven and earth creation diagram. The martial Tao prime body murmured softly in deep thought. He had a vague idea. However, the prerequisite was that he had to continue perfecting the essence martial world. Space-time forbidden ground. After the human book synthesized with the book of life and death, it underwent a transformation and its aura increased exponentially. It was on par with the two heavenly Tao Saint weapons and was not disadvantaged. After the mountain chief had the human book in his hands, he stabilized the situation quickly. It was also very difficult for Saint Lord Spacetime and Saint Lord Yin Yang to break through the mountain chief's defense in a short period of time. Furthermore, the evil lady was there to provide support. Of course, if this stalemate continued, it would still be extremely disadvantageous for the mountain chief and the evil lady. After all, apart from Saint Lord Ancestral Fire who had already left, 2 of the 5 Saint Lords had yet to appear. As long as another Saint Lord attacked, the balance would be broken instantly and the battle situation would change. For great saints and 3 heavenly Tao Saint weapons collided and fought continuously in the space-time forbidden ground, shattering this world. The Life Stone had already fused with the human book and was repairing this world continuously. Suddenly, a violent commotion sounded from the major kiliacosm, as though the world was turned upside down. A terrifying aura descended suddenly before disappearing. Be it Saint Lord's space-time and yin-yang or Saint Lord's divine punishment, ancestral fire and nirvana, at that moment, they were all shocked and bewildered. This aura? Could that person still be alive? That thought flashed through the minds of the 5 Saint Lords. Their faces were pale and fear flashed through the depths of their eyes. The heavenly Tao Saint weapon of the divine punishment sanctuary even let out a series of deafening roars. Its entire body shone with electric arcs and released heavenly tribulations that descended on the major kiliacosm. Instantly, lightning filled the firmaments and covered the skies, as though it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even Saint Lord Divine Punishment could not control it. A moment later, the heavenly Tao Saint weapon failed to find its target, and its violent aura gradually calmed down. Su Zimo realized that it must be due to the descent of the black-robed man in the major kiliacosm earlier on. Only, the black-robed man did not appear personally and his aura vanished in a flash. However, the aura that leaked out almost turned the major kiliacosm upside down, causing the 5 Saint Lords to reveal terrified expressions. Rumble. Suddenly, just as there was a pause on the battlefield of the space-time forbidden ground because of this change, a thick arm covered in long fur exuded a savage aura and descended from the skies like a pillar that reached the heavens. He opened his gigantic palm that blotted out the skies and grabbed towards Monkey, who was on the ground. Under the might of the 3 heavenly Tao Saint weapons, even the 9 heaven saints could not move. However, that gigantic hand could barge in forcefully. Monkey stood with Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the others. Everyone felt their vision darken and could not help but feel that something was amiss. When Monkey saw the gigantic hand, excitement flashed through his eyes as he sent a voice transmission. First, Night Spirit, don't be afraid. It's Master. Saint Lord Spacetime, Saint Lord Yin-Yang, the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady naturally recognized the owner of the furry hand right away. Great Saint Chaos Universe. This Chaos Fiend Monkey was one of the 9 Chaos Sacred Spirits who had attained the Great Tao when the Chaos World was first formed. In that huge turmoil back then, this Chaos Fiend Monkey was not involved and was spared. Be it the 5 Saint Lords or the Lords of the 4 Paths, they were unwilling to be enemies with this relatively neutral Great Saint. Earlier on, the 9 Heaven Saints declared that they wanted Su Zimo and Night Spirit. However, they did not mention Monkey. It was because they were wary of Great Saint Chaos Universe. Great Saint Chaos Universe did not reveal his true body. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to step in, wanting to bring Monkey out of danger. Sensing Great Saint Chaos Universe's intentions, Monkey had an anxious expression and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. They're my sworn brothers and we've been through thick and thin, life and death. Master, please take them together with us. The situation right now was messy. If Su Zimo and Night Spirit were left behind, who knew what the consequences might be? The furry hand paused for a moment, as though he was hesitant. When Monkey saw that, he thumped his chest and stomped his feet, grimacing as he shouted, "If you don't take them away, I won't leave either. From now on, I'm not going to learn from you anymore. Darn child. You little..." Outside the firmaments, Great Saint Chaos Universe cursed and muttered. With a scoop of his furry hand, he grabbed Su Zimo, Monkey and Night Spirit in his palm and left the space-time forbidden ground rapidly. Before Su Zimo could react, he felt his vision darken and he had already fallen into the palm of Great Saint Chaos Universe. Accompanied by a spin, Su Zimo realized that he was being brought out of the space-time forbidden ground. Humph! A cold and dignified voice suddenly sounded. Leave them here. Boom, boom, boom. Su Zimo and the other two were held in the palm of Great Saint Chaos Universe. The surroundings were impenetrable and blocked their vision and spirit consciousnesses, preventing them from seeing what was happening outside. They could only hear an earth-shaking sound. The person who appeared was probably fighting Great Saint Chaos Universe. To be able to take on a Great Saint, this should be a Saint Lord. As a Great Saint and one of the 9 Chaos Sacred Spirits, Su Zimo believed that Great Saint Chaos Universe was definitely not inferior to the Saint Lord outside. However, the 5 Saint Lords each had a heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Earlier on in the space-time forbidden ground, he witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying the heavenly Tao Saint weapons were. A single heavenly Tao Saint weapon was enough to change the outcome of the battle. As expected, the moment that thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind, he felt a violent tremor and heard the muffled groan of Great Saint Chaos Universe. As though he had suffered a considerable blow, Su Zimo and the other two were protected in the palm of Great Saint Chaos Universe. Even though they were in the storm of the battle between the Great Saints, they were not injured at all. However, the 3 of them could clearly sense that Great Saint Chaos Universe's arm was trembling slightly. Furthermore, Great Saint Chaos Universe could not even clench his fist tightly, revealing a few gaps between his fingers. Even though they were surrounded by the thick fur, Su Zimo and the other two could still smell a tragic and thick blood stench. Great Saint Chaos Universe was injured. Chaos Universe, so be it if you wanted to take away that young monkey. However, you wanted to take away Desolate Marshal and that traitor of the Saint race as well. You're quite bold, huh? The cold voice sounded once more. Through the blood-stained fingers, Su Zimo and the other two could vaguely see a white-robed figure standing in midair opposite Great Saint Chaos Universe with a cold killing intent. He held a snow-white spear and pointed it at Great Saint Chaos Universe from afar. Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, Saint Slaying Spear. Suddenly, Night Spirit said, "It's Saint Lord Nirvana." Great Saint Chaos Universe did not back down either. "Little tiger, throw away that Saint Slaying Spear if you have the guts and fight me to the death properly." Saint Lord Nirvana's true form was the white tiger sacred spirit. Humph! Saint Lord Nirvana harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to retort, Great Saint Chaos Universe snatched the opportunity to mock him. "All you have to rely on is that heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Among us, who doesn't know one another? Why are you pretending to be a big bad wolf with me? Without that heavenly Tao Saint weapon, you're worth shit. I can bloody mount you and whack you like a pussycat." Su Zimo was stunned. Even Night Spirit was stunned. Monkey was a little embarrassed. That's how Master is. He's unrestrained and cynical. He often conceals his identity and travels the mortal world. When he encountered certain conflicts and was unwilling to bully others with his cultivation advantage, he mastered the art of insulting others. Once he's had his fill, he would turn to run. Since no one could catch up to him, he would hide in the dark and watch, secretly rejoicing as they fumed in anger. In terms of insult skills, even if the 5 Saint Lords join forces, they won't be able to compare to Master. Master once self-proclaimed that when it came to scolding others, no one in this world could ever compare to him. Su Zimo and Night Spirit looked at each other in silence. If Great Saint Chaos Universe wanted to escape, how many people in the Trichiliocosm could catch up to him? This Great Saint was truly unique and different. As a Great Saint expert, he was almost the peak existence of the Trichiliocosm. He did not have any arrogance or dignity and was unwilling to bully the weak with his martial strength. When he encountered conflict, he would just curse loudly and turn to run without revealing his achievements or reputation. Saint Lord Nirvana could not retort at all against Great Saint Chaos Universe's insults and had a dark expression. He was enraged and raised the Saint Slaying Spear without another word, charging towards Great Saint Chaos Universe once more. Boom! Another battle broke out between the two parties. Although they could not see the full picture of this battle between the Great Saints, the 3 of them could clearly sense that Great Saint Chaos Universe was retreating step by step as they stood in the palm of the ladder. The blood stench on Great Saint Chaos Universe's body intensified. If this continued, Great Saint Chaos Universe would not be able to hold on at all and would probably die under the Saint's slaying spear. Although Su Zimo did not communicate with Night Spirit, both of them made the same decision. Saint Lord Nirvana's words earlier on actually revealed another meaning. If not for Su Zimo and Night Spirit, he would not have stopped Great Saint Chaos Universe. It was precisely because of the two of them that Saint Lord Nirvana attacked. Since that was the case, the two of them did not want to implicate Great Saint Chaos Universe. They leaped out of his fingers at the same time. The void outside had already been shattered by the two great saints and was filled with cracks. The moment the two of them arrived at the battlefield, they were almost torn apart by the aftershock of the battle between the great saints. When Great Saint Chaos Universe saw this, he hurriedly intervened to block the power storm that swept towards the two of them. However, he could barely protect himself against the violent attacks of Saint Lord Nirvana, let alone save Su Zimo and Night Spirit. With a slight pause, the two of them fell into a spatial rift and vanished instantly. Saint Lord Nirvana's gaze was burning as he forced Great Saint Chaos Universe back with a single spear strike. At the same time, he extended his palm and reached into the spatial rift, grabbing Night Spirit, prepared to bring him back to the Nirvana Sanctuary. Since Night Spirit betrayed the Nirvana Sanctuary, he definitely had to die. However, the saint race blood of that body must not be wasted. He could give it to the other clansmen and try to nurture another saint race being. Saint Lord Nirvana was about to capture Su Zimo as well when he frowned. One could teleport to any place in the major Kiliacosm in a spatial rift. However, there would always be traces to follow. Yet, after searching through the spatial rift for a moment, he could not find any traces of Su Zimo. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Saint Lord Nirvana did not take it to heart. When Desolate Marshal leaped into the battlefield earlier on, he was affected by the aftershock of the battle between the great saints. There was a high chance he would not survive. Even if he was teleported somewhere, it would just be the form of a corpse. Bloody hell! I can't unleash my full strength with this burden around me. I'll fight you another day. Great Saint Chaos Universe was severely injured and could no longer fight. He could only escape with Monkey first. Trying to leave? Saint Lord Nirvana had no intention of stopping just like that and said coldly, "It's not that easy." Saint Lord Nirvana imprisoned Night Spirit for the time being. Wielding the saint-slaying spear, he chased after the aura left behind by Great Saint Chaos Universe. 6 billion years ago, Great Saint Chaos Universe was originally neutral and was not involved in that huge turmoil. However, the battle earlier on made Saint Lord Nirvana realize that Great Saint Chaos Universe might not be neutral in this generation. Furthermore, there was a high chance that Great Saint Chaos Universe would side with the Lords of the Four Paths after being injured by him today. Since that was the case, he would make use of the chance to get rid of this latent danger so that there would not be any more variables in the future. Saint Lord Nirvana's killing intent surged as he gave chase. At that moment, in the space-time forbidden ground, the battle between the four great saints was still not over. With the human book, the mountain chief managed to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, Saint Lord Spacetime and Yin Yang had heavenly Tao Saint weapons after all and gradually gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the mountain chief and suppressed the evil lady. Su Zimo was severely injured by the aftershock of the battle between the great saints. It was all thanks to the powerful life force of the Green Lotus True Body that he managed to hang on. When he was swept into the spatial rift, his consciousness became blurry. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he ascended to the major Kiliacosm. If not for the fact that he had already synthesized 3 lotus flowers, he would have died. Furthermore, the danger he experienced this time round came from a few Saint Lords. The difference between them was way too great. Right now, Su Zimo was only at lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and could not defend against such damage. However, when he arrived at the spatial rift, the illumination and nether glow divine stones that had been silent ever since Saint Lord Yin Yang appeared, suddenly burst forth with a force and guided Su Zimo's body into a spatial tunnel. Yin and Yang intertwined and obliterated Su Zimo's remnant aura and traces. By the time Saint Lord Nirvana imprisoned Night Spirit and wanted to return to capture Su Zimo, he had already lost track of the latter. When Su Zimo was in a daze, his green lotus true body was not the only one that was slowly circulating to repair his battered body. The illumination and nether glow divine stones flowed with the black and white power of yin and yang, as well, and covered Su Zimo's entire body, trying their best to maintain his life force. Not only that, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that illumination and nether glow seemed to have brought him to a strange space. He was wrapped in a warm water flow and felt extremely comfortable. Although his eyes were closed and his spirit consciousness was weak, he could still sense light and darkness alternating around him. Two extremely immense and rich powers were gathering towards illumination and nether glow crazily and surging into his body. Under the nourishment of the two powers, not only did illumination and nether glow's auras increase exponentially, even his injuries healed at a visible speed. This was the extremely pure power of yin and yang. Yin and yang intertwined and life force surged. Su Zimo was waking up rapidly and the bloodline in his body circulated faster and faster. The chaos great Tao appeared and his cultivation realm increased steadily. Under the nourishment of the power of yin and yang, his essence spirit strength rose rapidly as well and he advanced to an extremely critical realm. At that moment, Su Zimo did not know that various phenomenons were happening in the major kiliacosm while he was recuperating. Initially, light and darkness alternated every 12 hours in the major kiliacosm. However, suddenly, the major kiliacosm was divided into two regions of light and darkness. As time passed by, the light and darkness regions changed continuously and chased after one another. A little darkness gradually appeared in the light region. A ball of light gradually appeared in the darkness region. The entire major kiliacosm almost transformed into a gigantic Taiji yin-yang diagram. All living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked when they saw that. Everyone instinctively thought that this was a change caused by the battle of the great saints. In the space-time forbidden ground, Saint Lord Yin-yang seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed. He glanced in the direction of the Yin-yang sanctuary and frowned. "Something happened to my sanctuary," Saint Lord Yin-yang said in a deep voice. "I have to go back and take a look." In his perception, he did not sense any top experts descending on the Yin-yang sanctuary. However, the two parts of the Yin-yang sea in the Yin-yang sanctuary seemed to have encountered something and were drying up rapidly. "You're leaving at such a critical juncture?" When Saint Lord Spacetime heard that, he panicked and could not help but shout. If he joined forces with Saint Lord Yin-yang and made use of the two heavenly Tao Saint weapons, he could naturally suppress the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady. However, if Saint Lord Yin-yang left, it would be equivalent to leaving him here to face the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady alone. He could not defend against the combined forces of the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady at all and would be at a disadvantage instead. Saint Lord Yin-yang had a hesitant expression. If he left now, he would indeed be letting Saint Lord Spacetime down. However, the Yin-yang sanctuary was his foundation and could not be lost. Saint Lord Spacetime said in a deep voice, "There are still many saints presiding over the Yin-yang sanctuary. What are you panicking for? Can't you tell which is more important?" On second thought, Saint Lord Yin-yang felt that what he said made sense as well. It would not be too late to return to the Yin-yang sanctuary after suppressing the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady as soon as possible. At that thought, Saint Lord Yin-yang's attacks intensified. He joined forces with Saint Lord Spacetime and charged towards the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady. In the north of the major kiliacosm, there were 18 water residences that were filled with rivers, lake, and seas. They were presided over by the Yin-yang sanctuary. The Yin-yang Sea was the core of the Yin-yang sanctuary. It was said that this Yin-yang Sea was derived after the turmoil of the major kiliacosm more than 6 billion years ago. The sea would change every 12 hours. The alternation of light and darkness in the major kiliacosm originated from the Yin-yang Sea. At that moment, the Yin-yang Sea was drying up rapidly. The commotion here alarmed the saints of the Yin-yang sanctuary as well. "What's going on? The Yin-yang Sea is drying up and its power is draining rapidly. That's not right. It seems to be devoured by something." The saints descended above the Yin-yang Sea and looked down. The form of the Yin-yang Sea was also changing. similar to the Taiji yin-yang diagram of the major chiliocosm. The yin-yang fishes spun and chased after one another continuously, creating a gigantic vortex. Even the saints in the sky could not withstand that power, and their bodies were about to be pulled in uncontrollably. The expressions of the saints changed in shock as they hurriedly released their saint power to stabilize themselves. "There's someone in the center of the vortex," a saint shouted with a burning gaze. The saints condensed their saint power, and divine light burst forth from their eyes as they looked at the center of the vortex of the yin-yang sea. In the depths of the sea, which was also the center of the vortex, a green figure sat cross-legged, faintly visible. "It's him, Desolate Marshal. He's not dead. He actually came here." The saints were also watching the battle of the great saints in the space-time forbidden ground and naturally knew what had happened there. Through their senses, the saints discovered that not only was Su Zimo not dead, his injuries had already recovered in that short period of time. The aura in his body was rising rapidly and reaching its peak. How is that possible? How could this lad recover from his injuries during this period of time and still be able to absorb such immense power from the yin-yang sea? Ah! A saint noticed the pitch-black and white divine lights in Su Zimo's eyes. As though he had thought of something, he was shocked and could not help but exclaim, "What's wrong?" The other saints asked. "They're back." The saint gulped and his face was pale, his eyes filled with deep fear. Who's back? "Do you guys still remember how this yin-yang sea was formed?" a saint suddenly asked. This matter seemed to have touched a taboo of the yin-yang sanctuary. When the other saints heard that, they could not help but shiver. It was evolved from the flesh and blood of the two chaos sacred spirits of the sanctuary after they died back then. "You mean to say—" "That's right. They're the only ones who can absorb and devour the power of the yin-yang sea in such a short period of time. That's because this yin-yang sea was their flesh and blood to begin with. The power of the yin-yang sea was immense. A moment later, they were all devoured by the illumination and nether glow divine stones. The yin-yang sea had already dried up. Most of the power was fused into the illumination and nether glow divine stones. Only a small portion of power surged into Su Zimo's body. Even so, Su Zimo's cultivation realm rose rapidly in a short period of time. Boom! A loud bang sounded from Su Zimo's body as his cultivation realm broke through and his aura increased exponentially. He had attained greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and became a major supremacy. The increase in cultivation realm was secondary. Most importantly, it was his essence spirit. Originally, his essence spirit realm had already cultivated to the perfected Tao hegemony realm and was at the level of a paramount supremacy. After receiving the nourishment of such pure power of yin and yang and the augmentation brought about by his cultivation breakthrough, he finally broke through the threshold of the saint realm. However, although the illumination and nether glow divine stones had absorbed the yin-yang sea and had even awakened their consciousness long ago, they had yet to synthesize with the Tao to become saints. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the great Taos of the illumination and nether glow divine stones were restricted and could not be synthesized. Previously, after his conversation with the black-robed man, he had already guessed the origins of illumination and nether glow. The black-robed man had said that there were originally 9 chaos sacred spirits in the trichiliocosm. More than 6 billion years ago, the yin and yang sacred spirits died. When he saw illumination and nether glow's reactions, he was almost certain that the yin and yang sacred spirits were illumination and nether glow. Since they were chaos sacred spirits, it meant that illumination and nether glow were once great saint experts. But now, the two sacred spirits could not synthesize with the Tao. Su Zimo realized that it was because after the two sacred spirits died, the yin and yang great Taos had already been synthesized with other saints. "What are you panicking for?" Saint Extreme Yin's gaze was cold as he looked at Su Zimo, who had just broken through below, and said in a deep voice, "This lad is only a major supremacy. We'll just kill him." "That's right," Saint Extreme Yang said. "With us occupying the yin and yang great Taos, it's impossible for the two former chaos sacred spirits to return to their peaks. Apart from Saint Lord Yin Yang, The two with the highest statuses in the Yin-Yang sanctuary were Saint Extreme Yin and Saint Extreme Yang. The two of them were also the first beings of the Extreme Yin race and Extreme Yang race in the world. When the saints heard that, they nodded to themselves and calmed down rapidly. Right then, Su Zimo, who was below, suddenly opened his eyes. His black and white pupils stared fixedly at Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang who were in midair. With the existence of illumination and nether glow, even among the hundreds of saints, Su Zimo sensed the two saints who controlled the Yin and Yang great Daos right away. Boom! A saint attacked and his saint power surged, suppressing Su Zimo below. Splash! The blood chi in Su Zimo's body surged as the lotus flowers of the creation green lotus, karmic fire red lotus and merit's gold lotus appeared. Illumination and nether glow conjured the Taiji divine diagram and resisted the saint's great Tao. The saint's expression changed. How was that possible? Once a saint synthesized with the Tao, the saint was the Tao. Everyone below the saint realm was an ant. All living beings could only survive under the laws and orders of the 3,000 great Taos. Experts below the saint realm could not fight against saints at all. However, the appearance of Su Zimo at that moment broke that limit. At greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm, Su Zimo could not synthesize with the Tao yet. Even so, with the Chaos Great Tao he controlled combined with the bloodline phenomenon of the Chaos Green Lotus and the power of illumination and nether glow, it was already difficult for a single saint to suppress him. It's the bloodline of the Chaos Green Lotus after all. Saint Extreme Yin harumphed softly. Everyone, attack together and kill him to prevent future troubles. Under the orders of Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, hundreds of saints of the Yin-Yang sanctuary attacked at the same time. Instantly, many great Daos appeared and crisscrossed in the firmaments, enveloping down with an unstoppable might. The saint power surged in a suffocating manner. No matter how strong Su Zimo's physique and bloodline were, the green lotus true body had yet to grow to his peak. Furthermore, the difference in cultivation realm was way too great. Against the attacks of hundreds of saints, the three lotus flower phenomenons shattered instantly. Back in the space-time forbidden ground, a single one of the 9 heaven saints was enough to kill Su Zimo. Now, there were hundreds of saints attacking. However, at that moment, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already entered the saint realm. His saint realm essence spirit could clearly sense that the Avicii and nether swords contained even more terrifying power. He merely could not unleash it due to his cultivation realm previously. But now, he could try activating it using his saint realm essence spirit. At that thought, Su Zimo's gaze intensified. He summoned the Avicii and nether swords and wielded them with both hands. He fused into the Taiji divine diagram and spun the Avicii and nether swords, slashing towards the many great Daos in the firmaments. Boom! With a loud bang, the world shook. The hundreds of saints shuddered. Su Zimo's figure wielding 2 swords appeared as well. Time and space seemed to have stopped. After a short pause, a crack was torn open in the inescapable net formed by hundreds of great Daos by the Avicii and nether swords. Su Zimo broke free. The expressions of the saints changed in shock. The 2 swords could actually tear a hole in the saint power condensed by hundreds of saints. "We can't let him go," Saint Extreme Yang shouted. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to escape far away. However, when he heard that, he turned around abruptly and glared at Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang with a burning gaze, his killing intent intensifying. Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang wanted to kill him. However, he had the same thoughts towards them as well. Only by killing Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang could illumination and nether glow have a chance of synthesizing with the Tao to become saints and recover to their peak. "Kill!" Su Zimo roared and wielded the Avicii and nether swords. Taking advantage of the chaos in the formation of the hundreds of saints, he charged in front of Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang instantly and slashed. "How dare you!" The 2 saints were enraged and attacked hurriedly, summoning their saint weapons. Clang! Clang! 2 ear-piercing sounds echoed. The moment the 2 saint weapons were summoned, they were severed by the Avicii sword. The nether sword slashed forward with a surging killing intent that was about to spew out. In the eyes of Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, there was a scarlet and dark blood sea that emitted a strong blood stench. Blood-colored human faces appeared in the blood sea. They were all saints who had died many years ago. The saints seemed to have transformed into malevolent ghosts and charged over. Ah! Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were shocked. Under the influence of the Nether Sword's killing intent, they suffered quite a severe psychological blow. More importantly, the Yin and Yang great Daos they controlled were clearly affected under Su Zimo's gaze and could not unleash their peak strength. Under that wax and wane, the Nether Sword slashed down. Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were sliced into two. A blood mist spewed, and their saint blood dyed the firmaments red. The Avicii sword tore through the air and imprisoned the essence spirits of the two saints, suppressing them in greater Avicii. As long as their great Daos were not destroyed, saints would not die. Even if he killed the essence spirits of Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, they could still make use of their great Daos to revive. Since that was the case, he might as well suppress the essence spirits of the two saints in the Avicii sword first, rendering them a fate worse than death. In the future, after Su Zimo was in possession of power that could destroy great Daos, he would kill the two of them completely. Space-time forbidden ground. Saint Lord Yin Yang, who was fighting the mountain chief and evil lady, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly withdrew from the battlefield. He looked back in the direction of the Yin Yang sanctuary with an ugly expression. "You're leaving again?" Sensing Saint Lord Yin Yang's intentions, Saint Lord Spacetime frowned and asked. "Desolate Marshal is at my side," Saint Lord Yin Yang said in a deep voice. Saint Lord Spacetime said, "There are hundreds of saints over there. Desolate Marshal has yet to grow to the complete form of the Chaos Green Lotus and has yet to advance to the Saint Realm. The hundreds of saints are enough to hold him back. It won't be too late to return after suppressing the Mountain Chief and Evil Lady first." Saint Lord Yin Yang said coldly, "Desolate Marshal has already slain Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. How many saints will have to fall in order to hold him back? The saints will not truly die as long as their great Daos are not destroyed." When Saint Lord Spacetime saw that Saint Lord Yin Yang was still about to leave, he persuaded hurriedly, "The Yin and Yang great Daos are clearly not destroyed. Desolate Marshal's power isn't enough to kill saints completely yet." Saint Lord Yin Yang sneered and thought to himself, "Even if the saints don't die, the Yin Yang sanctuary will be drowned in blood if Desolate Marshal continues his massacre. Who knows how many saints will be suppressed and imprisoned by him? It's easy for you to say since Desolate Marshal hasn't slain saints of the space-time sanctuary." At that thought, Saint Lord Yin Yang made up his mind. Desolate Marshal is only a step away from the Chaos Saint body. He possesses illumination and nether glow as well. If he isn't killed, he'll definitely become a huge problem. You stall here. I'll kill Desolate Marshal to prevent future troubles. With that said, Saint Lord Yin Yang tore through the air. "You!" Saint Lord Spacetime's expression darkened. Once Saint Lord Yin Yang left, the pressure on him increased exponentially against the combined forces of the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady. As for Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, he hasn't appeared ever since he left. Perhaps it was because he was unwilling to attack the Mountain Chief on account of old ties. Saint Lord Divine Punishment seemed to be delayed by something and did not appear the entire time. Now that Saint Lord Nirvana was chasing after Great Saint Chaos Universe, Saint Lord Spacetime was the only one left out of the 5 Saint Lords to go against the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady. If not for the fact that he wielded the Heaven and Earth Black-Yellow Pagoda, he would have been defeated long ago. In Yang Sanctuary, after Su Zimo killed Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, he imprisoned their essence spirits in the Avicii sword. While the saints were shocked, he charged out with the Avicii and Nether swords. He had no intention of lingering in the Yin Yang Sanctuary at all. The main reason why he could kill Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang was because of the Avicii and Nether swords coupled with illumination and Nether glow's restraint on the Yin and Yang Great Daos. If he were to face the combined forces of hundreds of saints, he would not be able to withstand it at all. After all, his essence spirit had only entered the saint realm and his cultivation was only at greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm. More importantly, Su Zimo guessed that Saint Lord Yin Yang would definitely kill his way back. It was not only because of him. It was also because of Illumination and Nether Glow, the two chaos sacred spirits of the past. Su Zimo killed his way out of the Yin Yang sanctuary and relied on his Saint Realm essence spirit to tear through the void, entering a spatial tunnel and disappearing. By the time Saint Lord Yin Yang rushed back, Su Zimo had already left. Saint Lord Yin Yang released his spirit consciousness and searched the major kiliocosm, wanting to find any traces of Su Zimo. However, after searching for a moment, he found nothing. His spirit consciousness was enough to cover the entire major kiliocosm. However, there were still some areas in the major kiliocosm that his spirit consciousness could not reach. For example, ever since the Lords of the Four Paths returned, it was difficult for his spirit consciousness to enter the entire 33 heavens. The void above the Nirvana sanctuary split open, and a green figure wielding two swords descended from the skies with a murderous aura. Su Zimo left the Yin Yang sanctuary and entered the void, arriving at the Nirvana sanctuary. After his essence spirit entered the Saint Realm, it brought him another huge gain. He sensed the aura of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. It was in the west. Saint Guyao had once said that the apocalyptic Black Lotus involved the secrets of the sanctuaries. The Nirvana sanctuary was in the west. Apart from paving the way for Illumination and Nether Glow, Su Zimo's greatest motive for killing Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang in the Yin Yang Sanctuary was to transfer Saint Lord Yin Yang away and change the situation of the space-time forbidden ground. At that moment, Great Saint Chaos Universe was still being hunted by Saint Lord Nirvana. Night Spirit was also in the hands of Saint Lord Nirvana. Given Su Zimo's current strength, he could not fight against a great saint at all, let alone Saint Lords with their heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Therefore, the only way to resolve the danger of Great Saint Chaos Universe was to divert the attention of Saint Lord Nirvana. The opening of the space-time forbidden ground was an opportunity for paramount supremacies to become saints. However, it triggered a chain reaction, causing saints to descend and a battle between great saints to break out. However, no one could expect that the situation of the battle between the great saints would be indirectly affected in some way by a cultivator who had yet to advance to the saint realm. Who is it? The moment Su Zimo descended, many saints of the Nirvana sanctuary sensed something and appeared one after another. It's him. Desolate Marshal is here. Desolate Marshal just killed two saints in the Yin Yang sanctuary. Be careful of the swords in his hand. The shouts of the saints rose and fell. Su Zimo did not say a word and sped along the aura of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. Before the saints of the Nirvana sanctuary could gather, he opened a bloodied path and barged into the center of the Nirvana sanctuary. Saint Lord Nirvana, who was fighting Great Saint Chaos Universe, sensed something and paused in his attacks. He turned around and frowned. Apocalyptic Black Lotus. Saint Lord Nirvana guessed Su Zimo's intentions right away. Great Saint Chaos Universe was already covered in injuries and an arrow at the end of its flight. Given more time, he would be able to suppress Great Saint Chaos Universe completely. In fact, if he summoned his heavenly Tao Saint weapon, he could even kill Great Saint Chaos Universe completely. However, Saint Lord Nirvana felt a faint sense of unease. He realized that if Desolate Marshal obtained the apocalyptic Black Lotus, it might pose an even greater threat to them. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal was in the Nirvana Sanctuary right now. Chaos Universe, I'll spare you for the time being today. If you dare to spout nonsense again in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Saint Lord Nirvana said coldly and was about to turn to leave. To him, it might be an even greater threat if Desolate Marshal obtained the apocalyptic Black Lotus in the Nirvana Sanctuary. Ha! Great Saint Chaos Universe had a mocking expression as he pointed at Saint Lord Nirvana and laughed. Little tiger, you're trying to escape now because you can't defeat me? In reality, Great Saint Chaos Universe had already been beaten extremely miserably. However, he was still unwilling to lose verbally. Saint Lord Nirvana narrowed his eyes and his killing intent surged. However, after hesitating for a moment, he maintained his rationality and harumphed coldly. He did not waste any more time with Great Saint Chaos Universe and turned to leave. Boom! The moment his figure entered the void, a staff shattered the spatial tunnel. Great Saint Chaos Universe attacked once more and blocked Saint Lord Nirvana. You must be tired of living. The killing intent on Saint Lord Nirvana's body could almost materialize. The saint's slaying spear in his hand buzzed and trembled as he pointed at Great Saint Chaos Universe from afar and said word by word. Great Saint Chaos Universe felt a chill run down his spine when he was pointed by the saint's slaying spear. Naturally, he could see the situation clearly and guess Su Zimo's intentions. If he tried his best to hold back Saint Lord Nirvana, Su Zimo would have a chance to obtain the apocalyptic Black Lotus and grow into a true Chaos Saint body. I'm literally risking my life here to help you. Kid, don't disappoint me. Great Saint Chaos Universe thought internally and took the initiative to charge towards Saint Lord Nirvana. There was a forbidden ground in the Nirvana Sanctuary. Not only were people of the sanctuary not allowed to approach, even most saints were not allowed in. There was an extremely terrifying power of wind in this forbidden ground. It was said that this power of wind was extremely ancient and originated before the birth of the Trichiliocosm. Apart from Saint Lord Nirvana, only saints who cultivated the Wind Great Tao or were related to it could approach it. As for the apocalyptic Black Lotus, it was in this forbidden ground. There were a few saints guarding outside the forbidden ground, led by Saint Wind. It had been a long time since outsiders could barge into the Nirvana Sanctuary, let alone come to this forbidden ground. Su Zimo did not fight the saints of the Nirvana Sanctuary. Instead, he barged in and killed his way here directly without wasting time. Given his current combat strength, he might not be able to gain an advantage even with the Avicii and Nether swords if he was surrounded by hundreds of saints. To him, the most important thing was to take back the apocalyptic Black Lotus. Kill! There was almost no conversation between the two parties as Su Zimo fought with Saint Wind and the other saints in front of the forbidden ground. It might take some time if he wanted to suppress the saints. However, it was not difficult to break through their obstruction with the support of his Saint Realm Essence Spirit and the help of the Avicii and Nether swords. Boom! 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 Clang! 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 The great Daos intertwined and the saint weapons collided with an earth-shaking sound. The few saints in front of the forbidden ground could not stop Su Zimo at all. With just a slight delay, Su Zimo had already broken through their obstruction and barged into the forbidden ground before the hundreds of saints of the Nirvana Sanctuary arrived. Apart from Saint Lord Nirvana, none of the saints dared to step foot into that forbidden ground. The power of wind inside could even tear their saint bodies apart and destroy their great Daos. The moment Su Zimo barged into the forbidden ground, he felt an extremely terrifying power and every single inch of his flesh was being torn apart. That power came from all directions and he was almost torn into pieces. Even the illumination and nether glow divine stones could barely hold out against that power. Su Zimo circulated his bloodline and 3 lotus flower phenomenons broke out of his body. However, the moment they appeared, they swayed and faded rapidly. The wind in the forbidden ground was not strong and could not be considered a storm at all. However, even a gentle breeze could bring Su Zimo's body to the verge of collapse. Suddenly, just as the 3 lotus flower phenomenons rose, another black light soared into the air and sped in Su Zimo's direction. Apocalyptic Black Lotus. The 3 lotus flowers resonated with the apocalyptic Black Lotus from afar. Although the power of the wind in the forbidden ground was terrifying, it did not seem to pose any obstruction or damage to the apocalyptic Black Lotus. Su Zimo could not move a single step in the forbidden ground. However, the apocalyptic Black Lotus tore through the void almost without any resistance and arrived in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. It was a grade 12 lotus flower that had grown to its peak. It was pitch black and emitted a silent dark light, as though it could destroy everything. Without needing Su Zimo to control it, the apocalyptic Black Lotus fused with his body and bloodline on its own. Their bloodlines connected. After the creation Green Lotus, Karmic Fire Red Lotus, Merit's Gold Lotus and Apocalyptic Black Lotus were scattered everywhere more than 6 billion years ago. The 4 lotus flowers had finally fused into one. Dark lights burst forth from Su Zimo's body, and it healed at a visible speed. At that moment, the green lotus true body was truly transforming. Chaos Saint body. After the black light spread, Su Zimo's body and bloodline began to emit vast chaos chi, and his cultivation realm increased rapidly. Boom! He had just broken through to greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm in the Xianxia. However, after obtaining the apocalyptic Black Lotus, his realm broke through once more and he reached the perfected Tao hegemony realm. At the same time, his essence spirit took another step from the saint realm and was comparable to the level of a great saint. After obtaining the Chaos Saint body, the power of the forbidden ground could no longer injure him at all. Su Zimo felt that his body was filled with endless power. It was thick, majestic, and suppressed the world. It was as though he could destroy great Taos and blast everything apart with just a single wave of his hands. The apocalyptic Black Lotus is probably going to fall into the hands of desolate Marshall. Why did the Saint Lord leave such a treasure here instead of carrying it with him? What are you talking about? Who would have thought that the opening of the space-time forbidden ground would trigger a chain reaction such as this? The conditions for the apocalyptic Black Lotus to grow are extremely harsh. It can only grow to its peak in this forbidden ground. Furthermore, no one expected that a major supremacy could break through the obstruction of so many saints and barge into the forbidden ground without the Saint Lord around. What do we do now? There's no hurry. Let's guard here. When the Saint Lord returns from suppressing Great Saint Chaos Universe, we can naturally suppress Desolate Marshall. Just as the saints were discussing, a green figure appeared from the eye of the storm in the forbidden ground. This person was dressed in green robes and his black hair danced wildly. His gaze was like a torch as he walked over slowly. With every step he took, the world trembled and the great Tao wailed. An indescribable pressure. The hundreds of saints felt a suffocating pressure when they faced that figure. Hiss! The expressions of the saints changed drastically. They had only felt such a powerful and terrifying aura from Saint Lord Nirvana. Everyone, calm down. The Saint Lord is about to return. Great Saint Wind hurriedly shouted to calm everyone down. Su Zimo smiled faintly and extended his palm, grabbing towards Great Saint Wind. There was still a distance between the two parties. However, that distance seemed to be within reach in Su Zimo's eyes. When Great Saint Wind saw Su Zimo's palm grabbing over, he hurriedly released his saint power. Saint blood was spilled. Right in front of everyone. Great Saint Wind exploded from Su Zimo's palm squeeze. Kill! Another saint with an atavistic bloodline charged forward. Without even looking, Su Zimo waved his hand and punched, turning him into a blood mist. This was the might of the Chaos Saint body. Saints? Atavistic bloodlines? In front of the Chaos Saint body, they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. Desolate Marshall. What are you doing? A saint asked with a frightened expression and a trembling voice. Do you really want to go against the entire Nirvana sanctuary? Another saint roared fiercely. Everyone, come make a trip with me. Su Zimo did not explain himself. After saying that statement indifferently, he attacked the hundreds of saints of Nirvana sanctuary once more. Boom! 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 The great Taos that were synthesized with the saints could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks at all. Without even summoning the Avicii and Nether swords, the hundreds of saints were defeated and fled in all directions. The Nirvana sanctuary had never encountered such immense destruction and impact in history. Above the sanctuary, a green-robed man strolled leisurely. Everywhere he passed, saint blood was spilled and great Taos withered. Although the bodies of the saints were destroyed, Su Zimo did not destroy their essence spirits. Instead, he imprisoned and suppressed their essence spirits in the Avicii sword. The battle between Saint Lord Spacetime, the Mountain Chief, the Evil Lady, Saint Lord Nirvana, and Great Saint Chaos Universe caused a huge commotion in the major Kiliacosm. The living beings of the 10,000 races knew that the major Kiliacosm was about to face another turmoil. However, no one could anticipate the final outcome of this battle. Among the 5 Saint Lords, there were still people who had yet to attack. As for the lords of the four paths, only the evil lady appeared. It was not until a green light bloomed above the Nirvana sanctuary that the experts of the 10,000 races vaguely realized that the person who could truly determine the outcome had already appeared. Boom! There was a loud bang. Great Saint Chaos Universe fell heavily to the ground, creating a gigantic pit. Saint Lord Nirvana was in possession of the saint-slaying spear. It was already his limit for him to last until now. Great Saint Chaos Universe struggled and stood up from the deep pit. His body was already covered in injuries and he was extremely weak. His great Tao was shattered and he did not have much combat strength left. However, one of his palms was still clenched, protecting Monkey from all harm. Chaos Universe, die! In a flash, Saint Lord Nirvana arrived before Great Saint Chaos Universe in the next moment. The saint-slaying spear buzzed and trembled, emitting an aura that could destroy Great Das as it stabbed over. Before the saint-slaying spear arrived, the surrounding void had already shattered. Saint Lord Nirvana had naturally already sensed what happened in the Nirvana Sanctuary. However, even if he gave up on killing Great Saint Chaos Universe and returned right now, it would be too late. The only way was to kill Great Saint Chaos Universe first before heading over to kill Desolate Marshal. Suddenly, a green figure appeared in the shattered void in front of Great Saint Chaos Universe. His blood chi burst forth and chaos chi filled the air. He wielded two swords and slashed towards the saint-slaying spear. Su Zimo had arrived. Clang! The spear and swords collided and sparks flew, emitting a deafening sound. Su Zimo shuddered and could barely maintain his grip on the Avicii and Nether swords as he retreated a step. As for the Avicii and Nether swords, they let out dull hums as well. Their bodies trembled endlessly as they tried their best to resolve the impact of the saint-slaying spear. Ever since the Avicii and Nether swords were born, they had always been successful and destroyed everything. However, against a heavenly Tao Saint weapon, the Avicii and Nether swords were still slightly inferior in the end. Of course, the two swords were still much stronger than Saint weapons. Even after taking the heavenly Tao Saint weapon head-on, they were not shattered or damaged. You came at the right time. Saint Lord Nirvana's gaze was cold and murderous. Desolate Marshal, hand over illumination and nether glow, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Saint Lord Yin Yang's voice sounded. Two Saint Lords were here. Can you hold on? When Great Saint Chaos Universe saw that, he was secretly speechless and sent a voice transmission. Why don't we escape to the 33 heavens? Their combat strength is limited there. Great Saint Chaos Universe saw Su Zimo's head-on clash with Saint Lord Nirvana earlier on. Given his judgment, he could naturally tell that it was not easy for Su Zimo to defend against Saint Lord Nirvana. Su Zimo had yet to advance to the Saint Realm. The reason why he could fight against Saint Lord Nirvana was entirely because he had just obtained the Chaos Saint body and the Avicii and Nether swords. Su Zimo had no chance of winning against two Saint Lords and two Heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Saint Lord Nirvana and Saint Lord Yin Yang wielded Heavenly Tao Saint weapons and blocked Su Zimo's escape route one after another. Naturally, the two Saint Lords knew that today was the best opportunity to kill Su Zimo. Once they missed this opportunity today, it would be too late for regrets. To Su Zimo, the current situation was even more dangerous and treacherous than what the Mountain Chief faced in the space-time Forbidden Ground earlier on. When the Mountain Chief faced the two Saint Lords, he had the human book and the help of the evil lady. As for Great Saint Chaos Universe, he had already lost his combat strength and could not help much at all. This meant that Su Zimo would have to face the two Saint Lords alone. Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. The battle between the great saints outside was earth-shaking. But Saint Lord Ancestral Fire stood in front of a quiet courtyard with a heavy heart and hesitated. The turmoil of the major Kiliacosm this time round made him feel uneasy. Perhaps because he had a hunch of what was to come, there were things he wanted to say to the people in the courtyard. He was worried that he would no longer get the chance to do so in the future. Gu Yao. A moment later, Saint Lord Ancestral Fire said in a low voice, I lost my composure earlier on and hit you. It's my fault. Please don't blame me. It was silent in Gu Yao courtyard and there was no response. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire sighed gently. I know that you still bear a grudge against what happened back then. Although Yanji died, she has already reincarnated in this generation, and the two of you have already reunited. As for your mother, I didn't expect her to be so unyielding and resolute. Her death hurts me more than anyone else. My sister and I naturally believe you. A voice sounded, crisp and pleasant with a hint of mockery. Just like those consorts and Tao companions in your harem. It's the same way you'll be sad when they die. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire stammered. Your mother is definitely different from them. I don't see any difference. The voice sounded once more and mocked. Back then, it was Mother and Uncle Gu who accompanied us all the way as we grew up while you spent your days gallivanting with that group of consorts and Tao companions. Long forgotten about us. Yanji Yu? Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, As Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, I possess eternal life. It's normal for me to have more than one wife and some consorts. Yanji said, That's right. You couldn't bear to part with your status and everything you had. That's why you chose to break off ties with Mother back then to suppress the 3 sanctuaries. I had no choice in what happened back then. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire said, Even if I chose to join forces with the 3 sanctuaries, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. I would have been killed as well, and the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary would have been destroyed. Even as a Saint Lord, I couldn't have changed the entire situation. Guyao, Yanji, I've let you guys down previously. A look of guilt flashed through Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's eyes. I hope that I can make up for it in the future, and hope that you guys can forgive me. In front of outsiders, he was the high and mighty Saint Lord revered by the 10,000 races. However, at that moment he only wanted to be a father. The door of Guyao courtyard suddenly opened. Saint Guyao and Yanji stood at the door. The appearance of Yanji was none other than Demoness Ji of Tianhuang mainland. At that moment, Demoness Ji's expression towards Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was extremely hostile. On the other hand, Saint Guyao had a calm expression. Father, please leave. Suddenly Saint Guyao spoke. Guyao, why you're finally willing to call me father? Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was delighted and could not believe it for a moment. Ever since Xian Pin died, Saint Guyao had never taken the initiative to meet him or address him as her father. You're willing to forgive me? Saint Lord Ancestral Fire asked hurriedly. Saint Guyao looked at Saint Lord Ancestral Fire with an indifferent gaze and said calmly, I no longer blame or hold a grudge against you. Naturally, there's no need for forgiveness. When Saint Lord Ancestral Fire saw Saint Guyao like this, he seemed to have thought of something and his heart sank. You're going to take that step? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a saint to advance further. It was especially so after that huge turmoil where many saints died. Ever since then, no saint in the major Kiliacosm could advance further to become a great saint. However, Saint Lord Ancestral Fire knew that if anyone could become a great saint, Guyao would be one of them. Now that Guyao had taken that step, it meant that their father-daughter relationship would be severed forever. Saint Guyao said, More than 6 billion years ago, you had your difficulties and made your choice. Right now, it's the same for me. This is the last time I'll call you father. With that said, the door of Guyao courtyard closed once more. Divine Punishment Sanctuary. Saint Lord Divine Punishment sat in the hall and stared at a gigantic sword that was buzzing and quivering in midair not far away from him with a dark expression. The gigantic sword was as tall as a person and had a thick blade. It was surrounded by electric arcs and emitted a terrifying aura. This was the heavenly Tao Saint weapon of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary, the Divine Punishment Sword. Saint Lord Divine Punishment did not appear because he had temporarily lost control of the Divine Punishment Sword. Previously, an aura suddenly descended into the major Kiliacosm, causing chaos everywhere. Even the Divine Punishment Sword felt a huge threat and unsheathed itself. However, thereafter the aura vanished. The Divine Punishment Sword quietened down as well. Just as Saint Lord Divine Punishment was about to wield the sword to head out, The divine punishment sword seemed to have sensed something and fell into a violent state once more. Even he could not suppress it. However, the target of the divine punishment sword this time round seemed to be from the medium kiliacosm. The medium kiliacosm? Saint Lord Divine Punishment was puzzled. The lords of the four paths had already ascended. Even if that person was still alive, he should have already descended into the major kiliacosm earlier on. What else was there in the medium kiliacosm that could make the divine punishment sword feel so uneasy? In fact, the divine punishment sword even sent several streams of divine punishment into the medium kiliacosm on its own accord. However, they were like rocks dropped into an ocean and there were no reactions. The last time the divine punishment sword was so agitated was when the 9 heavens was breached. As though it sensed something, the divine punishment sword suddenly awakened and sent down divine punishment targeted at the medium kiliacosm. Looking at the constantly vibrating divine punishment sword, Saint Lord Divine Punishment frowned to himself. Without the divine punishment sword in his possession, even if he appeared, it would not change anything. Instead, his openings might be exposed and they would be taken advantage of by the Fiend Lord, Ghost Mother and the others. In midair, against Saint Lords Yin Yang and Nirvana and their heavenly Tao Saint weapons, Su Zimo had a calm expression and had no intention of retreating. Right now, he indeed had no chance of winning against the 2 Saint Lords. That was the case even though he had the Chaos Saint body. After all, his cultivation realm had only broken through twice in a row and he was only at the perfected Tao hegemony realm. However, obtaining the apocalyptic Black Lotus did not only increase his cultivation realm. More importantly, the Chaos Green Lotus reappeared on him in a completely flawless state. This also gave him another important opportunity, the opportunity to break through to the Saint realm. In theory, any paramount supremacy who cultivated to the perfected Tao hegemony realm could attempt to synthesize with the Tao and break through to the Saint realm. However, in reality, there were very few paramount supremacy who dared to take that step. Furthermore, they would be extremely cautious. Firstly, there was a limited number of great Tao Saint positions. Secondly, it was extremely dangerous to break through to the Saint realm. Once they failed, they would die and their Taos would dissolve. If they remained at the perfected Tao hegemony realm, at the very least, they would have a long lifespan of at least 10 billion years. However, Su Zimo's situation was different from other paramount supremacies. In his previous life, he was one of the 6 Genesis essence spirits, the Chaos Green Lotus. It was no exaggeration to say that his existence was born for the Chaos Great Tao. If not for the synthesis of the apocalyptic Black Lotus, the Chaos Green Lotus would have an innate flaw and there was a chance of failure in the Tao synthesis if he forcefully broke through to the Saint realm. Right now, the Chaos Green Lotus was perfect and Su Zimo could take that step at any moment to synthesize with the Tao and become a saint. There was no need for him to comprehend anything. The lineage memories brought about by the Chaos Green Lotus were the best personal insights. For him, synthesis with the Chaos Great Tao was only a matter of choice right now. Once he entered the Saint realm, his combat strength would rise to another level. At that time, he would definitely be able to fight against the 2 Saint Lords. Saint Lord Nirvana, let him go. Su Zimo was naturally referring to Night Spirit who was imprisoned by Saint Lord Nirvana. You want me to let him go? Saint Lord Nirvana asked instead expressionlessly. Buzz. Su Zimo flicked his finger gently and the body of the Avicii sword trembled gently, emitting a sword hum. There were even faint wails mixed in the sword hum. Su Zimo said indifferently, there are at least 100 saints from your Nirvana sanctuary here. Hand over Night Spirit and I won't kill these saints. 100 saints in exchange for Night Spirit. Naturally, there was no reason for Saint Lord Nirvana to reject the trade. However, Su Zimo was not respectful to him at all. That almost commanding tone infuriated him, even to the point that killing intent surged. Saints will not truly die as long as their great Taos are not destroyed. Saint Lord Yin Yang sneered. You haven't entered the saint realm yet. You don't have the power to destroy the great Tao or kill a saint. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled as well. In that case, I'll give you a demonstration. Before his sentence was finished, two essence spirits were released from the Avicii sword. Su Zimo controlled the nether sword and slashed. Bang! Bang! When the nether sword struck the two essence spirits, a strange sound sounded, as though ropes had snapped. Saint Lord Yin Yang could clearly see that the two essence spirits were Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. After the nether sword slashed the essence spirits of the two saints into two, the Yin and Yang Great Tao's shattered and were destroyed as well. The power of that sword slash destroyed the Yin and Yang Great Tao's. This also meant that Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang had died completely with the destruction of their Great Tao's. With the completion of the Chaos Saint body and his Great Saint Essence Spirit, Su Zimo already possessed the power to destroy Great Tao's and kill saints using the nether sword. How dare you! Saint Lord Yin Yang had not expected that Su Zimo would really dare to kill Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang in front of him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Saint Lord Nirvana raised his brows as well and said coldly, "You're not qualified to negotiate with me." Before his sentence was finished, the two Saint Lords attacked at the same time. They had long reached a tacit understanding in secret. As long as the two of them joined forces and attacked, they would not give Su Zimo a chance to catch his breath. Even if the Avicii sword suppressed more than 100 saints of the Nirvana Sanctuary, Su Zimo would not have the chance to kill them. The Taiji diagram appeared and covered the skies, enveloping down. The saint-slaying spear tore through the air, tearing through the Great Tao and penetrating everything. In his conversation with Saint Lord Nirvana earlier on, Su Zimo was already accumulating strength in secret. The moment the two Saint Lords attacked, Su Zimo's gaze intensified. He roared and took that critical step. Tao synthesis. The Chaos Great Tao appeared and fused with his body, bloodline, and essence spirit. The Great Tao resonated and the three realms shook. Boom! An earth-shaking bang sounded from Su Zimo's body, as though he had shattered some shackles and broken through the barrier, his aura increasing exponentially. The next moment, Su Zimo's figure vanished. The moment the Taiji diagram and saint-slaying spear descended, a green lotus flower that was filled with chaos chi soared into the skies and grew against the tide. Surrounding the lotus flower were the Avicii and nether swords. Clang! Clang! The Avicii and nether swords collided with the Taiji diagram and saint-slaying spear. The world shook and the void shattered. The Avicii and nether swords landed on the Chaos Lotus platform. The attacks of the Taiji diagram and the saint-slaying spear paused as well. In the world, the Chaos Green Lotus swayed gently and Chaos Chi rippled like a lake, brushing past the two Saint Lords. Boom! Boom! Two deafening bangs sounded. The two Saint Lords took a step back and their expressions changed in shock. The next moment, Su Zimo's figure appeared on the Chaos Green Lotus. His gaze was like a torch and his black hair danced wildly. Wielding the Avicii and nether swords, he looked down at the two Saint Lords. "Am I qualified now?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. At that moment, everyone realized that Desolate Marshal had already synthesized with the Tao to become Saint Chaos. Just like that, the structure of the major Kiliacosm was rewritten. It was not only the reincarnation sanctuary of the 33 heavens that showed signs of revival. The mountain chief of the life sanctuary had already recovered his cultivation and was in possession of the heavenly Tao Saint weapon, the human book. Now, even the Chaos Sanctuary had a true master. The three sanctuaries that were once destroyed would rise once more. Saint Lord Yin Yang and Saint Lord Nirvana exchanged glances with grim expressions. The two of them realized that once Desolate Marshal advanced to the Saint Realm, it would be difficult for them to suppress him even if they had two heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Perhaps they would only have a chance if the five Saint Lords joined forces. However, it was clearly impossible now. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire and Saint Lord Divine Punishment had yet to appear. Saint Lord Spacetime was up against the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady alone and could barely fend for himself. Today's matter would probably be left unresolved. To be precise, the Yin Yang Sanctuary and the Nirvana Sanctuary had both suffered a huge loss. Because the two Saint Lords left, Su Zimo took advantage of the situation and overturned the two sanctuaries. He even obtained a huge opportunity to advance to the Saint Realm and was qualified to negotiate with them. Saint Lord Nirvana was silent for a moment before letting Night Spirit out. Although this action would damage the reputation of him and even the Nirvana sanctuary, he had no choice but to compromise given the current situation. Continuing the fight would not benefit him at all, and there was a high chance that it would be an internecine outcome. Furthermore, it was not a loss to use Night Spirit to exchange for more than 100 saints of the Nirvana sanctuary. After rescuing Night Spirit, Su Zimo did not make things difficult for the saints imprisoned in the Avicii sword. The sword quivered and the saints were released. The two Saint Lords were wary of Su Zimo, while Su Zimo was wary of the 5 Genesis essence spirits backing the 5 sanctuaries. His combat strength had yet to reach its peak. Right now, it was not appropriate for him to fight against the 5 sanctuaries. Furthermore, the Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell had yet to appear. There was also a black-robed man who ascended to the major Kiliacosm and did not appear either. After Su Zimo synthesized with the Tao to become a saint, a delicate balance between the factions was created. Before the time was right, Su Zimo did not want to break it. The 100-odd saints returned to Saint Lord Nirvana and their figures appeared behind him. Saint Lord Nirvana swept his gaze and frowned. There was a saint missing. Saint Wind. Even the Wind Great Tao was destroyed. It was clear that Desolate Marshal had killed Saint Wind. A dark look flashed through Saint Lord Nirvana's eyes, but he did not say anything. The death of a mere saint would not affect the strength of the Nirvana sanctuary much. Even if he demanded an explanation from Su Zimo, there would be no outcome. Even for Saints Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang of the Yin Yang sanctuary who had died, Saint Lord Yin Yang could only accept the loss. Desolate Marshal, the Trichiliacosm is not as simple as you think. Even though you've synthesized with the Tao to become a saint, you will still die if you choose the wrong side. After saying that, Saint Lord Nirvana turned to leave with the saints. Saint Lord Yin Yang did not say anything and disappeared into the void. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. The Chaos Green Lotus beneath him swayed and Chaos Chi filled the air, entering Great Saint Chaos Universe's body to help him recover. The next moment, Su Zimo descended into the space-time forbidden ground with a few people. At the same time, Saint Lord Spacetime brought the 9 heaven saints and retreated from the space-time forbidden ground with the protection of the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda. Saint Lord Spacetime also realized that their dominance was gone and the situation was hopeless. Even Saint Lords Yin Yang and Nirvana had to retreat helplessly in front of Desolate Marshal. He could only avoid the fight for the time being. Otherwise, he would have to face Desolate Marshal, the Mountain Chief, and the Evil Lady. The departure of Saint Lord Spacetime also meant that the world that originally belonged to the Life Sanctuary in the Spacetime Forbidden Ground had returned to the control of the Mountain Chief. After the battle between the great saints, this world was almost shattered. With the human book in hand, the Mountain Chief channeled his essence spirit. The human book emitted beams of light that entered this world and repaired it as much as possible. All these years, the human race had been suppressed. The providence of the human race was also bound by an invisible shackle. That shackle was finally broken at that moment. The human paramount supremacies who had been suppressed for countless years sensed opportunities to synthesize with the Tao and become saints. This time round, no one could stop them from becoming saints. Boom! 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 Rumbling sounds sounded from the bodies of the human paramount supremacies. Instantly, the sound of the great Tao resonating reverberated through the world in an endless manner. Daiyu chose to take that step as well. Earlier on, she had already sensed that the saint position of the Wind Great Tao was vacant. The greatest obstacle for her to become a saint had already disappeared. This meant that Saint Wind was dead. Daiyu guessed that it was because Su Zimo was constantly thinking about her. The illumination and nether glow divine stones in Su Zimo's eyes chose to synthesize with the Tao at that moment as well and regain control of the Yin and Yang Great Taos. The existence of illumination and nether glow was a little special. Su Zimo had already fused with the Chaos Great Tao. Since illumination and nether glow wielded the Yin and Yang Great Taos respectively, it meant that they were no longer compatible with him. However, illumination and nether glow had accompanied him all the way throughout his growth and were inextricably linked to him. Now, it was something like him hosting them in his eyes. An unprecedented phenomenon appeared in this world. More than 100 human paramount supremacies chose to synthesize with the Tao and break through to the Saint realm. Great Taos appeared in the void one after another and fused with the human paramount supremacies. The providence of the human race that had been suppressed for billions of years was suddenly released at that moment like a volcano bursting forth. It was unstoppable. In less than 5 minutes, more than 100 humans became saints. Yu had also successfully synthesized with the Tao to become a saint. Long live the human race! Long live the human race! Cheers sounded from below Mount Xianpin. When the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races in the space-time forbidden ground saw that, they had conflicted expressions and envy in their eyes. Prior to this, these human paramount supremacies were almost completely wiped out and were already struggling on the verge of death. To think that the human race would take a turn and give birth to 100 saints. Fellow Taoists, thank you. Su Zimo looked at the mountain chief, great Saint Chaos Universe, and the evil lady and cupped his fists with a smile. Given his current cultivation and combat strength, he could already address the mountain chief and the others as equals. If not for the mountain chief, the evil lady, and even great Saint Chaos Universe, the Green Lotus true body would have died this time round, let alone obtain this opportunity. It's all thanks to you advancing to the Saint realm and forcing back the few Saint Lords. Great Saint Chaos Universe was secretly speechless. Otherwise, the few of us might not have been able to escape this calamity today. The mountain chief heaved a sigh of relief and murmured, "After today, there should be a period of peace in the major Kiliacosm. The various factions were wary and would not break the balance. Unless, as though he had thought of something, a look of worry flashed through the mountain chief's eyes. Nether Blood Sea, Saint Ruins. In the essence martial world of the martial Tao prime body, the 3,000 great Taos crisscrossed and interweaved in the world, supporting his world. Yin and Yang were first created, followed by the evolution of many living beings. The essence martial world had already evolved to its limits and was no different from the trichiliacosm he was in. However, it was much younger. After all, it had just been born and perfected. As for the true trichiliacosm, it had evolved for countless years to grow to its current scale. In the essence martial world, the martial Tao prime body could evolve mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and even all living beings with a thought. At that cultivation realm, although the martial Tao prime body had yet to synthesize with the Tao, he had still reached the level of eternal life. As long as the essence martial world was not destroyed, he would not die. The martial Tao prime body speculated that his current combat strength was not inferior to a saint. If he allowed the essence martial world to continue growing, perhaps one day, it would reach the level of the trichiliacosm. However, the birth of the essence martial world was way too late compared to the trichiliacosm. The time difference between them was endless. No matter how much it evolved, the essence martial world could not catch up to the trichiliacosm. It was also impossible for the strength of the martial Tao prime body to match the 6 Genesis essence spirits who were present at the birth of the trichiliacosm. The martial Tao prime body pondered in the sacred ruins for a long time but could not resolve this issue. It was only when the Green Lotus true body obtained the apocalyptic Black Lotus and transformed into the Chaos Saint body that an ancient memory belonging to the Chaos Green Lotus surged into his mind. With the help of the memories of the Chaos Green Lotus, he seemed to have experienced the evolution and transformation of the trichiliacosm from nothing to something. Singularity created duality. Duality gave rise to a triad and encompassed all living beings. The Chaos Green Lotus refined the heaven and earth creation diagram to form a trichiliacosm. It was as though it was trying to deduce something but failed in the end. In fact, he could even sense a hint of pity in the Chaos Green Lotus. What was the Chaos Green Lotus feeling pity for? That might be the key to breaking out of the situation. Since the heaven and earth creation diagram was born in the trichiliacosm, its growth could only follow the steps of the trichiliacosm. There was no other way out. As for the birth of the essence martial world, it was a variable that was beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. In other words, the evolution of the essence martial world could break free from the restraints and laws of the trichiliacosm. Since the essence martial world can't catch up to the trichiliocosm through normal evolution, I might be able to attempt a reverse deduction. Suddenly, an extremely crazy thought surged into the mind of the martial Tao prime body. After the evolution and perfection of the essence martial world, his martial Tao had already reached an end. Now, he was going to reversely deduce the martial Tao. A reversal was not equal to a regression. Instead, he was going to use the essence martial world, which was the endpoint of the martial Tao, as a starting point to trace the origin of the universe. His essence martial world was not evolved through normal means. Instead, it was perfected after he comprehended the 3,000 great Taos and fused them into it. In that case, he might be able to try reverse deducing the essence martial world and trace the starting point of the evolution of the original universe to find the most ancient power. There was a high chance of death on this path. Even the martial Tao prime body did not know if he could survive. That was because the first step to reverse deduce the martial Tao was to destroy all the 3,000 great Taos in the essence martial world. He was the essence martial world, and the essence martial world was him. If all 3,000 great Taos were destroyed, an incomparably terrifying power would erupt. No one knew if the essence martial world could hold on or if he could even survive in the end. Once he took that step, the martial Tao prime body had no way out. There were only two outcomes, life or death. A look of determination flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, the 3,000 great Taos that intersected in the essence martial world were destroyed. Boom! The 3,000 great Taos were destroyed and an incomparable power erupted, blooming into a gigantic ball of light that was bedazzling and devoured the entire St. Ruins instantly. A gigantic airwave even spread through the nether blood sea. The blood sea condensed from the blood of the saints, stirred up tempestuous waves, and evaporated in the blink of an eye. Countless auras and corpses were sucked into the ball of light. The physique and bloodline of the martial Tao prime body vanished instantly as well. The entire medium kiliocosm trembled violently, and the 10,000 races were shocked. If not for the obstruction of the Saint Ruins and the nether blood sea, that terrifying power earlier on could have even pierced through the medium kiliocosm. After a huge bang, peace gradually returned to the void. After an unknown period of time, the light in the void gradually dimmed. A ball of chaos chi floated above the original Saint Ruins and spun continuously, forming a gigantic vortex that grew larger and larger. In the center of the chaos vortex, there was a wisp of life consciousness. As the chaos vortex grew larger, the life consciousness stabilized bit by bit. Gradually, the figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared in the chaos. He wore a purple robe and surveyed his surroundings. The doubts in his eyes slowly faded and two purple flames ignited. The reverse deduction of the essence martial world had already become a vast chaos universe with a distinct heaven and earth. Although the chaos universe looked tiny, every single speck of dust inside could transform into a world. As the two purple flames in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body rose, light and darkness appeared in the chaos. The first things condensed from the natural evolution of the chaos universe were the yin and yang great Taos. Immediately after, yin and yang interacted and transformed the five elements. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth great Taos were born as well. Although the martial Tao prime body was in the chaos universe, he seemed to be uninvolved and looked down at the evolution of the chaos universe from above. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in his heart. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, the yin and yang great Taos gained consciousness. Two lives were born in the chaos, illumination and nether glow. The martial Tao prime body looked at the five elements great Taos. 5 lives were also derived from the 5 elements great Taos. A palm-sized snow-white tiger with a murderous aura glared at the martial Tao prime body ferociously. A divine dragon as thick as an arm was covered in green scales and roamed in the chaos. A black tortoise walked slowly towards the martial Tao prime body in an incomparably clumsy manner. A fiery red sparrow flapped its wings and jumped, trying its best to fly. A mutated beast was pitch black like a ball of coal and looked completely unrecognizable. Only its eyes were bright as it stared at the martial Tao prime body curiously. The martial Tao prime body sat casually on a rock and could not help but laugh when he saw that. Even the legendary Saint Lords were also so noble and innocent at the beginning. Right then, the stone he was sitting on swayed and a life force fluctuation came. The martial Tao prime body stood up instinctively. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The stone split open and a little fellow with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks crawled out. His eyes darted around. When he saw the martial Tao prime body, he twittered nonstop, as though he was trying to communicate and say something. The martial Tao prime body chuckled. So, it's you. The moment he said that, another great Tao was born. Creation Great Tao. A hint of green appeared on the creation Great Tao and another life was born. The martial Tao prime body looked at the 9 lives born in the chaos beside him in deep thought. These 9 lives were equivalent to the 9 chaos sacred spirits of the essence martial world. The essence martial world was an alternate world that was beyond the 3 realms and the cycle of reincarnation. That was the reason why 9 new chaos sacred spirits were born. However, compared to the Saint Lords of the Trichiliocosm, the 9 sacred spirits born in the essence martial world were still extremely young and their strength was far from the level of great saints. Who knew how long he would have to wait until they grew up and were comparable to the Saint Lords of the Trichiliocosm. Of course, by reverse deducing the martial Tao to this point, it could be considered a success for the martial Tao prime body. The current chaos universe was the essence martial world after evolving to a second stage. This chaos universe was also the incarnation of the martial Tao prime body. Although the 9 chaos sacred spirits were weak and tender, the strength of the martial Tao prime body, who created them in the chaos with a single thought, was already comparable to a great saint. However, just being comparable to a great saint was far from enough. The only way he could resolve the turmoil and calamities was if he was comparable or even surpassed the 6 Genesis essence spirits. The Genesis essence spirits were even older and stronger lifeforms compared to the 9 chaos sacred spirits. The martial Tao prime body tried many times but could not nurture a lifeform like the Genesis essence spirits in this chaos universe. The level of the essence martial world was not high enough. If the initial essence martial world was considered a first stage, the current chaos universe would be a second stage. If he wanted to nurture the Genesis essence spirits in the essence martial world, he had to continue reverse deducing the martial Tao and trace the origin of the universe, returning to an even more ancient cosmic state. What would be the state of a universe that was even older and more primitive than the chaos universe? The martial Tao prime body fell into deep thought. He did not attempt to destroy the current chaos universe rashly. Reverse deducing the martial Tao to trace the origin of the universe meant that he would be on the verge of death with every step. One wrong step and he would die, causing all his previous efforts to be in vain. Previously, after destroying the 3,000 great Taos, the main reason why the essence martial world could evolve into the current chaos universe was because the Green Lotus true body obtained a large portion of the Chaos Green Lotus memories. Furthermore, he had come into contact with the 9 chaos sacred spirits and had even fought with the various Saint Lords. He had some understanding of experts of this level and their strength at this stage. However, he had never come into contact with a deeper level of power. Destroying the chaos universe would release a tremendous power. Without an accurate direction, it was impossible for this incomparably immense power to evolve into an even more primitive and ancient cosmos. The martial Tao prime body gradually fell silent. He was waiting for another opportunity. He believed that this opportunity would definitely appear. After the battle in the space-time forbidden ground, Su Zimo returned to the Chaos Sanctuary with Dai Yu. There were also some opportunities that belonged to him in the Chaos Sanctuary. When Su Zimo arrived at the last of the 4 Lotus Peaks, his spirit consciousness moved and he absorbed and synthesized the remaining lineage memories of the Black Mountain Peak. In the center of the Chaos Sanctuary, the 4 Lotus Peaks were even surrounded by a towering mountain peak that was far more imposing than the 4 Lotus Peaks. Initially, even Su Zimo could not approach the towering mountain peak in the middle. However, after he obtained the apocalyptic Black Lotus, the Chaos Green Lotus was perfected. With the synthesis of the memories of the 4 Lotus Peaks, the majestic mountain peak no longer had any resistance towards him. In fact, he could even sense a kinship between his bloodline and the mountain peak. With a thought, Su Zimo vanished on the spot. The next moment, a figure appeared on the towering mountain peak. Su Zimo sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and fused his spirit consciousness into it. Two purple flames gradually appeared in his eyes. So, that's it. A series of whispers sounded from the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Ever since the battle in the space-time forbidden ground 10,000 years ago, the major Kiliacosm welcomed a rare period of peace. Although the major Kiliacosm was still filled with killing and fighting, there was a tacit understanding between the sanctuaries to maintain the balance, and no major conflicts happened. The three sanctuaries that were once destroyed had also grown continuously over the years. The five sanctuaries had never tried to suppress or stop them either. However, in the eyes of some people, this period of calm seemed like the final calm before the storm. Ordinary living beings, even paramount supremacy experts, could not sense it. Only those who were at the level of saints and had synthesized with the Tao could sense the pressure of an impending storm. It was uneasy and repressive. Even saints would occasionally feel an inexplicable palpitation. This feeling had only appeared more than 6 billion years ago. However, this time round, it seemed to be even more dangerous than the previous turmoil. On this day, a loud bang sounded from the Chaos Sanctuary. The next moment, the sky above the Chaos Sanctuary was filled with a large amount of Chaos Chi. A jade-green lotus flower swayed with light and emitted an incomparably domineering aura. The world shook and the great Tao resonated. At that moment, all the saints of the major Kiliacosm sensed something. A power broke through some restrictions and suddenly surpassed the 3,000 great Taos. The saints felt a hint of pressure and threat at the same time. Someone has become a great saint. Who is it? It's in the direction of the Chaos Sanctuary. Could it be Desolate Marshal? That's impossible, right? 10,000 years ago, he just entered the saint realm. Now, he's taking another step forward to become a great saint. The experts of the 10,000 races did not know what had happened. Even most saints could not believe it. Almost at the same time, the 5 saint lords woke up from their seclusion. Desolate Marshal has become a great saint? Even if he has the Chaos Saint body and obtained the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus, isn't it way too fast for him to become a great saint in 10,000 years? He's probably had another opportunity. He has already entered the saint realm and the Chaos Green Lotus is flawless. What other opportunities can he have? Could it be? The spirit consciousnesses of the 5 saint lords communicated rapidly before falling silent once more. Life Sanctuary. Grandpa Mountain Chief, what happened? Many children surrounded the Mountain Chief and asked nonstop. The Mountain Chief chuckled. Desolate Marshal has become a great saint. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Many children were excited at the mention of Desolate Marshal. Lin Xuanji's travels and stories about Desolate Marshal, Dai Yu and the others spread far and wide in the major Kiliacosm. The influence was especially strong for the human race. After all, Desolate Marshal was a great emperor of the human race. Furthermore, in the space-time forbidden ground, everyone had personally witnessed Desolate Marshal turn the tide and save the human paramount supremacies from danger. We haven't seen Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Sister Dai in a long time. We miss them so much. Bring us to see them. Many children pestered the Mountain Chief with all their might. The Mountain Chief thought about it. Indeed, the fact that Desolate Marshal has become a great saint was indeed a huge matter, and they ought to congratulate him. As such, he said, "All right, I'll bring you guys over." Yay! The children cheered. He did it. Outside a cave within a waterfall, Great Saint Chaos Universe looked in the direction of the Chaos Sanctuary and burst into laughter. I haven't seen that darn child for a long time. About time to take a look too. Great Saint Chaos Universe's figure vanished. Chaos Sanctuary. On this day, drums sounded in the sanctuary hall and it was extremely lively. Apart from some cultivators who were originally from the Chaos Sanctuary, there were also many ascenders from the medium Kiliacosm. Many of them were old friends of Su Zimo and Dai Yu. For the past 10,000 years, the Chaos Sanctuary had been guiding ascenders from the medium Kiliacosm towards it. These ascenders had once witnessed desolate Marshall's heaven conquest battle and the suppression of the Lord of the Netherworld with their own eyes. When they found out that Saint Lord Chaos was Great Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Medium Kiliacosm, they naturally chose to follow him. Experts like Baiming Shui, who ascended later on, had long arrived at the Chaos Sanctuary as well. Old friends who had ascended to the major Kiliacosm and were scattered everywhere also learned of Su Zimo's whereabouts after witnessing the battle in the space-time forbidden ground and rushed over. However, Su Zimo had been in seclusion all these years. Although many old friends reunited, they did not meet Su Zimo. This time round, after Su Zimo broke out of seclusion, he arranged for the Chaos Sanctuary to prepare a grand banquet and gather his old friends for a drink. Everyone was already gathered in the sanctuary hall. However, Su Zimo still did not appear. Only Dai Yu, as the Tao companion of Chaos Saint Lord and the host of the Chaos Sanctuary, received guests who came to visit. Brother Su and Miss Dai have long become Tao companions, but they've never committed to any formalities. I guess this banquet can be considered it. Lin Xuanji smiled. Why isn't the main character here yet? Demoness Ji rushed over from the ancestral fire sanctuary as well and asked, blinking her bright eyes. In her previous life, she was the daughter of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire, Yan Ji. However, Demoness Ji did not change because of that, and neither did her relationship with her old friends. When she arrived and met her old friends, there was no awkwardness and everything was just like before. Perhaps he just broke through and needs to stabilize his realm. Feng Cantillon speculated. Daiyu shook her head. He's already out of seclusion and left the Chaos Sanctuary after that. He didn't say where he was going and only said that he would rush back later. Lin Xuanji laughed strangely and winked. Could it be that Brother Su went to look for a gift for you? The three of them had discussed this matter when they reunited in the major Kiliacosm. At that time, Daiyu even joked and asked Su Zimo to remember to give her a heartfelt gift. Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes and seemed to have thought of something. He leaned towards Demoness Ji and asked softly, "Why isn't Ji Yaoshua here?" As though she thought of something, Demoness Ji's eyes darkened as she whispered, "My sister. I guess she might come as well. Darn child." Right then, a shout sounded from outside the sanctuary hall. Great Saint Chaos Universe did not have the bearing of a great saint at all as he shouted at the top of his lungs. "You haven't even bothered to visit me for a full 10,000 years. How heartless can you get?" A great saint had descended. The clamor in the sanctuary hall paused for a moment. The experts were shocked. Great saints could be considered the peak existences of the major Kiliacosm. Even saints could not be disrespectful in front of great saints. "What are you looking at?" Sensing the gazes around him, Great Saint Chaos Universe glared and berated. "Have you never seen a monkey before?" Initially, everyone felt pressured given his status as a great saint. When they heard that, they could not help but smile and relax. The sanctuary hall gradually returned to its previous liveliness. Now that Great Saint Chaos Universe had descended personally, Daiyu could not be impolite and was prepared to go forward to greet him. Great Saint Chaos Universe waved it off casually. "There's no need for any formal greetings. I'm just here to freeload and I didn't bring any gifts. I'll just wish you two a happy life and to bear some monkeys. Well, I mean children, heh? Sister Dai. Sister Dai." Right then, a few crisp shouts sounded from outside the hall. A group of children ran into the hall and towards Daiyu with flushed faces, extremely excited. Behind the children, the mountain chief in an old white robe appeared and smiled and nodded at Daiyu. Saint Lord Life had descended. Two great saints arrived in succession. Suddenly, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Chaos Sanctuary Hall. The woman was thin and had an indifferent expression, exuding an evil aura. Everyone in the sanctuary hall suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The evil lady, another great saint. Furthermore, this great saint was the Lord of the Beast Tao, one of the four paths. Even though the evil lady did not release any might that belonged to a great saint, everyone still felt immense pressure. The evil lady surveyed her surroundings and frowned slightly. In the end, she looked at Daiyu and asked, "Where is he?" Daiyu shook her head and explained briefly. The evil lady did not say anything and casually found a corner to sit down. She closed her eyes to rest and did not speak to anyone else. Even when she saw Great Saint Chaos Universe and the Mountain Chief, she did not go up to exchange pleasantries. Daiyu and the others were puzzled. The evil lady was different from Great Saint Chaos Universe and the Mountain Chief. She was a loner. Even if Su Zimo broke through, it should not be worth her coming personally. The experts of the Sanctuary Hall were secretly speechless. As expected of the former Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. The moment he broke through, 3 great saints came to congratulate him. Even after ascending to the major Kiliacosm, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal is still a top-tier existence. Some ascenders lamented internally. However, Su Zimo had yet to appear. Everyone was puzzled. With the arrival of 3 great saints, Su Zimo should have appeared personally no matter what. How could he be so impolite? 33 heavens in the northwest. The commotion of the Chaos Sanctuary alarmed a few terrifying existences here as well. Gradually, a wordless tombstone appeared in the void. Sitting on it was a black-haired man in armor. He stood tall with a sharp gaze and the surroundings were lifeless. A sinister wind blew and phantoms flickered. They were accompanied by the soul-stirring cries of ghosts, sometimes shrill, bitter, and sometimes deep. Among the phantoms, only a figure remained motionless and could be vaguely seen. Immediately after, a sinister aura swept over. In an endless blood sea stood a mountain of corpses formed by countless bodies. On the mountain peak there was a throne made of white bones. A figure sat on it with an oppressive aura, as though he came from the depths of hell. His gaze was dark as he looked at the Chaos Sanctuary from afar. Fufu. Right then, a chuckle sounded not far away. The next moment, a dignified man with a Vajra pestle, a crown on his head and a jade necklace rode over slowly on a gigantic 6-tusked white elephant. Everywhere the crowned man passed, the lifeless aura avoided him. The phantoms dispersed and a glorious path even appeared among the blood sea and mountain of corpses. Desolate Marshal has become a great saint. Sure is lively over there. The evil lady has already gone over to congratulate him. Why didn't the 3 of you go? The crowned man smiled and asked, didn't you guys once fight alongside him in the Heaven Conquest battle? The fiend lord on the tombstone was expressionless and remained silent. The Lord of Hell on the white bones throne said indifferently, not interested. Pausing for a moment, the Lord of Hell looked at Brahma Ghost Mother in the layers of phantoms and said with a fake smile, I believe that Ghost Mother definitely doesn't want to go either. Why not? The crowned man could tell that he was implying something and asked with a smile. The Lord of Hell said, before Ghost Mother ascended, she killed Desolate Marshal's Tao companion. If she appears, Desolate Marshal probably won't let her off. He wouldn't dare to. Brahma Ghost Mother harumphed coldly when she heard that. If he wants revenge, he can come to the 33 heavens and I'll give him a go. I'll give you that chance. Suddenly, another voice sounded in their ears. The Fiend Lord and the other 3 looked over at the same time. The void split open and a figure appeared. He had black hair and green robes and stood in midair, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. The first thing Su Zimo did after coming out of seclusion was to look for Brahma Ghost Mother. Even in the territory of the Lords of the Four Paths, Su Zimo was not disadvantaged in terms of aura even against the Fiend Lord and the other 3. Interesting. The crowned man chuckled. To think that you would really dare to come. Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowned man. Another great saint. Apart from the Lords of the Four Paths, there could only be one great saint in the 33 heavens, the Palace Lord of the 33 heavenly palaces. After the Fiend Lord and the others ascended, the 5 Saint Lords even descended to the 33 heavens and joined forces with the Palace Lord of the 33 heavenly palaces to suppress the Lords of the Four Paths. In the end, they returned empty-handed. But now, the Palace Lord was together with the Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell. He did not look hostile at all, and they seemed to be rather familiar with each other. At this cultivation realm, and with the complete lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus, the major Kiliakosm no longer had much secrets in front of Su Zimo. He had long guessed the identity of the palace master of the 33 heavenly palaces. Su Zimo was not surprised to see the four of them together. When the Fiend Lord saw Su Zimo descend, he was still expressionless, as though he was not concerned about what was about to happen. He took a mere glance at Su Zimo before turning away, sitting on the wordless tombstone still. The Lord of Hell frowned. Although her true body could not be seen among the layers of phantoms, the killing intent in the ball of phantoms increased exponentially. Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded. Back then, the 5 Saint Lords relied on their heavenly Tao Saint weapons to invade. Even then, they returned empty-handed. Now that you're here alone, it's basically committing suicide. Now that Su Zimo had become a great saint, Brahma Ghost Mother felt a little scared facing him alone and could only try to drag the Fiend Lord and the other two into the situation. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he swept his gaze past the Fiend Lord and the other two. He said indifferently, "Back then, the 5 Saint Lords had to face the 4 of you. Today, your life is the only thing I want." Although he did not say it explicitly, Su Zimo was implying that what was going to happen today would have nothing to do with the Fiend Lord and the other two. "Humph," Brahma Ghost Mother sneered. "Do you think the 3 of them will stand by idly now that you've come to cause trouble for me? It's none of my business." Suddenly, the Fiend Lord spoke. The smile on Brahma Ghost Mother's face froze as she grit her teeth. "I forgot that you're cold by nature. Apart from yourself, you don't care about the life and death of anyone else." Brahma Ghost Mother's gaze shifted and landed on the Crowned Man and the Lord of Hell. "Don't look at me." The Crowned Man shrugged his shoulders slightly and looked around, saying meaningfully, "It doesn't seem like it's our turn to attack here, right?" The Lord of Hell's expression was dark and he remained silent. "You guys, well done." Brahma Ghost Mother sneered. "Fine. Let's see how he's going to kill me then." Before her sentence was finished, Brahma Ghost Mother charged towards Su Zimo with countless phantoms, accompanied by a tragic wail. At that moment, the entire world was filled with endless ghosts as phantoms overlapped. The ghosts were sinister and terrifying. They bared their teeth and charged over, wanting to tear Su Zimo into pieces. "Disperse." Su Zimo's gaze intensified and his blood chi surged. A jade-green lotus rose behind him and was filled with chaos chi that swayed with light. Many phantoms collided with the divine light emitted by the chaos-green lotus and let out tragic cries, escaping in all directions. They could not get close at all. A ghost claw appeared and its nails tore through the void, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing sound as it grabbed towards Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning and shone brightly. He hollered and strode forward, punching. The blood chi of the Chaos Saint body filled the air. The punch released a rich and majestic power, as though it wanted to pierce through the world and suppress all living beings. Boom! The fist and claw collided heavily with a deafening bang. Brahma Ghost Mother grunted and retreated hundreds of feet. Her true body was shaken out of the layers of phantoms by Su Zimo's punch. Boom! 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 Su Zimo chased after her and did not give Brahma Ghost Mother any chance to catch her breath. His fists were like hammers and his elbows were like spears as he released a torrential attack. Brahma Ghost Mother was forced to retreat step by step. She could not defend at all. In a battle between great saints, there were no more world-shaking dermic arts, divine powers, or mysterious and complicated moves. Everything was simplified and was reverted to its rawest nature. A casual punch and kick from a great saint could release power that could destroy great Daos. If even great Daos could not withstand it, what sort of dermic Daos or divine powers could? Suddenly, Brahma Ghost Mother summoned a dark short blade, wanting to launch a killing move. This was her saint weapon, the Ghost Mother Blade. Once anyone was struck by the blade, their souls would be drawn out instantly. Clang! Su Zimo's gaze was burning and he could see through everything. Brahma Ghost Mother's thoughts could not be hidden in front of him. He bent his finger slightly and flicked it, shattering the Ghost Mother blade. Thereafter, he changed his move rapidly and closed his fingers like a sword, stabbing forward. causing a bloodied scar to appear on Brahma Ghost Mother's glabella. If Brahma Ghost Mother had not dodged in time, her head would have been pierced. Initially, the Lord of Hell had been sitting upright on the White Bone's throne. Now that he saw Brahma Ghost Mother in danger, he could no longer sit still and attacked out of nowhere. Splash! The blood sea surged with tempestuous waves. Countless white bones gathered around the Lord of Hell and piled up continuously, forming a giant that towered into the skies. It exuded a sinister aura and wielded a gigantic white bone sword, slashing towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he willed. Buzz! A sword hum reverberated through the world. Two sword lights appeared and tore through the sky, slashing towards Brahma Ghost Mother and the Lord of Hell respectively. The Avicii and Nether swords descended. Even against two great saints, Su Zimo was still domineering and fearless. Clang! The sharpest Avicii sword slashed against the gigantic white bone sword. Although it did not cut it off directly, there was still a hole in the gigantic white bone sword. The Lord of Hell shuddered. It was even worse for Brahma Ghost Mother. Initially, she was already injured by Su Zimo's attacks. Now that she was facing the attacks of the Nether sword, she could not defend at all. In an instant, a sword mark appeared on her body. Her injuries were not serious. However, the terrifying thing about the Nether sword was that even with superficial wounds, it could kill the essence spirit with its terrifying killing intent. Brahma Ghost Mother's figure swayed slightly and her gaze froze for a moment before recovering. She was not dead. A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Brahma Ghost Mother's face was pale as she grit her teeth. As the Lord of the Ghost Tao and the progenitor of the ghost race who controls all the ghosts in the trichiliocosm, do you think that you can kill me with just a single sword strike? Su Zimo smiled indifferently. If I can't kill you with a single strike, I'll just slash a few more times. Brahma Ghost Mother's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Suddenly, she screamed into the void. Why aren't you showing yourself? Are you only going to step in after he kills me? The moment she said that, another figure appeared at the scene. He wore a black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fell casually on his shoulders. Although he looked extremely young and handsome, he gave off a feeling of solitude. The black-robed man, or perhaps he should be called Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Back then, the black-robed man told the martial Tao prime body many ancient secrets, including the 6 Genesis essence spirits and Saint the Arch Life. However, in reality, there were more than 7 living beings at the Saint the Arch level in the major chiliocosm back then. There were 8 sanctuaries in the major chiliocosm. In other words, apart from Saint the Arch Life, there was another living being who cultivated to become a Saint the Arch through his own efforts. He established the Reincarnation Sanctuary and was comparable to the 6 Genesis essence spirits. The black-robed man did not mention that person the entire time. The martial Tao prime body did not ask either. The two of them had a common understanding. Only Saint the Arch Reincarnation could lead the 6 paths, protect the remnant soul of Saint Lord Reincarnation, and even know of the existence of the 6 Genesis essence spirits. Are you going to attack? Su Zimo asked calmly. If Saint the Arch Reincarnation attacked, Su Zimo would indeed not be able to kill Brahma Ghost Mother today and could only retreat for the time being. Although he had become a great saint, he was not confident that he could fight against a Saint the Arch. When Brahma Ghost Mother saw Saint the Arch Reincarnation, a hint of respect flashed through her eyes. The malevolent aura on her body suddenly dissipated significantly and her gaze softened as she said in a low voice, Master, this person has gone too far. He actually came to the 33 heavens to take my life. Please stand up for me, Master. Saint the Arch Reincarnation said indifferently, This is a feud between the two of you. Settle it yourself. Don't interfere, Hell. Yes. When the Lord of Hell heard that, he had a respectful expression and lowered his head, not daring to hesitate at all. Master! Brahma Ghost Mother was furious and aggrieved. This person is bullying me using 2 swords refined by you. Aren't you going to care at all? Indeed, that's rather unfair to you. Saint the Arch Reincarnation nodded. He waved his hand gently. Su Zimo shuddered and felt his palms go numb. The Avicii and Nether swords that were originally in his hands broke free from his palms and flew in the direction of Saint the Arch Reincarnation on their own. In the blink of an eye, the Avicii and Nether swords landed in the hands of Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although the Avicii and Nether swords had the Green Lotus Sword and Red Lotus Sword as their foundations, they were forged by Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Su Zimo was not surprised that he could control the two swords. These two swords have helped you a lot. It's time to take them back. Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked at the Avicii and Nether swords in his hands and suddenly let go. As the two swords fell, he gripped the bodies of the two swords once more and gave a tight squeeze. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Everyone present was shocked. The Avicii and Nether swords that were said to be the sharpest and number one in killing were crushed by Saint the Arch Reincarnation barehanded. The two swords shattered, leaving behind a wisp of green and red light. It was the power of the Green Lotus and Red Lotus swords. They returned to Su Zimo's body, and Saint the Arch Reincarnation did not stop it. Although Su Zimo was calm, he was secretly shocked. Saint the Arch Reincarnation might be even stronger than he had imagined. As the Martial Tao Prime Body Reverse deduced the Essence Martial World and traced the origin of the universe, he had already deduced that experts at the level of the Genesis Essence Spirits or Saint Thearchs did not only have an increase in terms of strength and cultivation realm. They were life forms of a higher level. These were the absolute controllers and leaders of the Trichiliocosm. When Su Zimo reached the perfected Tao hegemony realm, his essence spirit realm was already comparable to a great saint. After entering the saint realm, his essence spirit surpassed that of great saints. Now that his cultivation realm was that of the great saints, his essence spirit's power increased exponentially as well. Even so, it was not at the level of the Saint Thearchs. Through this, the massive difference between great saints and Saint Thearchs was obvious. When Brahma Ghost Mother saw that, she was delighted and smiled. "Thank you, Master." Without the Avicii and Nether swords, given Su Zimo's strength, even if he could defeat her, he could not kill her in the 33 heavens. Brahma Ghost Mother glared at Su Zimo and let out a long roar. Countless phantoms appeared around her and charged over once more. Su Zimo strode forward with surging blood chi. Even without the Avicii and Nether swords, his combat strength was enough to crush Brahma Ghost Mother. After obtaining the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus and becoming a great saint through the Chaos Saint body, he could suppress any Saint Lord. Boom! 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 The two parties fought in midair with earth-shaking bangs. The Chaos Great Tao and the Hungry Ghost Tao interweaved and collided, devouring and biting. Under normal circumstances, the Hungry Ghost Tao would definitely not be able to defend against the power of the Chaos Great Tao. However, the Hungry Ghost Tao was a subset of the Reincarnation Great Tao, and that allowed it to gain endless power. Furthermore, countless ghosts surged out from the Hungry Ghost Tao. Through sacrifices and various methods, they were enough to sustain Brahma Ghost Mother throughout the battle. However, Su Zimo was at greater mastery of the Chaos Saint body, and his essence spirit realm far surpassed that of great saints. When his saint might descended, the endless phantoms could not approach him at all. Thousands of ghosts were reduced to ashes each time blood chi surged. Before long, Brahma Ghost Mother looked defeated and was at a disadvantage. Xing. Su Zimo seized the opportunity and locked onto Brahma Ghost Mother's true body. He slashed down with his finger sword and beheaded her with fresh blood gushing out. Chaos chi surged and shattered Brahma Ghost Mother's essence spirit instantly. However, the next moment, Brahma Ghost Mother's figure appeared once more. Although she looked weaker, her cultivation realm and combat strength were still present. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he released his killing methods once more. He killed Brahma Ghost Mother time and again. However, the latter could always revive and could not be killed completely. Brahma Ghost Mother chuckled smugly. "Your strength isn't enough to kill me in the 33 heavens. Don't waste your energy." In reality, after entering the 33 heavens, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that his strength was suppressed here. It was as though there was a barrier in the 33 heavens that contained some laws. As long as one stepped foot here, they would be affected by the laws. This was probably the reason why the 5 Saint Lords returned empty-handed back then, even though they each held a heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Su Zimo remained silent and attacked continuously. He willed with his consciousness. Chaos Sanctuary. Great Saint Chaos Universe, the Mountain Chief, the Evil Lady, Dai Yu and the other experts were gathered in the Chaos Hall, discussing Su Zimo's whereabouts. Suddenly, the Chaos Sanctuary shook. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. There were 3 great saint experts present. Who would dare to provoke them? Even if the 5 Saint Lords joined forces, the Chaos Sanctuary could fight. Something isn't right. The Mountain Chief frowned slightly. It's not coming from the outside. The 3 great saints seemed to have sensed something and looked at the gigantic mountain peak protected by the 4 lotus peaks at the same time. The mountain peak swayed continuously and was filled with cracks. Countless rocks and dust rolled down as the towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds rose from the ground. Dong! Immediately after, a distant and ancient bell sounded from the mountain. The 3 great saints shuddered. As though they had thought of something, they exclaimed, "Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, Chaos Bell." The main reason why Su Zimo could become a great saint in just 10,000 years was because he refined the Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon in the Chaos Sanctuary. The Chaos Bell was the Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon of the Chaos Green Lotus back then. From the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus, he learned that the Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon transformed into this mountain peak to guard the Chaos Sanctuary. Only the bloodline of the Chaos Green Lotus could refine it again. Now that the Chaos Bell reappeared, it attracted the attention of countless experts. Back then, Great Saint Chaos Universe did not participate in that huge turmoil. The Mountain Chief and Evil Lady did not experience the unprecedented battle at the peak personally either. None of them had seen the true appearance of the Chaos Bell and had only heard its ancient and melodious sound. It was also the sound of the bell that awakened their distant memories. Everyone looked over and saw that the mountain had shattered, revealing an ancient and heavy bell. It was black and yellow, filled with chaos chi and a majestic aura. Only the Mountain Chief and the other 2 great saints could see clearly that the bell was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and earth, as well as 4 strange traces of power. The bell sounded majestically and reverberated through the world. Space shook and the world twisted. The bell shone brightly and the world lost its color. The 5 Saint Lords came out of seclusion one after another and looked in the direction of the Chaos Sanctuary with shocked expressions. Could it be that Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon? That explains why Desolate Marshal could become a great saint in just 10,000 years. Why did Desolate Marshal summon this Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon? Right in front of many experts. The Chaos Bell only lingered above the Chaos Sanctuary for a moment before crashing through the void and disappearing without a trace. Major Kiliacosm, 33 Heavens. The reason why Su Zimo dared to go to the 33 Heavens to cause trouble for Brahma Ghost Mother was not because of the Avicii and Nether swords. The 2 swords were made by the black-robed man after all. Furthermore, in the past, the Avicii and Nether swords had also shown signs of gradually breaking free from his control. Su Zimo had long sensed that he might lose the Avicii and Nether swords one day. The Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, the Chaos Bell, was his greatest reliance. The sound of the bell was almost negligible when it entered the 33 Heavens. However, Brahma Ghost Mother could still hear it clearly and her expression changed. She looked at Saint the Arch Reincarnation instinctively and quickly calmed down. Back then, the 5 Saint Lords each held a Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon but returned empty-handed. A single Chaos Bell should not be able to threaten her. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground shook. The entire 33 Heavens suffered a tremendous impact and the world paled. Even the sun and moon lost their brilliance and seemed as though they would collapse at any moment. The Chaos Bell descended on the 33 Heavens. Initially, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and earth on the bell were only engraved on it. At that moment, they fell off and floated in the chaos. The entire Chaos Bell had already turned into a world. Dong! The next moment, a second bell sounded. By the time this bell sound entered the 33 Heavens, It was already incomparably clear. Brahma Ghost Mother was shocked. This meant that the Chaos Bell had already broken through the barrier of the 33 heavens. In reality, Su Zimo's combat strength had already surpassed the 5 Saint Lords. The compatibility between him and the Chaos Bell was far above the Saint Lords and their heavenly Tao Saint weapons. He could unleash its greatest power. When the Chaos Bell descended, Su Zimo could truly sense the invisible barrier that existed in the 33 heavens and confirmed his previous guess. The power released by the barrier was extremely strong. In reality, even the power of the Chaos Bell could not suppress it. At most, Su Zimo could only make use of the Chaos Bell to penetrate the barrier momentarily and form a temporary stalemate. However, that was enough. In reality, he did not need the help of the Chaos Bell to kill Brahma Ghost Mother. It was only because of the laws of the invisible barrier of the 33 heavens that he could not unleash his combat strength completely. Now that the Chaos Bell had struck an opening in the invisible barrier, Su Zimo's combat strength could be unleashed to its limits in a short period of time. When the second bell sound echoed, Su Zimo's gaze intensified. He roared and attacked Brahma Ghost Mother once more. His spirit consciousness that far surpassed that of a great saint descended. Coupled with the Chaos Saint body, Su Zimo released power that could destroy great Daos with every single attack. Boom! 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 Brahma Ghost Mother could not hold on any longer and retreated step by step. Thousands of ghosts were reduced to ashes and the hungry ghost Tao was filled with cracks, ready to collapse at any moment. Master, save me! Brahma Ghost Mother shrieked. Although the Fiend Lord, Lord of Hell and the Crowned Man did not do anything, their gazes drifted towards Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked at this scene expressionlessly and was indifferent. The top of Brahma Ghost Mother's head was shattered by Su Zimo's palm. Chaos Chi surged and gushed out, shattering her essence spirit instantly. However, the hungry ghost Tao was still present. Her essence spirit and flesh were still attached to the hungry ghost Tao and she would revive before long. Die! Su Zimo hollered and his blood chi erupted. Chaos Chi filled the air and devoured the hungry ghost Tao instantly, wanting to destroy it completely. However, his strength was still a little lacking. Right then, black and white divine lights flew out of Su Zimo's eyes respectively. Illumination and nether glow descended. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs sounded from illumination and nether glow's bodies and their auras increased exponentially. 10,000 years ago, after the Yin and Yang Great Daos became empty, the 2 divine stones had already become saints once more. Over the years, under the nourishment of the Chaos Chi and bloodline of Su Zimo's saint body, the 2 divine stones inherited lineage memories and were already on the verge of breaking through. Now, in the intense battle between the great saints, under the envelopment of the saint might and even the aura of the heavenly Tao saint weapon, they broke through once more to become great saints. Illumination and nether glow released 2 divine lights as well that entered the Chaos Chi. The yin-yang fishes chased after one another continuously, forming a gigantic yin-yang millstone that exerted strength at the same time as the Chaos Chi to suppress and obliterate the hungry ghost Tao. This was equivalent to 3 great saints attacking at the same time. Ah! Ghost cries sounded from the hungry ghost Tao. Against the impact of the Chaos Yin and Yang Great Daos, the hungry ghost Tao could not defend against it and snapped completely, shattering. Brahma Ghost Mother died as well. Throughout the entire process, Saint the Arch Reincarnation did not move. However, just as Su Zimo was about to imprison Brahma Ghost Mother's soul, Saint the Arch Reincarnation suddenly stepped in. With a light wave of his robe, he dispelled Su Zimo's chaos, Yin and Yang Great Daos. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Right in front of him, the hungry ghost Tao that was originally destroyed was healing at an astonishing speed. Of course, even if the hungry ghost Tao healed, Brahma Ghost Mother had already died when the hungry ghost Tao was destroyed. However, her soul was protected by Saint the Arch Reincarnation. That's enough, Saint the Arch Reincarnation said indifferently. Back then, she killed the life of your Tao companion. Today you killed her current life. You're even. Zimo was silent for a moment and did not insist. He merely nodded slightly and turned to leave. The fact that Saint the Arch Reincarnation waited until now to step in was already giving him enough face. If Saint the Arch Reincarnation had wanted to interfere, there was no way he could have killed Brahma Ghost Mother. Furthermore, Brahma Ghost Mother's soul was in the hands of Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Even if he wanted to eliminate her completely, he could not. When the Chaos Bell appeared and tore through the air, it attracted the gazes of countless experts. The Chaos Bell seemed to be headed for the 33 heavens? Could Desolate Marshal be going to war with the Lords of the Four Paths? According to what I know, Brahma Ghost Mother killed Desolate Marshal's Tao companion in the lower worlds. There's a high chance that Desolate Marshal is taking revenge for his wife this time round. In that case, perhaps we can try to get him on our side. The 5 Saint Lords communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Chaos Sanctuary. The Mountain Chief, Evil Lady and Great Saint Chaos Universe also detected the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell and looked at Dai Yu instinctively. The first thing Zimo did after coming out of seclusion was to charge into the 33 heavens to take on Brahma Ghost Mother. It was clear how important Dai Yu was to him. When Lin Xuanji saw the gazes of the 3 great saints, he could not help but ask, could Brother Su have really gone to cause trouble for Brahma Ghost Mother? The Mountain Chief nodded. A look of worry flashed through Dai Yu's eyes. The 5 Saint Lords had once brought 5 heavenly Tao Saint weapons with them but returned empty-handed. Now that Zimo had headed there alone, it would definitely be even more dangerous. Great Saint Chaos Universe bared his teeth and said, there are at least 3 great saints in the 33 heavens. Fiend Lord, Lord of Hell and Brahma Ghost Mother. 1 against 3. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. The moment he said that, a green figure descended above the Chaos Sanctuary. It was Zimo. You're back so soon? Everyone was stunned. It had not been long since the Chaos Bell appeared. Zimo had already returned. Great Saint Chaos Universe was the first to react and burst into laughter. It's fine, we'll just spare that old hag's life for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll head there to settle the score together with you. In the opinion of Great Saint Chaos Universe, since Zimo returned empty-handed, he must have failed. That was why he consoled Zimo. The Evil Lady said, in the 33 heavens, your combat strength will be suppressed. If you want to kill Ghost Mother, you can try luring her away in the future. Zimo surveyed his surroundings and smiled gently. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Ghost Mother is already dead. Ah! A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. The Mountain Chief, Evil Lady and Great Saint Chaos Universe were shocked. The Evil Lady knew best that it was almost impossible for Zimo to kill Brahma Ghost Mother in the 33 heavens. The Fiend Lord, Lord of Hell and Brahma Ghost Mother were not the only 3 great saints in the 33 heavens. There was also Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Great Saint Chaos Universe was speechless. You killed Brahma Ghost Mother in such a short period of time? Zimo nodded. Thereafter, he looked at Dai Yu and smiled. I still owe you a gift. Initially, I wanted to imprison Ghost Mother's soul and seal it in a jade accessory for you. Unfortunately, her soul was saved the moment I killed her. Since it would be too gory to bring back her head, I didn't do so. At the mention of that, Zimo and Dai Yu recalled their reunion in the medium Kiliacosm and could not help but smile at each other. The Mountain Chief said, a life for a life. That's fair. When Zimo returned and everyone gathered, the hall regained its liveliness. Drums sounded and everyone drank heartily. Before long, Zimo's expression changed. As though he sensed something, his eyes shone brightly and landed at the entrance of the hall. The next moment, 5 uninvited guests appeared at the entrance of the hall. They were the 5 Saint Lords. The 5 Saint Lords arrived together and emitted an incomparably powerful might. The clamor in the hall vanished instantly and everything fell silent. Everyone was secretly alarmed. Right now, including the 5 Saint Lords, there were a total of 9 great saints in the Chaos Hall. Even if the 9 great saints deliberately restrained themselves, the invisible aura of such peak experts still gave everyone immense psychological pressure. However, Everyone was comforted by the fact that Su Zimo, the mountain chief, the evil lady and great Saint Chaos Universe were here to hold down the fort. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just killed Brahma Ghost Mother and was at a high. Even if the 5 Saint Lords joined forces, they would probably not be able to gain any advantage. Everyone present today is an old friend of mine. Why have the 5 of you come uninvited? Su Zimo's tone was calm, but his words were not polite. The 5 Saint Lords were not angry when they heard that. Saint Lord Divine Punishment had a smile on his face. There are 3 reasons why we're here this time round. The first is to congratulate you for synthesizing with the great Tao to become a great saint, fellow Taoist Su. The second is to congratulate you on succeeding in your revenge by killing Brahma Ghost Mother. The third is because we want to change our relationship from that of enemies to that of friends. Fellow Taoist Su, let's join forces to kill the remnant sinners and suppress the evil fiends. Hee hee. Great Saint Chaos Universe gave a strange laugh. 10,000 years ago you couldn't wait to kill us. Now you're here to ask to join forces and form an alliance? Don't you guys have any principles? Fellow Taoist Chaos Universe, you're wrong. Saint Lord Divine Punishment smiled and said, before this, fellow Taoist Su had yet to advance to the Saint Realm and was on a completely different level from us. In fact, it would have been ridiculous instead for us to talk about joining forces at that time. But now, fellow Taoist Su has already become a great saint and we're equals. Since we're all peak experts of the trichiliocosm, there's naturally no need for us to kill each other. It's true that fellow Taoists Black Tortoise, White Tiger and Qilin were once enemies with fellow Taoist Su. However, they were forced by the situation back then. Saint Lord Spacetime cupped his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, there were some misunderstandings previously. Fellow Taoist Su, please don't take it to heart. Saint Lord Yin Yang said, fellow Taoist Su, after killing Brahma Ghost Mother, you're already at odds with those remnant sinners of the reincarnation sanctuary. Why don't you join forces with us? Let's convert our hostility into friendship. Speaking of which, you have an affinity with my yin-yang sanctuary as well, fellow Taoist Su. Illumination and nether glow on you were once sacred spirits of the yin-yang sanctuary. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire added, fellow Taoist Su, my 2 daughters are old friends of yours, and you guys share a deep relationship. If we join forces, Yao Ji and Yen Ji can become your Tao companions. That would definitely be a legacy to behold as well. Eft. Demoness Ji spat softly when she heard that. The relationship of my sister and I with Zimo is none of your business. Su Zimo remained silent the entire time and merely looked at the 5 Saint Lords indifferently. When the 5 Saint Lords did not receive any response after speaking for a long time, they felt awkward as well. Are you done? It was only then that Su Zimo asked. Fellow Taoist Su, what do you think? Saint Lord Divine Punishment asked with a smile. I'm not interested. Everyone, please return. Su Zimo said indifferently. The smile on Saint Lord Divine Punishment's face did not diminish. However, a dark glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. The smiles of the other 4 Saint Lords gradually faded. Saint Lord Divine Punishment smiled and said, fellow Taoist Su, why don't you reconsider? There's no need to be in a hurry to reject. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, there's one thing I'd like to verify with you guys. How will you resolve the descent of the immeasurable calamity of all beings? That's simple. Saint Lord Divine Punishment smiled and said, we'll just kill all living beings to clear karma. Saint Lord Spacetime said, so, this is what you were worried about, fellow Taoist. We've already resolved this calamity several times and are long familiar with it. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The martial Tao Prime Body had once heard Saint the Arch Reincarnation mention this matter. At that time he felt a chill. Now that he heard the Saint Lords verify it personally and with such nonchalance, he was truly convinced. Kill all living beings to clear karma. Those were words filled with blood. Everyone below the Saint Realm was an ant. In their eyes, the lives of the living beings of the 10,000 races were worthless. Sensing the coldness in Su Zimo's eyes, Saint Lord Divine Punishment explained, fellow Taoist Su, You might feel resistant towards it, but there's no other choice. Once the immeasurable calamity of all beings descends and the trichiliocosm is destroyed, all life will return to silence and all living beings in the universe will die as well. It's not just the saints, even we won't be spared. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire nodded in agreement. That's right. We're doing this to save the trichiliocosm and preserve the tinder of life to continue our civilization. Ha! When he heard that, Great Saint Chaos Universe could not help but laugh. Kill all living beings for the sake of the trichiliocosm? So, are the living beings of the 10,000 races supposed to thank you upon hearing that? The evil lady said coldly. If this is the civilization of the trichiliocosm, we can very well do without it. The mountain chief sighed deeply and looked at the 5 saint lords. What is the trichiliocosm? The trichiliocosm is only real when there is actual flesh, blood, and life. If you're doing it for the trichiliocosm, it should be for the living beings of the 10,000 races. Great Saint Chaos Universe sneered. Xianpin, you're still trying to reason with them? Although these people make it sound nice, they just want to sacrifice all living beings of the 10,000 races to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings and protect their lives. Saint Lord Nirvana said indifferently, everyone has to die when the immeasurable calamity of all beings descends. If we kill all living beings first, at the very least we can survive. Saint Lord Divine Punishment said, there naturally has to be a price to pay if you want to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings. This was the first time most people in the hall had heard of the immeasurable calamity of all beings. When they heard the 5 saint lords say the words, kill all living beings with such nonchalance, a chill ran down their spines. In the eyes of the 5 saint lords, they might not even be considered ants and were merely a price to pay. Yes, a price has to be paid indeed. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he looked at the 5 saint lords and said slowly, but why should the price be all living beings and not you guys? So, your lives are the only ones that are worth something but not that of all living beings. Fufu. Saint Lord Yin Yang smiled when he heard that. Fellow Taoist Su, you're being a little naive. Our lives are naturally different from all living beings. Fellow Taoist Su, you've already become a great saint. We're all immortal existences. How can we be compared to the living beings of the 10,000 races? Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's gaze swept past Dai Yu and he suddenly said, fellow Taoist Su, only by resolving the immeasurable calamity of all beings can you live forever with your Tao companion. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire could tell that Su Zimo cared a lot about Dai Yu and even went to the 33 heavens to kill Brahma Ghost Mother to take revenge for her. That was why he made that statement. Before Su Zimo could reply, Dai Yu said indifferently, if that eternal life was exchanged by sacrificing all living beings of the 10,000 races, I'd rather die earlier. Dai Yu's response was even more direct and Saint Lord Ancestral Fire frowned when he heard that. Looking at the faces of the 5 saint lords, Su Zimo could not help but recall what Saint the Arch Reincarnation said. Death was the greatest fairness. When Saint Lord Divine Punishment saw that the 2 parties could not get along, he changed the topic. There's no need for us to argue about this. The danger before us is not the immeasurable calamity of all beings, but the group of evil fiends from the Reincarnation Sanctuary. Fellow Taoists, Evil Lady and Mountain Chief, you're not from the Reincarnation Sanctuary to begin with. Why don't we join forces right now? Coupled with fellow Taoists Su and Great Saint Chaos Universe, we'll definitely succeed. Don't count me in. Great Saint Chaos Universe rolled his eyes. I don't dare to be a part of you guys. Who knows when you might give me up as a price someday. The Mountain Chief shook his head. Our ideals are different. Fellow Taoist Su, what about you? Saint Lord Divine Punishment asked once more. Not interested. Su Zimo gave the same reply. The smile on the face of Saint Lord Divine Punishment gradually disappeared as well and his expression darkened. Desolate Marshal. Saint Lord Divine Punishment said, the reason why you can have your current achievements is because of the Chaos Green Lotus. However, you have to know that more than 6 billion years ago, the Chaos Green Lotus died because it chose the wrong path and the Chaos Sanctuary was destroyed as well. Are you threatening me? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Saint Lord Divine Punishment was fearless and merely said indifferently, "It's not a threat. I'm just reminding you. If it really comes to that, neither you nor me will have the capabilities to affect the entire situation. This is your final chance. A single wrong step can lead to eternal damnation." Su Zimo looked at the 5 Saint Lords expressionlessly and stood up slowly. An extremely terrifying pressure burst forth from his body. "If you leave now, I won't kill you guys. This is also your final chance." The expressions of the 5 Saint Lords changed. Su Zimo's action of standing up gave them immense pressure. In fact, they felt as though a calamity was about to descend at any moment. Thankfully, the 5 Saint Lords could withstand it with the protection of the 5 heavenly Dao Saint weapons and did not lose their composure. The 5 Saint Lords no longer hesitated and turned to leave. The moment they left, another figure walked in from the entrance of the hall and brushed past the 5 Saint Lords. The woman had black hair and wore an ancient robe that was slightly faded. She had an indifferent expression and there was no emotion in her eyes. It was Saint Gu Yao. When Su Zimo saw the ancient robe Saint Gu Yao was wearing, he was in a daze and could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Could Xianxia? The moment that thought rose, Su Zimo realized that something seemed a little off with Xianxia. "It's Yao Ji." When the few Saint Lords saw Saint Gu Yao, they recognized her. Saint Lord Yin Yang sent a voice transmission to Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. "Why don't we let her persuade Desolate Marshal?" Saint Lord Ancestral Fire looked at Saint Gu Yao. Saint Gu Yao looked at him as well. However, she turned away after a single glance. Her gaze was indifferent, as though she was looking at a stranger without any fluctuations. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire sighed gently and shook his head. When Saint Gu Yao arrived at the hall, she surveyed her surroundings and swept her gaze past everyone. Lin Xuanji stood up hurriedly and greeted her with a smile. Some old friends of Tianhuang mainland stood up as well. However, Saint Gu Yao did not respond at all. She looked at all of them as though they were complete strangers. In fact, her gaze did not even linger a split second. The old friends of Tianhuang mainland were stunned. The way Saint Gu Yao looked at Demoness Ji was the same as well. It was as though she could no longer recognize her old friends or Demoness Ji. Demoness Ji looked at Saint Gu Yao with moist eyes and murmured, "Sister, she doesn't recognize me anymore." When the evil lady saw that, she sighed internally. A rare look of pity flashed through her eyes as she looked at Saint Gu Yao. Such emotions were rare for her. Saint Gu Yao's gaze swept through the hall and finally landed on Su Zimo, pausing slightly. At that moment, there was suddenly a hint of life in those cold and distant eyes. She recognized Su Zimo. She was here today to bid farewell to Su Zimo. Saint Gu Yao had almost severed and forgotten about everything, except for a single person and a single past. Saint Gu Yao knew that the moment she decided to take this step, she would no longer be herself. She would neither be Gu Yao nor Xianxia. Therefore, she came here today not only to bid farewell to Su Zimo, but also to her past self and that dream. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia at the entrance of the hall and looked at the old clothes she was wearing. He vaguely understood something. Back in Gu Yao courtyard, Saint Gu Yao was rather cold to him and they were like strangers. However, Su Zimo could tell that there was still a shadow of Xianxia in Saint Gu Yao. At that moment, although Saint Gu Yao was wearing the same faded clothes, Su Zimo could sense that Xianxia was about to leave. When Xianxia entered the hall, she did not advance. She merely looked at Su Zimo from afar with an indescribable gentleness in her eyes. There was also a hint of reluctance and nostalgia. "Congratulations to you both." Xianxia smiled. Dai Yu nodded with a calm expression. She could tell the farewell intent in Saint Gu Yao's eyes. When he saw that familiar smile, Su Zimo was in a daze, as though he had returned to Pingyang town in Tianhuang mainland and recalled everything about the two of them. "Xianxia, you?" The moment Su Zimo spoke, he saw Xianxia shake her head gently with a smile. "Zimo?" Xianxia called out softly and Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. "Be well." Xianxia looked at Su Zimo deeply and turned around. The moment she turned around, all the emotions, Reluctance and longing in her eyes vanished instantly, and the only light in her eyes dimmed. Those eyes were still beautiful, but they were like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. Yaoshua's aura increased exponentially. The world shook and the great Tao resonated. The moment Yaoshua stepped out of the Chaos Hall, she became a great saint. Congratulations! Saint Lord Spacetime and the others even wanted to congratulate Yaoshua. However, Yaoshua had an indifferent expression and ignored the 5 Saint Lords completely. Without stopping, she tore through the air. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire sighed with a blank expression. For the first time, he had doubts about his past persistence. The 5 Saint Lords left one after another. Due to the appearance of the 5 Saint Lords, the mood in the Chaos Hall was no longer as relaxed as before. Even after the 5 Saint Lords left, everyone could feel a pressure in their hearts, as though a storm was brewing. Everyone knew that this gathering might not be able to continue, so they stood up and bade farewell. Great Saint Chaos Universe cupped his fists and bade farewell as well. Before long, only a few people were left in the hall. The Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady did not leave. After everyone dispersed, the Evil Lady stood up and said to Su Zimo, "The reason Yaoshua cultivated her great Tao as such is not because she is truly heartless." What great Tao did she cultivate? Su Zimo already had a vague guess in his heart, but he still asked. The Evil Lady said, "Love Sunder. Love Sunder." Su Zimo frowned slightly. The Evil Lady said, Yaoshua made use of dreams to experience different lives. The only way she could avoid being trapped by love was by forgetting love after obtaining love. That allowed her to attain the great Tao. To forget love after obtaining it, she had to sever all emotions and desires. Dayu shook her head gently. Isn't it a little cruel to her to cultivate such a great Tao? That's right. The Evil Lady sighed gently and suddenly said, Actually, Yaoshua was not involved in that battle more than 6 billion years ago. Apart from Saint Lord Ancestral Fire and Saint Shen Pin, it was mainly also because Master stepped in to stop her. Why is that? Su Zimo asked. The Master of the Evil Lady and Yaoshua was Saint the Archlife. Saint the Archlife did not stop anyone else, but she stopped Yaoshua from participating in the battle. Wasn't that a little strange? The Evil Lady said, That's because Master has high hopes for her and was worried that something will happen to her. Master once said that the hope of resolving the immeasurable calamity of all beings might lie with Yaoshua. Su Zimo had a puzzled expression. The hope of resolving the immeasurable calamity of all beings was with Yaoshua. The Evil Lady said, Back when I heard about this, I was as puzzled as you. Master only said one thing. True justice and benevolence only comes without emotions. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he murmured softly, as though he had understood something. Suddenly, the Mountain Chief said, Saint the Archlife once said that we're not worthy of being called saints. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. The Mountain Chief said, She said that the word saint not only refers to one's cultivation realm, but also fairness, justice, selflessness, and benevolence. However, who among the saints, including me, doesn't have selfish desires? Su Zimo was deep in thought. The Evil Lady said, In reality, it's as difficult as ascending the heavens for living beings to cultivate to become great saints through their own efforts. The reason why the few of us can become great saints is mainly because the 6 paths are a subset of reincarnation and were augmented by the reincarnation heavenly Tao. The reason why you could become a great saint so quickly is also because of the opportunity and inheritance of the Chaos Green Lotus. As for Yaoshua, she reached this point on her own. But of course, this is indeed way too cruel for her. The Mountain Chief said, With such a commotion in the major Kiliacosm, those few people are probably going to wake up. You have to be careful. Su Zimo nodded. In reality, the arrival of the 5 Saint Lords was more like a final warning for him. The next time they came, it would probably not be the few of them. With that said, the Mountain Chief and the Evil Lady stood up to bid farewell. Su Zimo and Dai Yu sent them off. At the entrance of the hall, the Evil Lady suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around. She frowned with a hesitant expression, wanting to say something but paused. Such an expression was extremely rare for the evil lady. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo asked. The evil lady was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "If an existence that no one can fight against is born in the trichiliocosm." At that point, the evil lady paused again and shook her head. "Forget it." The evil lady merely said half a sentence before turning to leave. The originally lively hall returned to its deserted state. "Thank you." Dayu looked at Su Zimo beside her and smiled. Su Zimo said, "Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill Ghost Mother completely because of Saint the Arch reincarnation. It's nothing much. The mountain chief was right, a life for a life. It's fair." Dayu said, "Furthermore, although I was saved by the evil lady back then, I had to experience reincarnation. Without the tacit approval of Saint the Arch reincarnation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive either." Su Zimo nodded. Suddenly, Dayu asked, "Speaking of which, the lords of the human Tao, hungry ghost Tao, beast Tao, hell Tao and Azura Tao from the 6 paths of reincarnation have already appeared. However, there's still one lord who has yet to appear. This person has always been in the 33 heavens. I saw him this time round." Su Zimo said, "If I'm not wrong, the palace lord of the 33 heavens, the great saint who controls the heavenly being race, is the lord of the heavenly Tao. To be precise, he should be called the lord of the heavenly being Tao. The last of the 6 paths should be the heavenly being Tao and not the heavenly Tao." Dayu asked, "Although the heavenly being Tao is one of the 6 paths, this lord of the heavenly being Tao survived the huge turmoil back then. Could he have stood on the side of the 5 sanctuaries back then? Perhaps." Su Zimo said, "It's also possible that this was part of Saint the Arch reincarnation's original arrangement to keep the lord of the heavenly being Tao in the major chiliocosm as a chess piece. Now that Saint the Arch reincarnation has returned to the major chiliocosm, the lord of the heavenly being Tao returned to his side as well." "Chess piece?" Dayu asked, "What's the use of Saint the Arch reincarnation's move?" "I'm not sure," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "I think it might be related to the heavenly Tao saint weapon of the 33 heavens." "There's another heavenly Tao saint weapon in the 33 heavens?" Dayu said, "The weapon of Saint the Arch reincarnation?" Su Zimo nodded. If that wasn't the case, there was no way the 5 saint lords would have returned empty-handed even after charging into the 33 heavens with their heavenly Tao saint weapons. After entering the 33 heavens, be it saint weapons or combat strength, they will be suppressed in some way. Lin Xuanji leaned over and asked curiously, "How many experts like Saint the Arch reincarnation are there in the major chiliocosm?" "There were originally 8. Su Zimo said. 6 of them are Genesis essence spirits who were born at the start of the trichiliocosm, and they represent the 6 heavenly Taos, yin-yang, divine punishment, nirvana, ancestral fire, space-time, and chaos. Later on, 2 living beings cultivated to the same level and opened up another 2 heavenly Taos, life and reincarnation." Su Zimo recounted the matter of the Genesis essence spirits to everyone. Everyone was enlightened. That was the origin of the 8 sanctuaries. Su Zimo said, "However, in that turmoil more than 6 billion years ago, the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life died. Now, there are only 6 Saint Thearchs left." Lin Xuanji frowned. "The Saint Thearchs backing the 5 sanctuaries will definitely join forces. Even if Saint the Arch reincarnation has returned in this generation, how can he fight them? Zimo should have a chance of becoming a Saint the Arch as well. If he joins forces with reincarnation, they might stand a fighting chance." Demonist Ji said. Lin Xuanji said, "Even so, that's just 2 Saint Thearchs. According to the information available during the turmoil back then, Saint the Arch Chaos, Saint the Arch Life, and Saint the Arch Reincarnation were on the same side. Even so, they were defeated. 2 Saint Thearchs died and the 3 sanctuaries were destroyed. If it's a 2-on-5 situation in this generation, there's still no chance of winning, right?" Everyone nodded. What Lin Xuanji said made sense. Su Zimo said, "I'm guessing that although the 5 Saint Thearchs did not die in that huge turmoil back then, they might have encountered some irrecoverable injuries. Injuries that even heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs could not recover from? In that case, what about Saint the Arch reincarnation? Everyone still had many questions in their hearts. Of course, that was only Su Zimo's guess. Until the moment he actually saw the 5 Saint Thearchs, there was no way he could make an accurate judgment. Dai Yu suddenly asked, "Will the immeasurable calamity of all beings threaten the heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs?" "It won't threaten them." Su Zimo shook his head. Saint the Arch reincarnation had once said that there were very few people who could survive the immeasurable calamity of all beings. He should be referring to the few heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs. Dai Yu said, "Since that huge turmoil more than 6 billion years ago was caused by the immeasurable calamity of all beings, why did it trigger a battle between Saint Thearchs?" Everyone understood what Dai Yu meant. Since the immeasurable calamity of all beings could not threaten the heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs, there was no need for the few heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs to be involved in that huge turmoil back then. In reality, Su Zimo was puzzled about that as well. According to Saint the Arch reincarnation, the battle back then originated from the immeasurable calamity of all beings. It started with 3,000 human saints who could not bear to see all living beings destroyed and fought against the 5 sanctuaries. However, if the immeasurable calamity of all beings could not threaten the heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs, even if all the saints and great saints were dead, there was no need for the few heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs to attack. There must be another reason. Lin Xuanji asked, "What exactly caused the immeasurable calamity of all beings?" Su Zimo pondered for a long time before saying slowly, "According to Saint the Arch reincarnation, the root of the immeasurable calamity of all beings lies in eternal life. However, in reality, although the 3,000 great Taos are eternal and indestructible, the existence of the 3,000 great Taos alone will not trigger the immeasurable calamity of all beings. All the 3,000 great Taos have their own formulations, and they will only make the trichiliocosm more stable and prosperous. However, once living beings of the 10,000 races synthesize with the Tao to become saints, that will cause the great Taos to possess selfishness and greed. Such selfishness and greed will lead to all sorts of imbalances and inequalities. Since the bloodlines of saints are endless, their factions will intertwine and they will occupy more and more resources. The struggle for survival of the 10,000 races will become increasingly intense and karma will collide, creating many minor and major calamities. If saints die, their energy will return to the world and the factions under them will eventually decline. The world will eventually return to balance. However, such calamities can't threaten saints at all. As long as the saints are not dead, the number of calamities will continue to increase. Once it's accumulated to a certain point, it will cause karma to collapse and the universe will lose its balance. The immeasurable calamity of all beings will descend and kill everything, including saints, causing the world to return to chaos so that it can evolve again. As though he had comprehended something, Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "Upon reaching their peak, all things must decline and reverse. This is the most fundamental rule and is also to maintain the balance of the world. However, because saints possess eternal life, they will prosper forever and that destroyed the balance." Dai Yu said, "It's no wonder why Saint the Arch Life said that the hope of resolving the immeasurable calamity of all beings lies with fellow Taoist Xianxia." "That's right," Su Zimo said. "Now that Xianxia has cultivated to the level of Love Sunder, she's already a great saint. If she can take another step forward, she'll be emotionless and create a new heavenly Tao." When people say that the heavens are emotionless and unsympathetic, it's because they view all living beings of the 10,000 races equally without any personal selfishness or greed. That should be the reason why Saint the Arch Life said that true justice and benevolence only comes without emotions. Lin Xuanji murmured softly, "This means that under that heavenly Tao, be it weak mayflies and ants or the mighty gods, immortals and fiends, they shall all be equal. But how can that be achieved?" Dai Yu shook her head. "Even if fellow Taoist Xianxia advances further and becomes a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, she'll only be on par with the few heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs and won't be able to change the situation of the trichiliocosm." Lin Xuanji added, To make the saints give up on their selfishness and greed is equivalent to making them give up everything they have. This is almost equivalent to fighting against the entire trichiliocosm. Demonist G said, if she joins forces with reincarnation to suppress the 5 heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs, they will definitely stand a chance. Perhaps. Su Zimo thought for a moment. Actually, I can see some things from the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus. Back then, the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Archlife tried to find a way to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings. That was the goal of the Chaos Green Lotus in creating the heaven and earth creation diagram. Unfortunately, because the heaven and earth creation diagram was born from the trichiliocosm, there was no way to continue evolving it. At that thought, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. He had yet to reach the realm of the Chaos Green Lotus back then and could not see some of the memories clearly. However, he had a faint feeling that there might be something more to the battle between the Saint Thearchs back then. Feng Cantillon asked, according to what you said, there's a high chance that the 5 Genesis essence spirits have already awakened. Now that Saint the Arch reincarnation has made a comeback, there will definitely be a battle between them. I wonder when this battle will break out. The 5 Genesis essence spirits will probably look for me first. Su Zimo said slowly. They won't wait until I become a Saint the Arch to appear. The arrival of the 5 Saint Lords this time round should be their final warning. Everyone's hearts sank. This meant that Su Zimo did not have much time left. The 5 Genesis essence spirits could arrive at any moment and kill Su Zimo first. If 5 Genesis essence spirits look for you, will Saint the Arch reincarnation step in? Dai Yu was worried that Saint the Arch reincarnation would hold a grudge against Su Zimo because of the death of Brahma Ghost Mother and chose to stand by idly. Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know. In reality, he indeed did not know how important Brahma Ghost Mother was to Saint the Arch reincarnation. Logically speaking, Brahma Ghost Mother was not only a disciple of Saint the Arch reincarnation, she also controlled one of the 6 paths and was extremely important. However, in that battle earlier on, Saint the Arch reincarnation merely watched as he killed Brahma Ghost Mother. Yet, if Saint the Arch reincarnation did not care about Brahma Ghost Mother at all, he would not have stepped in to save her soul in the end. Furthermore, Brahma Ghost Mother did not seem to only have a master-disciple relationship with Saint the Arch reincarnation. Su Zimo said, it's fine even if he doesn't step in. Even if this Green Lotus true body dies, there's still a chance of survival. Your martial Tao prime body is still around? Feng Santian's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask. Su Zimo nodded. Everyone perked up. These old friends all knew of the existence of Su Zimo's martial Tao prime body. However, ever since the martial Tao prime body was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation after the heaven conquest battle, he never appeared again. As such, everyone thought that the martial Tao prime body had long died. What's the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body right now? Can he compare to the Genesis essence spirits? Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly. What cultivation realm? Su Zimo shook his head. I don't know. The cultivation of the martial Tao prime body was unprecedented and there was nothing to reference. It was completely different from the dermic formulations available in the trichiliocosm. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, he's stronger than a great saint, but he's not comparable to the Genesis essence spirits. After all, a few Chaos Sacred Spirits had already been born in the Chaos universe of the martial Tao prime body. The combat strength of the martial Tao prime body could naturally surpass great saints. However, it was not comparable to the Genesis essence spirits still. The Genesis essence spirits were born in an even more ancient universe. Everyone fell silent once more. If he was not comparable to the Genesis essence spirits, he could not resolve the calamity. Indeed, it could only be considered as a chance of survival. Su Zimo did not explain. In reality, he was even looking forward to the arrival of the 5 Genesis essence spirits. That was because the only opportunity for the martial Tao prime body's chaos universe to continue evolving and trace the origin of the universe was with the 5 Genesis essence spirits. Although the Chaos Green Lotus was also one of the 6 Genesis essence spirits back then, it was already dead after all. Its soul had been reincarnated a few times and its body was destroyed and reconstructed. Even if Su Zimo cultivated the green lotus true body to the great saint realm, he did not have the aura and traces of the cosmos era when the Genesis essence spirits were born. As for Saint the Arch reincarnation, he cultivated to become a Saint the Arch through his own efforts and did not belong to that cosmos era as well. Traces of that ancient universe could only be seen from the 5 Genesis essence spirits. That was the only way to search for clues and trace its origin. That was the opportunity the Martial Tao Prime Body was waiting for. 10 days later, the skies above the major kiliacosm changed drastically. Apart from the direction of the 33 heavens being unaffected, the other territories were enveloped by a suffocating, terrifying might, as though the apocalypse had descended. The 10,000 races were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. Even for those who had cultivated to the paramount supremacy realm, they felt a fear that touched their souls at that moment. The saints were in an uproar and felt their scalps tingle, not daring to act rashly. Even saints did not know what had happened. In the trichiliacosm, only existences at the level of great saints knew what this terrifying pressure meant. Even they could not defend against that power. The 5 oldest life forms had appeared. In the chaos sanctuary, Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly with a calm expression. He looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "They're here." Everyone in the hall had yet to disperse. They came so quickly. Even though they were mentally prepared, everyone's faces were pale and they were shocked. Even Dayu, who had been calm the entire time, gripped Su Zimo's hand tightly instinctively, as though she was afraid that he would not return. "Chaos. Let's have a chat." A voice entered Su Zimo's ears. Su Zimo stood up and squeezed Dayu's palm gently. He smiled gently, indicating for her to rest assured. Thereafter, he turned around and surveyed his old friends in the hall. He paused for a moment on each of their faces, as though he wanted to remember their appearances. Everyone also realized that this farewell might be their last. A moment later, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air before leaving and disappearing. Above the major kiliacosm, clouds surged and covered the skies. Su Zimo passed through the layers of clouds and arrived above the major kiliacosm. Not far away, 5 figures filled with a faint halo stood. Suddenly, 2 purple flames rose in Su Zimo's eyes. The Martial Tao Prime Body made use of the eyes of the green lotus true body to begin searching for traces and auras of that ancient universe on the 5 Genesis essence spirits. As Su Zimo stared at the 5 Genesis essence spirits, they sized him up as well. The Genesis essence spirit in the middle that was filled with a destructive aura said indifferently, "Initially, I thought that you were the reincarnation of chaos. From the looks of it, apart from your body being the chaos green lotus, you have nothing to do with chaos." Black and white chi appeared in the eyes of the Genesis essence spirit on the left, as though he could see through Su Zimo's future life. "So he's just a mortal. It was by chance that he reached the heavens in a single bound and cultivated to this point. What a pity." The Genesis essence spirit that was surrounded by lightning murmured softly. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the gazes of the 5 Genesis essence spirits towards him turned colder. "What's the pity?" Su Zimo asked. The Martial Tao Prime Body was deducing. Right now, he had to stall for time as much as possible. The Genesis essence spirit said, "If you were the reincarnation of chaos, you would be considered an old friend of ours. On account of our past relationship, we would have given you another chance. It's a pity that you're not." Pausing for a moment, the Genesis essence spirit said, "Although this does make things simpler. You'll just be killed then." The moment he said that, the Genesis essence spirit raised his hand slightly and divine punishment descended from the skies, arriving instantly. Su Zimo was shocked. The Genesis essence spirit attacked right away without giving him any chance. Even though Su Zimo's combat strength had already surpassed a great saint, even though the Genesis essence spirits might have been injured long ago. However, against the divine punishment, Su Zimo still felt a helpless feeling. In fact, he could even smell the aura of death. This was not the power of the great Tao, but the power of the heavenly Tao. Bang! Suddenly, A black shadow appeared in front of Su Zimo and crushed the divine punishment in front of him with a casual grab. Saint the Arch Reincarnation had appeared. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. If not for Saint the Arch Reincarnation blocking the divine punishment, even with the Chaos Bell and Chaos Saint body, he would have died in less than 2 moves without a doubt. Once the Green Lotus True body died, it would affect the deduction process of the Martial Tao Prime body as well. Saint the Arch Reincarnation waved his hand gently. Divine punishment, you're much weaker than back then. Seems like it's been difficult for your injuries to heal. Indeed, the 5 Genesis essence spirits had long been injured. Suddenly, a doubt rose in Su Zimo's heart. As Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs, why were the injuries of the 5 Genesis essence spirits not healed yet while Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked like he had already recovered? What kind of injuries were so serious that the 5 Genesis essence spirits could not recover completely? Genesis essence spirit Yin Yang had a calm expression and said indifferently, "Chaos and life have already died. You won't be able to cause much trouble alone." Genesis essence spirit Spacetime said in a deep voice, "Even if we're injured, we can still suppress you if we join forces." "I don't think so." He. Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked at the 5 Genesis essence spirits and suddenly laughed. His shoulders shrugged, looking slightly deranged. Genesis essence spirit Nirvana said coldly, "There's no need to talk to him. Let's just join forces and kill him." Boom! Genesis essence spirit Nirvana attacked. The power of the heavenly Tao erupted, and the entire space was filled with a destructive aura. Under the envelopment of the Nirvana heavenly Tao, everything had to return to Nirvana and turn into dust. Piak! Saint the Arch Reincarnation slapped casually and dispersed the power of the Nirvana heavenly Tao that was just condensed. "There's no need for you to display methods of such level anymore," Saint the Arch Reincarnation said indifferently with a mocking expression. Genesis essence spirit Nirvana's expression darkened. With a thought, a murderous spear tore through the layers of clouds and arrived in his palm. It was the heavenly Tao Saint weapon, Saint Slaying Spear. "Everyone, don't be careless," Genesis essence spirit Nirvana said in a deep voice. The 4 Genesis essence spirits understood and retracted the remaining 4 heavenly Tao Saint weapons. When they noticed that commotion, the Fiend Lord, Lord of the heavenly being Tao, Lord of Hell and Evil Lady who were originally in the 33 heavens appeared one after another and led their armies to leave the 33 heavens for the first time. Instantly, the evil fiends danced wildly in the skies above the 33 heavens with ghostly shadows and flags fluttering with torrential killing intent. Previously, the reason why the Fiend Lord, Lord of Hell and the others did not dare to leave the 33 heavens rashly was because they were wary of the existence of the 5 heavenly Tao Saint weapons. Now that there was no longer the threat of the heavenly Tao Saint weapons, the lords of the 4 paths had all appeared. The mountain chief also led the human saints above the life sanctuary. Chaos Sanctuary. Illumination, Nether Glow and Die. You led the experts of the Chaos Sanctuary into the air one after another and looked in the direction of the 5 sanctuaries. An incomparably thick staff that extended to the heavens appeared in the eastern sky. Beside the staff, an even larger body appeared faintly with a terrifying aura. Great Saint Chaos Universe had appeared. In the previous turmoil, Great Saint Chaos Universe, who had maintained a neutral stance, was prepared to attack in this generation as well. The major Kiliacosm surged and the world changed. Azure Dragon. The evil lady's voice spread to the 5 sanctuaries. "This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Have the 5 of you ever considered the fact that this day might come? The cycle of the heavenly Tao." Those words seemed to have a powerful fiendish power. The living beings of the 5 sanctuaries felt their hearts skip a beat and they felt uneasy. The 5 Saint Lords had ugly expressions. At the mention of the cycle of the heavenly Tao, they could not help but recall the past. It was as though it was yesterday and everything was still vivid in their minds. In reality, the destruction of the 3 sanctuaries was caused by the 5 of them. In that huge turmoil back then, Saint the Arch Chaos and Saint the Arch Life died while Saint the Arch Reincarnation was nowhere to be found. The 5 Genesis essence spirits were injured. Before they fell asleep, They handed the 5 heavenly Tao Saint weapons to the Saint Lords and asked them to preside over the balance and stabilize the trichiliocosm. It was also because of the 5 heavenly Tao Saint weapons that the Saint Lords could break through the 3 sanctuaries in one go. But now, in this generation, the heavenly Tao Saint weapons in their possessions were taken back and they lost their greatest reliance. Not only had the Reincarnation Sanctuary, Chaos Sanctuary and Life Sanctuary risen once more, the number of great saint experts had even surpassed them. They were going to have to suffer the backlash of the 3 sanctuaries. All of this was like the cycle of the heavenly Tao and karma. Even the hearts of the 5 Saint Lords wavered. However, before long, the 5 Saint Lords calmed down. As long as the 5 Genesis essence spirits suppress Saint the Arch Reincarnation, the outcome would be decided. Saint Lord Yin Yang said in a deep voice. That's right. Saint Lord Divine Punishment said, our 5 sanctuaries have existed for so many years and our foundations are deep. It's not so easy for the 3 sanctuaries to defeat us. What we have to do is try our best to stall for time and wait for news from the 5 Genesis essence spirits. Saint Lord Spacetime said, although we no longer have heavenly Tao Saint weapons, they don't either. Even if they have the advantage in numbers, it'll be difficult for them to kill us. Ancestral Fire, Gu Yao has already become a great saint. Whose side will she stand on? The 4 Saint Lords looked at Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. Saint Lord Ancestral Fire shook his head gently. She won't stand on either side. Even if she sees me die, she won't step in. The moment she became a great saint, my karma with her was severed completely. Kill! Without restraints. Many evil fiends and nether ghosts of the 33 heavens could no longer hold it in and charged in the direction of the 5 sanctuaries crazily. The major chiliocosm fell into a huge turmoil once more. The flames of war raged everywhere and not many living beings of the 10,000 races were spared from being implicated. Boom! Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang and Genesis Essence Spirit Divine Punishment attacked at the same time. They summoned 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons, the Taiji Diagram and Divine Punishment Sword, to suppress Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Yin and Yang revolved and the world spun. At that moment, Saint the Arch Reincarnation seemed to be trapped in the Taiji Diagram and could be strangled at any moment. Heaven and earth is Yin and Yang. Death and life is Yin and Yang. Sun and moon is Yin and Yang. Day and night is Yin and Yang. Cold and hot is Yin and Yang. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, thunder and lightning, rain and snow. They were also Yin and Yang. All things in the world had Yin and Yang in them. That was also the reason why Yin and Yang was a heavenly Tao. Even Saint the Arch Reincarnation could not break free from the Yin Yang heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao Saint weapon, the Taiji Diagram, could only unleash its true power in the hands of Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang. The Yin Yang heavenly Tao filled every inch of space and there was nowhere to hide. Buzz! Buzz! The body of the Divine Punishment Sword trembled continuously. Every single tremble released bedazzling electric arcs. Divine punishment was exacted on behalf of the heavens. What sort of might and power was that? Only a heavenly Tao could do things on behalf of the heavens. A sword beam appeared in the Taiji Diagram. The Divine Punishment Sword descended and combined with the Taiji Diagram, slashing towards Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Although Saint the Arch Reincarnation was trapped, he was not flustered. His expression was calm as he threw it casually and a pitch-black ancient book appeared in midair. The pages moved without any wind and flipped page after page, releasing a black halo that blocked the Taiji Diagram and Divine Punishment Sword. The Human Book. To be precise, this was the Human Book after the synthesis with the Book of Life and Death. Boom! The 3 heavenly Tao Saint weapons collided and erupted with a tremendous power fluctuation that was almost apocalyptic. Instantly, Yin and Yang were torn apart and the Divine Punishment was broken through. Saint the Arch Reincarnation held the Human Book in his hands and his figure reappeared. The hearts of the 2 Genesis Essence Spirits, Yin Yang and Divine Punishment, skipped a beat. Their attacks were resolved by Saint the Arch Reincarnation and blocked. The 2 heavenly Tao Saint weapons did not gain any advantage in front of the Human Book. That book in your hands is not the human book. Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang's eyes turned black and white as he glared at the human book with a grim tone. The human book was the heavenly Tao Saint weapon of Saint the Archlife. More than 6 billion years ago, in that huge turmoil, the human book was damaged and its power was no longer there. Now that the human book was in the hands of Saint the Arch Reincarnation, not only was it unrecognizable, its power was even greater than before. Saint the Arch Reincarnation smiled gently. To be precise, this is the true human book. The scale of the initial human book was way too small, and it only contained records of tens of thousands of humans. But now, the human book contains all the information about the living beings of the 10,000 races. All living beings in the trichiliocosm, be it birds, beasts, or even flora race beings, they're all listed in the human book. Su Zimo was shocked. That was a massive scale. The information of all life was in the human book. All living beings had no secrets or resistance against the human book. This meant that as long as Saint the Arch Reincarnation wanted to, he could make use of the human book to control the life and death of all living beings and manipulate the fate of all living beings. Genesis Essence Spirits Spacetime, Ancestral Fire, and Nirvana did not say anything. They exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. The three of them could tell that Genesis Essence Spirits Yin Yang and Divine Punishment alone could not do anything to Saint the Arch Reincarnation. As for Su Zimo at the side, he was another huge problem. He could not be allowed to become a Saint the Arch. Therefore, Genesis Essence Spirits Ancestral Fire and Nirvana joined forces with Genesis Essence Spirits Yin Yang and Divine Punishment and charged towards Saint the Arch Reincarnation. As for Genesis Essence Spirit Spacetime, he chose to attack Su Zimo, determined to kill him. A blazing furnace appeared around Saint the Arch Reincarnation. It was scarlet red and spewed hot air, emitting the might to incinerate the world. Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, Incinerating Heaven Furnace. A spear stabbed over with an ear-piercing tearing sound and a cold killing intent. Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, Saint Slaying Spear. The 4 Genesis Essence Spirits attacked at the same time. Although they were injured, they had 4 Heavenly Tao Saint Weapons in their hands after all. No matter how strong the human book was, it would definitely not be able to defend against the attacks of 4 Heavenly Tao Saint Weapons. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was unhurried and slashed down gently with a calm expression. Rumble. The next moment the world collapsed. That was not a description. Instead, a part of the world of the major kiliocosm had truly collapsed. Wah! When Su Zimo saw that, his eyes widened. If the major kiliocosm was like a piece of cloth, Saint the Arch Reincarnation had just torn off the northwest corner of the cloth with a wave of his hand. That corner was where the 33 heavens were. Saint the Arch Reincarnation had actually stripped the entire 33 heavens from the major kiliocosm and moved it in front of him. Boom! The Saint Slaying Spear and Incinerating Heaven Furnace collided against the 33 heavens with a deafening bang. Amidst the loud bang, Su Zimo could vaguely hear wails. Countless living beings lived in the 33 heavens. The moment they defended against the Saint Slaying Spear and the Incinerating Heaven Furnace, the gigantic impact backfired on countless living beings in the 33 heavens and they died instantly. In fact, many living beings died before they even knew what happened. For the living beings of the 33 heavens, the scene earlier was like a doomsday apocalypse for them. How could they have known that the doomsday apocalypse they witnessed was merely a single exchange between 3 Saint Thearchs? Su Zimo had once guessed that there was a Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon in the 33 heavens. However, he had not expected that the 33 heavens was the Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon itself. Even the expressions of the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits changed when they saw that, let alone Su Zimo. This is your Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon from back then? The tone of Genesis Essence Spirit Ancestral Fire was filled with shock, doubt, and disbelief. That's right. Saint the Arch Reincarnation nodded. Back then, after that Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon was crippled by you guys, I left it in the major kiliocosm and synthesized it with the 33 heavens to record the 3,000 great Taos. If I refine it again and transform it into a new Heavenly Tao Saint Weapon, it will become the Heaven Book. Su Zimo was shocked when he heard that. How bold of him to refine a corner of the major chiliocosm into a weapon. Who would have thought that the Heaven Book was not a book but a corner of the major chiliocosm? The reason why Saint the Arch Reincarnation left the Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao in the major chiliocosm back then was probably so that he could fuse the Heaven Book with the 33 heavens for this transformation. However, such methods were way too cruel for the living beings of the 33 heavens. They could be made into sacrificial lambs in fights between big shots at any moment. At the same time, the power of the space-time heavenly Tao descended in Su Zimo's direction. At that point, the 5 Genesis essence spirits had already attacked. The martial Tao prime body made use of the eyes of the green lotus true body and finally found traces of power from the ancient universe the moment the 5 Genesis essence spirits attacked. So, that's the case? In the Saint Ruins, the martial Tao prime body muttered to himself in deep thought. Although he could roughly guess the evolution direction of the chaos universe, it would take some time for the transformation to end. However, Genesis essence spirit spacetime had already attacked and the green lotus true body could not defend at all and was about to die. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying phantom appeared in front of Su Zimo. The power of the spacetime heavenly Tao collided against it and vanished without a trace before long. Boom! The heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda descended and collided with the phantom, wanting to smash it. The phantom swayed and strange and terrifying buildings vaguely appeared within, looking lifeless. Even the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda could not shatter the phantom. Su Zimo's expression changed. The phantom gave him a sense of déjà vu. This is... Su Zimo murmured softly. Suddenly, a strange and cold laughter sounded in Su Zimo's ears. Why? Have you forgotten about me so quickly? Fengdu. Su Zimo was enlightened. That phantom was the netherworld itself. The netherworld could withstand a single strike from the heaven and earth black-yellow pagoda. Could it be? Genesis essence spirit spacetime had a grim expression as he glared at the netherworld and said slowly, "Another heavenly Tao saint weapon." Saint the Arch Reincarnation smiled faintly. That's right. The heaven, earth, and human books are all in my hands. The heaven book and human book have already appeared. This is the earth book. Earth book? Su Zimo was slightly stunned before coming to a realization. The heaven book was not a book and was refined from a corner of the major chiliocosm. Naturally, the earth book might not be a physical book either. The so-called earth book was the netherworld. The heaven book recorded the 3,000 great Taos and the human book recorded the living beings of the 10,000 races. As for the earth book, it contained the dead souls of the living beings. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The moment he saw the earth book, Su Zimo finally had an answer to his many questions about Fengdu with his current experience. He could naturally tell that Fengdu was not a true living being. To be precise, Fengdu was a weapon spirit of the Earth Book. The Netherworld was only worthy of the title Earth Book after it used the remnant soul of Saint Lord Reincarnation as its weapon spirit. That was the reason why Fengdu did not have his own body. Throughout the countless years in the medium chiliocosm, Fengdu racked his brains and cultivated for several eras just to forge the body of a great emperor. The reason why Fengdu once said that he was undying and indestructible was not because he was a saint. It was because he was the weapon spirit of the Earth Book. As long as the Earth Book was not destroyed, no matter how many times he died, he could use it to be reborn. With the help of the Earth Book, Fengdu achieved eternal life in another sense. Before Su Zimo ascended to the major chiliocosm, he watched over the netherworld for tens of thousands of years. He wanted to find traces of Fengdu but to no avail. It was precisely because Fengdu was the weapon spirit of the netherworld that he could hide perfectly from his senses. There was something more important. Initially, Su Zimo thought that everything Fengdu did and committed in the medium chiliocosm was just to become a great emperor. However, at that moment he thought of another reason. The netherworld was the Earth Book and the source of its power came from the souls of the living beings of the 10,000 races after they died. In other words, the more chaos and killings there were, the more living beings would die and the Earth Book would become stronger. The Earth Book was completely controlled by Saint the Arch Reincarnation, In that case, the endless bloodshed that Feng Du caused in the medium chiliocosm might have been tacitly approved by Saint the Arch Reincarnation. In fact, there was a high chance that it was instigated by Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Therefore, although Empress Evil abhorred evil and dragged countless evil people into the Beast Dao, she had never attacked Feng Du. Even though she hated Feng Du to the core, she was still wary. The main reason was probably because Saint the Arch Reincarnation was the one backing Feng Du. Of course, that was only Su Zimo's guess. Those thoughts flashed through his mind. On the other side, Saint the Arch Reincarnation summoned the 3 books of heaven, earth and human and resisted the 5 Genesis essence spirits and 5 heavenly Tao Saint weapons head-on. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was indeed fully prepared for this comeback. It was difficult for Saint the Arch Reincarnation to suppress the 5 Genesis essence spirits alone. However, it was impossible for the 5 Genesis essence spirits to defeat him in a short period of time. That bought Su Zimo a lot of time. The martial Tao prime body detonated the chaos universe once more and began to trace the origin of the myriad powers of the universe. He continued to reverse deduce the martial Tao and trace the origin. As for Su Zimo, he took the opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the world and the universe as well. After the chaos universe exploded, a terrifying power swept in all directions. As time passed, the chaos universe vanished. To be precise, the chaos itself vanished. That universe was still there. However, that universe was no longer something that could be detected through one's senses. That was because the martial Tao prime body was now the universe. However, the 2 true bodies were telepathic. Su Zimo could sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body. That was the reason why he could vaguely sense the existence of a vast universe. There was no matter, life or great Tao in this vast universe. There was no light or darkness, no beginning or end. There was not even chaos chi. However, a vague embryonic form could be sensed from this universe. That was the only thing Su Zimo could sense. This was an even more ancient and primitive universe that possessed a form but was intangible. Gradually, 4 balls of light were the first to be nurtured in the empty universe. They floated and approached the center of the universe. When Su Zimo saw the 4 balls of light, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. The battle between Saint the Arch Reincarnation and the 5 Genesis essence spirits was still ongoing. The aftershock of the power released by both parties spread in all directions and struck Su Zimo, causing the chaos bell to tremble continuously and ring. When he heard the bell, Su Zimo suddenly came to a realization. The chaos bell was engraved with mountains, rivers, earth, the sun, moon and stars in a majestic manner. Apart from that, there were 4 strange power traces left on the bell. It was not any great Tao, but it was indestructible. The auras of the 4 power traces were almost identical to the 4 balls of light in the universe formed by the martial Tao prime body. After an unknown period of time, the 4 balls of light gathered in the center of the universe. This time round, Su Zimo could sense it even more clearly. The 4 balls of light were not life and did not have any life force. They only had 4 simple ancient powers. One of them was similar to the Earth Great Tao, but it was even more encompassing. One of them was similar to the Fire Great Tao, but it was even more ancient and primitive. One of them was similar to the Water Great Tao and another was similar to the Wind Great Tao. 2 balls of light seemed to have collided unintentionally and fused. A strange scene happened. The collision and fusing of the 2 powers released the aura of life. The first life in this universe was born. The life form was still a little tender and was just an inch-long seedling. It looked extremely weak and took root in the universe, swaying gently. That was the Chaos Green Lotus. Under the guidance of the martial Tao prime body, the 4 balls of power collided in pairs and another 5 lives were born one after another. The powers of yin-yang, divine punishment, nirvana, space-time and fire appeared on the 5 living beings respectively. When the 6 lives were all born, the 4 balls of power were completely exhausted. So that was the case. Su Zimo was enlightened when he saw that. That was the origin of the 6 Genesis essence spirits. Su Zimo referred to the four balls of Genesis powers as earth, water, wind, and fire. Due to the fusion of earth, water, wind, and fire, the 6 Genesis essence spirits were born, and they were also the first 6 lives in this universe. The 6 heavenly Daos of the universe descended. Su Zimo called this universe with a form but was intangible and gave birth to 6 Genesis essence spirits, the Genesis universe. In the major Kiliacosm, after the 5 Genesis essence spirits attacked, the martial Tao prime body discovered the auras and traces of the 4 types of Genesis powers on them and deduced the existence of the Genesis universe. However, the Genesis universe had yet to stabilize completely and continued to evolve. On the other side, Su Zimo's mind had already returned to the Chaos Saint body. Watching the formation of the Genesis universe, sensing the birth of the 6 Genesis essence spirits, and even experiencing the 4 Genesis powers was way too help for him. There was no need for comprehension or cultivation. The entire process of the deepest secret of the universe was completely presented before his eyes. There was nothing more direct than that. Even a blessing that was directly passed down was nothing more than something like that. Could be said that he had reached the heavens with a single step. All the barriers and bottlenecks blocking Su Zimo's great Tao vanished. Boom! Su Zimo took a step forward and a loud bang sounded from his body. Dong! As though it sensed something, the Chaos Bell released a bell chime as well. The world trembled and the great Tao resonated. Su Zimo's aura surged and he broke through the barrier instantly, as though he had arrived at the peak of a mountain and was looking down at the world. Heavenly Tao Saint the Arch. Right now, he was indeed standing at the peak of the Trichiliacosm. The 5 Genesis essence spirits were shocked when they sensed that. The 5 of them joined forces to confront Saint the Arch reincarnation. Right now, it was difficult to determine who was stronger and they barely maintained a balance. If another heavenly Tao Saint the Arch joined the battlefield, the balance would definitely be broken. This meant that there was a high chance that Su Zimo would win this battle between Saint Thearchs no matter which side he was on. This battle would also determine the future of the Trichiliacosm. Desolate Marshal. Suddenly, Genesis essence spirit Yin Yang said, "Reincarnation is extremely ambitious. If you help him win, the Trichiliacosm will definitely fall into an irreversible catastrophe." The moment he became a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, Su Zimo calmed down instead. He merely looked at the Saint Thearchs on the battlefield and was in no hurry to attack. At that moment, the initiative was in his hands. There were still some things he wanted to ask. Su Zimo said, "Reincarnation wants to kill the saints of the world and establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, rewarding good and punishing evil. If that's his ambition, it's not bad." Genesis Essence Spirit Divine Punishment said in a deep voice, "He doesn't just want the lives of the saints. He even wants to destroy great saints and also us, the Genesis Essence Spirits." Genesis Essence Spirit Ancestral Fire added, "When the 6 of us ruled the Trichiliacosm, there were checks and balances between us. Once we're destroyed, reincarnation will reign supreme alone, and that will definitely be a disaster for the Trichiliacosm." Genesis Essence Spirit Spacetime said, "The immeasurable calamity of all beings can't threaten us at all. If reincarnation only wanted to destroy the saints, we would definitely not interfere." Su Zimo nodded. That was the reason for the battle between the Saint Thearchs back then. Previously, he wondered why the battle would happen since the immeasurable calamity of all beings could not threaten the Genesis Essence Spirits. The reason was because what threatened them was not the immeasurable calamity of all beings, but Saint the Arch reincarnation. How did the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch life die? Su Zimo asked again. In the battle of the Saint Thearchs back then, the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits had the advantage and would have probably won in the end as well. However, it was probably impossible for the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits to kill the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch life completely. Existences like the Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs were comparable to the Genesis Essence Spirits. The only way for them to be completely killed was if there was a stronger power involved. No such expert existed in the Trichiliacosm. Unless, Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana said, "In the battle back then, chaos, life and reincarnation could not defeat us even if they joined forces. when chaos and life saw that the situation was hopeless. At that point, Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana paused, as though he was recalling a scene from back then. An extremely conflicted expression surged on his face. It was hatred, anger, indignation, and fear. Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana took a deep breath and said slowly, "At the last moment, chaos and life joined forces and chose to take on the Trichiliocosm. They're the lunatics." Su Zimo was slightly stunned before coming to a realization. The moment he became a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, he could sense that there were cracks in the entire Trichiliocosm. Those cracks were left behind by the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life joining forces to attack the Trichiliocosm. Given the power of the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life, it was naturally impossible for them to destroy the Trichiliocosm. Their goals were just to leave behind cracks in the Trichiliocosm. The 5 Genesis Essence Spirits were born from this universe. When irreparable cracks appeared in this universe, the injuries of the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits could not recover either. However, Saint the Arch reincarnation only became a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch through his own efforts. As such, he would not be affected by these hidden ailments. The Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life knew that the situation was hopeless, so they made this choice. They sacrificed themselves to pave the way for Saint the Arch reincarnation and welcome the battle of the Saint Thearchs of this generation. Only the Trichiliocosm that had evolved for countless years had the power to destroy the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life. As they conversed, the fight between the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits and Saint the Arch reincarnation continued. Su Zimo shifted his gaze to Saint the Arch reincarnation. Unlike the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits, Saint the Arch reincarnation did not say anything, nor did he ask for Su Zimo's help. Right from the beginning, he did not even defend himself. In Su Zimo's opinion, Saint the Arch reincarnation's choice back then might not have been wrong. If he wanted to establish a fair world and kill all eternal beings, the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits would naturally be included. If he only killed saints and not the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits, he would be no different from those saints who killed all living beings. At the same time, he was an eternal being himself as well. What would he do after suppressing the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits? Su Zimo did not know. Perhaps Saint the Arch reincarnation would become an even greater disaster. However, Su Zimo would not join forces with the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits to kill Saint the Arch reincarnation just because of a single possibility. Furthermore, it was the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits who wanted to kill him earlier on, and Saint the Arch reincarnation saved him. He did not know what Saint the Arch reincarnation would do in the future. However, at the very least, at this moment, he had no reason to be enemies with Saint the Arch reincarnation. Desolate Marshal, what are you hesitating for? Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana hollered. Dong! The Chaos Bell sounded in response to Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana. Through the sound, the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits sensed Su Zimo's intentions at the same time, and their hearts sank. Boom! The next moment, the Chaos Bell hovered above Su Zimo's head and descended on the battlefield, stopping Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang and Genesis Essence Spirit Space-Time. Although they were all heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs, the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits were injured after all. Right now, Su Zimo was at his peak as a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch and controlled the Chaos Heavenly Tao. He fought 1 against 2 but was not disadvantaged. On the other side, Saint the Arch reincarnation was originally fighting 1 against 5. Now that he was facing 3 Genesis Essence Spirits, the pressure on him decreased and his aura increased exponentially. He activated the heaven, earth, and human books to their limits, obscuring the skies and overturning the universe, unleashing the power of the cycle of the heavenly Tao to its limits. Boom! 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 The battle between Saint Thearchs was earth-shaking. It was not only the major Chiliocosm that was in turmoil. Even the medium Chiliocosm and minor Chiliocosm were implicated, and catastrophes erupted one after another. Most of the living beings of the Trichiliocosm did not know what had happened. They only looked at the blood-stained sky and the falling blood rain with terrified expressions. In the major Chiliocosm, the battles between saints and great saints continued as well and became increasingly tragic. Saints died one after another in the battle. Even the great saints were covered in injuries and blood flowed. It was already their limit for the 5 saint lords to last until now. They still had a sliver of hope in their hearts. They looked forward to the 5 Genesis essence spirits winning in the Saint the Arch battlefield. Just like back then. Ah! Right then, a tragic cry sounded from the major Kiliacosm. That was the voice of Genesis essence spirit divine punishment. In the end, the 3 Genesis essence spirits were unable to deal with Saint the Arch reincarnation's attacks, and Genesis essence spirit divine punishment was suppressed by the Earth Book. Immediately after, the Human Book severely injured Genesis essence spirit divine punishment, and the Heaven Book descended, devouring it. Genesis essence spirit divine punishment resisted in the Heaven Book. However, in the end, it was no match and was suppressed by the Heaven Book, completely destroyed. After suppressing Genesis essence spirit divine punishment, the Heaven Book suddenly released a bedazzling light and was surrounded by lightning. Its aura increased exponentially and its strength rose significantly. Initially, the Heaven Book only recorded the 3,000 great Taos. But now, there was a heavenly Tao in the Heaven Book, divine punishment. There was an additional page in the Human Book. Every page of the Human Book recorded living beings of a race. There was only one living being recorded on that page. Genesis essence spirit divine punishment. Similarly, the Earth Book devoured the soul of a Genesis essence spirit. The power of the 3 books rose rapidly after they suppressed Genesis essence spirit divine punishment. The 3 heavenly Tao Saint weapons, the Heaven, Earth, and Human Books, continued to grow. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something. Even if he had not become a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, the 5 Genesis essence spirits would probably not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by Saint the Arch reincarnation in this battle between Saint Thearchs. Saint the Arch reincarnation controlled the Heaven, Earth, and Human Books. From birth to death, from heaven to earth, from the great Tao to the laws, the 3 books covered every single thing. This battle swept through the major Kiliacosm. As time passed, more and more experts died, including saints and great saints. With the death of these experts, the energy should have returned to the world. But now they were all fused into the Heaven, Earth, and Human Books. The longer the battle lasted and the more living beings died, the stronger the combat strength of Saint the Arch reincarnation would be until he completely surpassed the 5 Genesis essence spirits. The dominance of Saint the Arch reincarnation was determined when he made his comeback this time round. Even the 5 Genesis essence spirits could not stop him with their combined forces. Initially, experts like the Genesis essence spirits were not in the 6 paths and could not enter reincarnation. However, earlier on, the divine punishment Heavenly Tao was sealed in the Heaven Book. After being recorded by the Human Book, the fate of divine punishment was within the control of the Human Book. No matter how strong the soul of Genesis essence spirit divine punishment was, it could not hold on alone and could not break free from the 6 paths. It could only be imprisoned by the Earth Book and sealed in the Netherworld. Even if Saint the Arch reincarnation could not kill Genesis essence spirit divine punishment completely, the latter soul could not escape the cycle of the heavenly Tao either, and was still under the control of Saint the Arch reincarnation. In other words, as long as Saint the Arch reincarnation did not allow it, Genesis essence spirit divine punishment would never be able to make a comeback. At that moment, after Saint the Arch reincarnation suppressed Genesis essence spirit divine punishment, the power of the 3 books increased exponentially, and the pressure on Genesis essence spirit nirvana and Genesis ancestral fire increased exponentially. Even when the 3 Genesis essence spirits joined forces, Genesis essence spirit divine punishment was suppressed by Saint the Arch reincarnation. Now that only Genesis essence spirit nirvana and Genesis essence spirit ancestral fire were left and Saint the Arch reincarnation's combat strength had increased exponentially, the 2 Genesis essence spirits could not defend against Saint the Arch reincarnation's killing intent at all. When Genesis essence spirit Yin Yang and Genesis essence spirit Spacetime who were fighting Su Zimo saw that, panic flashed through their eyes as well. They could also sense the terrifying aura emitted by Saint the Arch reincarnation. Suddenly, Genesis essence spirit Yin Yang hollered, "Desolate Marshal, once we die, he'll definitely not let you off. Right now, the only way to suppress him is if you join forces with us. This is your only chance. Genesis Essence Spirit Spacetime shouted as well. Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved. It was not as though his heart had never wavered. However, earlier on, he suddenly thought of something else and could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. When he became a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits immediately began to rope him in. However, Saint the Arch reincarnation remained silent and had no intention of enlisting his help. Even in the face of the accusations of the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits, Saint the Arch reincarnation did not defend himself. At that time, Su Zimo was neutral and could have been on either side. However, Saint the Arch reincarnation was way too calm. It was as though he was not worried that Su Zimo would side with the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits at all. Of course, one possibility was that Saint the Arch reincarnation trusted him enough. However, earlier on, he thought of another possibility. The human book recorded the living beings of the 10,000 races and controlled the fate of all living beings in the world. In other words, even his fate was within the records of the human book. With a single thought, Saint the Arch reincarnation could use the human book to suppress him. That was the reason why Saint the Arch reincarnation was not worried that he would side with the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits. That was because his existence was not a threat to Saint the Arch reincarnation at all. Boom! The moment those thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind, a loud bang sounded in his ears. Genesis Essence Spirit Ancestral Fire was suppressed by Saint the Arch reincarnation. A new heavenly Tao was added to the Heaven Book. An additional page appeared in the Human Book. Another soul was added to the Earth Book. It was the heavenly Tao, fate and soul of the Genesis Essence Spirit. The power of the 3 books rose once more. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits were gone. Genesis Essence Spirit Nirvana, Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang and Genesis Essence Spirit Spacetime knew that the situation was hopeless. Although their expressions were calm, their eyes were dim. They knew that everything was over. Die! Saint the Arch reincarnation was surrounded by the Heaven, Earth and Human books. He stepped forward and intercepted Genesis Essence Spirit Yin Yang and Genesis Essence Spirit Spacetime opposite Su Zimo with a torrential aura. Su Zimo stopped his attacks and stood at the side, watching everything in silence. There was no longer a need for him to attack in this battle. With the power of Saint the Arch reincarnation, it was enough to suppress the remaining 3 Genesis Essence Spirits. Saint the Arch reincarnation wore a black robe and his long hair danced wildly. His attacks were incomparably ferocious and bold, as though he was venting something. The battle between Saint Thearchs did not last long before the remaining 3 Genesis Essence Spirits were suppressed by Saint the Arch reincarnation and sealed in the 3 books. The 3 books floated above Saint the Arch reincarnation's head and emitted mysterious powers that surged into his body, causing his aura to rise continuously. After this battle, not only was Saint the Arch reincarnation not injured, his combat strength was even stronger than before. The Heaven Book recorded the 6 heavenly Taos of divine punishment, Yin Yang, space-time, ancestral fire, nirvana, and reincarnation, as well as the 3,000 great Taos. The Human Book recorded the fate and luck of the living beings of the 10,000 races, including the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits. The Earth Book contained the souls of all living beings throughout the countless years. With the 3 books in hand, Saint the Arch reincarnation was the only god in the trichiliocosm. It's time to end things. Saint the Arch reincarnation looked down at the great Saint battlefield. He extended his palm slowly and swiped down gently. Endless fear appeared in the eyes of the 5 Saint Lords, as though they were experiencing immense fear and their pupils constricted. The next moment, in front of everyone, the 5 Saint Lords were wiped away gently like dust on a bronze mirror. In the void, there was a long imprint of a palm that swiped by. Without any struggle or blood, the 5 Saint Lords were wiped away into thin air and vanished. When the Lord of the heavenly being Tao, the Lord of Hell and the others saw that, their hearts skipped a beat. Great Saint Chaos Universe heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's finally over." However, the Mountain Chief and Evil Lady did not look relaxed. On the contrary, they had grim expressions. The Fiend Lord was covered in injuries and remained expressionless even as blood flowed on the nameless tombstone he sat on. When the saints of the 5 sanctuaries saw that, they were shocked and stopped fighting. Now that the situation was hopeless, it was useless for them to continue fighting. When the saints of the 3 sanctuaries saw that, they did not continue chasing. In this battle, enough saints had died. The battle did not last long, but the major Kiliacosm was already filled with devastation and corpses. Right then, the saints felt their vision darken. Everyone looked up instinctively. A gigantic hand was faintly visible and brushed past their heads gently, as though it was wiping away dust. The next moment, the saints beneath the gigantic hand vanished from this world. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of saints died. It was not just the saints of the 5 sanctuaries. The saints of the 3 sanctuaries were also included. In fact, many human saints died as well. "What are you doing?" The mountain chief looked at the dead saints below and his arms trembled slightly. He glared at Saint the Arch Reincarnation and asked in a deep voice. "Annihilating saints, of course." Saint the Arch Reincarnation's gaze shifted and swept past the mountain chief, Evil Lady, and the others. He said with a fake smile, "You guys are up next." There seemed to be a hint of glee and mockery in those eyes. However, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness when they looked into them. "And after?" the mountain chief continued asking with a calm expression. Saint the Arch Reincarnation said casually, "After that, I'll kill all living beings in the world so that they can accompany you guys. You'll get to enjoy a spectacular death. How about that?" Everyone was shocked. "Are you crazy?" Great Saint Chaos Universe could not help but say. Su Zimo frowned slightly. "I remember you saying that you want to establish a world where all living beings are equal under the 6 paths of reincarnation." "Oh," Saint the Arch Reincarnation smiled. "I forgot to tell you. That was my original idea," Su Zimo said. "If you killed saints because you wanted to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings, what are you killing all living beings for?" "Do I need a reason?" Saint the Arch Reincarnation said indifferently. "I reign supreme in the Trichiliacosm. With the heaven, earth, and human books, the fate of all living beings of the 10,000 races is within my control. I can kill them if I want to. Who can do anything to me?" The evil lady looked at Saint the Arch Reincarnation with a cold gaze. "Back then, I followed you willingly because I trusted Master's judgment. Unfortunately, she misjudged you. The slayer of villains became the villain in the end." Suddenly, the evil lady looked at Su Zimo. "Do you remember the statement that I did not complete back in the Chaos Hall?" Su Zimo nodded. At that time, the evil lady suddenly said something. "If an existence that no one can fight against is born in the Trichiliacosm." At that time, the evil lady only said half of it. At that moment, the evil lady continued, "What if this existence commits evil? We'll just have to kill that existence then." Su Zimo said. The evil lady nodded as well and said in a sinister tone, "Since the slayer of villains has become a villain, we'll just have to slay him instead. Ha 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 ha." Saint the Arch Reincarnation reared his head in laughter. "Evil lady, are you counting on him to help you?" Saint the Arch Reincarnation said. "Although he has cultivated to the level of a heavenly Tao, Saint the Arch, he's no threat to me. His birth came after the human book was completed. As such, his entire fate is recorded in the human book. I can suppress him with a single thought." Indeed, when Su Zimo heard that, he had a calm expression. He had thought of that possibility earlier on. In the Trichiliacosm, only Great Saint Chaos Universe, the Mountain Chief, the Evil Lady, and a few other lifeforms whose births preceded the human book would not be suppressed. However, the Mountain Chief, the Evil Lady, and the others had yet to become Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs and were no match for Saint the Arch Reincarnation at all. Furthermore, the Heaven, Earth, and Human books had already devoured the 5 Genesis Essence Spirits. The combat strength of Saint the Arch Reincarnation was probably already beyond Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs. No one knew what level he was at. "Are you still not going to attack after holding back for so long?" Right then, Saint the Arch Reincarnation suddenly said something baffling. Immediately after, he turned around slowly and looked at someone not far away. The person sat on a nameless tombstone with his black armor and was covered in injuries. He was completely expressionless. It was the Fiend Lord. Everyone was puzzled. The Fiend Lord was holding back? Who was he going to attack? Saint the Arch Reincarnation continued. You're in charge of Asuras, but you cultivate the killing great Tao. In the Asura battlefield behind you, there are 4 tombs with 4 killing swords buried separately. Heaven-slaying, earth-severing, king-slaughtering, and family-annihilating. You're cold by nature and only manage to nurture the 4 killing swords by slaying the heavens, severing the earth, slaughtering kings, and annihilating your family. In order to advance your killing great Tao, you have to refine a 5th tomb and a 5th killing sword. Master executing. Su Zimo was shocked. The Fiend Lord cultivated his killing great Tao through the means of heaven, earth, king, family, and master. As for the Fiend Lord's master, it was none other than Saint the Arch Reincarnation. You're right, the Fiend Lord said slowly. If I want to take another step forward and become a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, I have to use your life as a sacrifice to refine my sword. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to become a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch. Saint the Arch Reincarnation shook his head. That's because there's a 6th tomb to your killing great Tao. The 6th tomb is for yourself. The moment he said that, the Fiend Lord's body clearly swayed. It was clear that he was in a state of shock. Even in the battle between the great saints earlier on, nothing could shake the Fiend Lord's heart. He was expressionless and calm the entire time. However, at that moment, Saint the Arch Reincarnation's words had clearly triggered the Fiend Lord. Saint the Arch Reincarnation said, Heaven-slaying, earth-severing, king-slaughtering, family-annihilating, and master-executing. The tomb you're sitting on is prepared for yourself. You will have to use your own blood and soul to nurture the final killing sword, self-carnage. Su Zimo, the mountain chief, and the others revealed enlightened expressions. Even the mountain chief and the others did not know that the tombstone the Fiend Lord was sitting on was for him. It was no wonder why it was blank. As expected of the killing great Tao. Heaven-slaying, earth-severing, king-slaughtering, family-annihilating, master-executing, and self-carnage. Every single step was more ruthless than the last. At the end of his cultivation, he had to slash himself in order to attain the heavenly Tao. Be it the evil lady or Fiend Lord, they were both people with firm Tao hearts and were unshakable. Although the evil lady followed Saint the Arch Reincarnation, she abhorred evil to begin with. Therefore, when she saw that Saint the Arch Reincarnation was about to do evil, she abandoned all restraints and chose to fight him. It was the same for the Fiend Lord. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was originally his master. However, for the sake of the killing great Tao, he even wanted to attack Saint the Arch Reincarnation. After being exposed by Saint the Arch Reincarnation, the Fiend Lord's emotions were initially fluctuating. At that moment, he had already calmed down and said indifferently, I can't hide this from you to begin with. What a pity. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was somewhat disappointed as he said, Seems like I've overestimated you. I was waiting for you for so long earlier on, but you didn't even dare to attack me. If you can't even do master executing, how do you continue with self-carnage? The Fiend Lord's expression changed slightly. His initially calm emotions fluctuated once more. Saint the Arch Reincarnation's words were like sharp knives that went straight to his heart. Saint the Arch Reincarnation continued, Self-carnage requires immense courage and boldness. Once you kill and replace me to ascend my position as the Lord of all living beings and ruler of the 3 realms, do you think that you will still have the courage to continue with self-carnage? Can you really go through with your final slash? The Fiend Lord's face turned even paler. Saint the Arch Reincarnation said, I've lived for countless years and witnessed many history. I've also seen too many people and things. Many people have good intentions at the start. However, as time passes and their cultivation advances, how many of them can maintain their original intentions? The human heart will change. This is the eternal truth. It's true for me, and it would be the same for each and every one of you. As he said that, Saint the Arch Reincarnation surveyed his surroundings. His eyes swept past everyone with a sharp gaze and paused slightly when it landed on Su Zimo. When Su Zimo heard that, he suffered a huge blow internally as well. The Fiend Lord was not the only one. Even he was in deep thought. As long as one was human, they would have their own selfish desires. Who would not change? If they really reached that position where they reigned supreme over the three realms, who could guarantee that they would remain the same throughout the long years and not get lost? Even if they could guarantee that they would not change, could they guarantee the same for their family, siblings, and bloodline descendants? The evil lady fell silent as well. The slayer of villains became a villain in the end. Even if they killed the villain, who could guarantee that they would not become the new villain? Wasn't this another kind of reincarnation? How could they avoid this reincarnation? Could it be that there was really no way for the Trichiliocosm to escape this fate? Right then, the mountain chief sighed softly with a sorrowful expression and suddenly asked, "Is it for Master?" The only person who could make the mountain chief address as Master was Saint the Arch-Life. Saint the Arch-Reincarnation raised his head slightly with a bleak expression and looked at the faint cracks in the firmaments in silence. Su Zimo's heart stirred. Earlier on, Saint the Arch-Reincarnation was arrogant and had a powerful aura that was extremely oppressive. Just the words he said alone had a huge impact on everyone. When the mountain chief mentioned Saint the Arch-Life, Saint the Arch-Reincarnation seemed to have become a different person. Looking at Saint the Arch-Reincarnation at that moment, it was as though Su Zimo was looking at the lonely back view of that person sitting alone by the sea in the Saint ruins. Could it be that between Saint the Arch-Reincarnation and Saint the Arch-Life, the mountain chief sighed once more? Even if you want to take revenge for Master, you don't have to vent your anger on the living beings of the 10,000 races. They have nothing to do with this and are innocent. Saint the Arch-Reincarnation still stood with his hands behind his back in silence. Master, is what he said true? Right then, another woman walked over slowly. Although this woman looked extremely young and tender, she was already 90% similar to Brahma Ghost Mother. Brahma Ghost Mother? Everyone recognized the woman immediately. However, before long, everyone realized that this woman should be the reincarnation of Brahma Ghost Mother. Although her cultivation realm was extremely low, her memories of the past were still present. Brahma Ghost Mother stared fixedly at Saint the Arch-Reincarnation and clenched her fists. Her gaze was complicated, filled with grief and resentment as she asked slowly, "You could kill all living beings in the world for that woman, but you merely watched as I was killed and were unwilling to even save me." Saint the Arch-Reincarnation did not even look at Brahma Ghost Mother and merely replied coldly, "Are you worthy of being compared to her?" Those words were extremely cruel and cold. When Brahma Ghost Mother heard that, her body swayed slightly. "Foo-foo, foo-foo-foo." Brahma Ghost Mother laughed, but her face was already filled with tears as she murmured, "So, after following and accompanying you for so many years, I'm actually so pathetic in your heart. I'm not worthy of even being compared with her." Brahma Ghost Mother smiled bitterly and said softly, "In that case, why did you protect my soul? Wouldn't it have been better for me to die with the memories of my previous life?" Saint the Arch-Reincarnation finally turned around and looked at Brahma Ghost Mother expressionlessly, asking, "Do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish." The Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao, the Lord of Hell, and the others were secretly shocked and looked at each other in astonishment. Even Su Zimo, Great Saint Chaos Universe, and the others found it unbelievable when they heard those cold and heartless words, let alone them. No matter what, Brahma Ghost Mother was the disciple of Saint the Arch-Reincarnation after all. However, in Saint the Arch-Reincarnation's heart, he did not seem to have any feelings for this disciple. Brahma Ghost Mother smiled and bowed to Saint the Arch-Reincarnation. "Thank you, Master. You're all going to die. In that case, I'll send you on your way first." Saint the Arch-Reincarnation waved his robe gently. In front of everyone, Brahma Ghost Mother turned into dust instantly and her essence spirit was destroyed. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even towards his disciple, Saint the Arch-Reincarnation killed her without hesitation. Apart from fear, There was also a hint of unfamiliarity in the way the Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao and Lord of Hell looked at Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Suddenly, the Lord of Hell took a step forward and knelt on the ground in front of Saint the Arch Reincarnation with a respectful expression. He said in a deep voice, "Master's actions are no different from the magnificent feat of creating a world. It should be revered for all eternity. Only Master can uphold justice for the trichiliocosm. I'm willing to be the first to follow Master and protect hell for him." "You knelt so quickly." Saint the Arch Reincarnation smiled. Those words seemed to imply something else. The Lord of Hell could clearly tell, but his expression was calm. His face did not even flush red as he said in a deep voice, "It's only right for me to kneel down and worship you, Master. It's also out of respect for you. Flattery is indeed nice." Saint the Arch Reincarnation nodded slightly and changed the topic. "Unfortunately, you still have to die even if you kneel." The Lord of Hell's expression changed slightly. The Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao suddenly knelt down as well and said in a deep voice, "Master wants us to die to maintain fairness. I have no complaints. Hell, as long as our souls are still around, Master can let us reincarnate at any moment. Master's actions are for the greater good. You have to understand Master's difficulties." The Lord of Hell said hurriedly, "Heavenly Being, you're right. Greater good? Difficulties." Saint the Arch Reincarnation laughed loudly, as though he had heard a huge joke. He glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye with a mocking expression. "If you're dead, that's it. The two of you won't have any chance of reincarnation." The Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao and the Lord of Hell panicked. They knew that Saint the Arch Reincarnation was a man of his word and would definitely not joke with them. Master, why?" The voice of the Lord of Hell trembled. Saint the Arch Reincarnation said indifferently, "The two of you are far inferior to Wuxia. You can't even compare to the Fiend Lord." Before his sentence was finished, Saint the Arch Reincarnation suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Hell, and the Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao and his palms had already landed on their heads. Apart from Su Zimo, no one could see Saint the Arch Reincarnation's actions clearly. By the time everyone reacted, they only saw Saint the Arch Reincarnation pressing his palms gently on the heads of the two of them. Thud! The eyes of the Lord of Hell and the Lord of the Heavenly Being Tao were dull and their life force drained rapidly. They fell to the ground head first and were no longer breathing, their souls dissipating. The two great saints were killed so easily by Saint the Arch Reincarnation. Furthermore, the two of them were disciples of Saint the Arch Reincarnation and were originally people who guarded the Heavenly Being and Hell Daos. Crazy. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was crazy. When Great Saint Chaos Universe and the others saw that, that was the only thought in their minds. They could not understand Saint the Arch Reincarnation's actions at all. Could it be that Saint the Arch Reincarnation would only stop after he killed all living beings in the world? Only the evil lady and the mountain chief knew that no one could change Saint the Arch Reincarnation's mind and decision. The only person who could do this had already died more than 6 billion years ago. "You guys are up next." Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked at Su Zimo, the evil lady, the mountain chief and Great Saint Chaos Universe opposite him and smiled gently with killing intent in his eyes. At that moment, even if they knew that they were no match for him, they could not wait for death. Roar! Great Saint Chaos Universe roared and his bloodline surged, his aura increasing exponentially. The evil lady and the mountain chief attacked as well. Too weak. Saint the Arch Reincarnation shook his head and merely raised his hand gently. Great Saint Chaos Universe and the others felt a shocking pressure descend from the skies. The power was so strong that it almost crushed them into dust. Dong! The Chaos Bell sounded. Su Zimo summoned his Heavenly Tao Saint weapon and joined the battlefield. Fufu! Saint the Arch Reincarnation had a calm expression. With a thought, the human book descended. Su Zimo felt as though his essence, spirit, and soul were being pinched by an invisible hand. His expression changed starkly and he grunted, causing the Chaos Bell to sway as well. Saint the Arch Reincarnation was right. Su Zimo's soul was listed in the human book and Saint the Arch Reincarnation could suppress him with a single thought. He could not fight against Saint the Arch Reincarnation at all. The evil lady, the mountain chief and great Saint Chaos Universe were powerless to resist the might of Saint the Arch Reincarnation. The difference between them was way too great. The saints below were helpless when they saw that. Saint the Arch Reincarnation looked at everyone and said indifferently, "Since I control the heaven, earth, and human books, I control the trichiliocosm. There's no one in this world who can compete with me. Even if you guys join forces, it's useless." "You're right." Su Zimo tried his best to resist the immense pressure from his soul and grit his teeth. "However, there's someone who is beyond the 3 realms, 5 elements, and the cycle of reincarnation, much less your human book." The moment he said that, a loud bang sounded from below the major chiliocosm. Rumble. The heavens crumbled and the earth split. A ball of purple flames broke through the barrier of the major chiliocosm and resisted the pressure of Saint the Arch Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the major chiliocosm. The flames dissipated and a figure appeared. The person had black hair and purple robes. His eyes burned with 2 purple flames and he emitted a vast and mysterious aura. There was no light or darkness, no beginning or end. He surpassed space-time and reigned supreme over the 3 realms. The Martial Tao Prime Body had descended. The Genesis universe of the Martial Tao Prime Body had already stabilized. In the Genesis universe, under the guidance of his will, 6 Genesis Essence Spirits even appeared. Of course, the 6 Genesis Essence Spirits had just been born and were of limited help to him. However, this meant that the power of the Martial Tao Prime Body was already above the 6 Genesis Essence Spirits. Even though Saint the Arch Reincarnation controlled the heaven, earth, and human books, he still stood a chance. Saint the Arch Reincarnation made use of the 3 books to control the trichiliocosm. As for the Martial Tao Prime Body, he was the Genesis universe. The Genesis universe had just been born and its strength was naturally inferior to the trichiliocosm that had evolved for countless years. However, there were cracks in Saint the Arch Reincarnation's trichiliocosm after all. No one knew the outcome of the fight between the Genesis universe and the trichiliocosm. This was an unprecedented battle. When he saw the Martial Tao Prime Body appear, Saint the Arch Reincarnation had a calm expression and was not surprised. "Seems like you've managed to create your own path." Saint the Arch Reincarnation smiled. "She didn't misjudge you." Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. Before he could ask, Saint the Arch Reincarnation continued, "Unfortunately, even your Martial Tao Prime Body can't stop what I want to do." Saint the Arch Reincarnation's gaze intensified as he released an incomparably massive spirit consciousness that surged into the heaven, earth, and human books. Buzz. The heaven book spread continuously, almost covering the major chiliocosm. As though it could not withstand that power, countless pages scattered in midair, every single page emitting a dark light. The earth book swayed continuously and the netherworld shook. Many palaces were collapsing. The power of the 3 books erupting at the same time could be said to be apocalyptic. The Martial Tao Prime Body was shocked and hollered, "Reincarnation? What are you trying to do?" From the looks of it, Saint the Arch Reincarnation did not seem like he wanted to fight him at all. Instead, he wanted to destroy the trichiliocosm. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something. If everything Saint the Arch Reincarnation did was for Saint the Arch life, that would explain the reason why he wanted to destroy the trichiliocosm. It was because back then, Saint the Arch life died because she fought against the trichiliocosm. Neither the Genesis Essence Spirits or the Heavenly Tao Saint Thearchs could destroy the trichiliocosm. Back then, the combined strength of the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch Life only managed to create a few cracks in the trichiliocosm. But right now, Saint the Arch Reincarnation had the capabilities indeed. The heaven, earth, and human books encompassed almost the entire trichiliocosm and the life and death of all living beings of the 10,000 races, Heavenly Taos and Great Taos. If the heaven, earth, and human books were detonated, there was a chance that the trichiliocosm that was already cracked would be destroyed. The Martial Tao Prime Body had a grim expression. This was an irreversible process. If he were to fight Saint the Arch Reincarnation, it was unknown who would win. However, if Saint the Arch Reincarnation wanted to destroy the trichiliocosm, He could not stop him with his current strength. Furthermore, the destruction of the trichiliocosm also meant that all living beings in the trichiliocosm would die, including the saints and great saints. No one would be spared. Even Saint the Arch-Reincarnation himself could not withstand such a terrifying power. Similarly, the martial Tao Prime Body could not do it either. Saint the Arch-Reincarnation had long had the intention of dying. Not only did he want to drag everyone down with him, he wanted to bury the entire trichiliocosm. This was the final madness of Saint the Arch-Reincarnation. The evil lady, the mountain chief, and the others realized this as well and felt a deep sense of helplessness. When an expert without any restrictions was born in the world, once this expert fell into madness, everyone would face a catastrophe. All living beings in the world could only wait for the apocalypse to descend. In the world, some lovers held their hands tightly. Some parents hugged their children tightly and consoled them softly. Some people had despaired expressions and cried bitterly. Some people closed their eyes and waited for the final moment. All living beings were in various states before the catastrophe. This moment seemed incomparably long. Su Zimo and Dai Yu were telepathic and looked at each other at the same time. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. In this generation, they had a spectacular life as well. The fact that they could walk till the end together was enough. The heaven, earth, and human books exploded completely and erupted with a terrifying power that swept through the trichiliocosm, destroying everything. The saints and great saints could not defend against it at all and turned into a blood mist before long. It was even worse for the living beings of the 10,000 races, and they were reduced to ashes instantly. Countless lives were withering. Mountains and rivers were being destroyed. Even as a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, Su Zimo only lasted for a moment longer before he was devoured by the terrifying power and died. After an unknown period of time, only two figures were left in the void: the martial Tao Prime Body and Saint the Arch-Reincarnation. Saint the Arch-Reincarnation looked deeply at the martial Tao Prime Body with the same strange gaze as before. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have the mood or time to understand his thoughts. The trichiliocosm was collapsing as well. The destructive power stirred up layers of storms in the destroyed ruins of the trichiliocosm and tore Saint the Arch-Reincarnation apart. The martial Tao Prime Body was in the center of the storm and could not avoid it either. However, he did not give up. He still had one last choice. He took the initiative to detonate the Genesis universe and used this power to resist the destructive storm of the trichiliocosm. Within the explosions of the two universes, above the ruins of the two worlds, he continued to reverse deduce and trace the origin of the universe. If he could evolve an even more primitive and ancient universe, he might be able to obtain a new life in the destructive storm of the trichiliocosm. If he could not deduce it, his consciousness would return to silence and he would die. Prior to this, the reason why the martial Tao Prime Body could evolve successfully 3 times was because of the traces of the dermic Taos of the powerful living beings that originally existed in the trichiliocosm. However, no one could give him an answer as to what it was like before the Genesis universe. He could only rely on himself to deduce what was next. The martial Tao Prime Body was not entirely clueless. Right after he evolved the Genesis universe, he began to reorganize his dermic Tao. He called the essence martial world, supported by the 3,000 great Taos, the Taiji. At this stage of the essence martial world, Yin and Yang were separated to evolve everything in the world. Thereafter, the 3,000 great Taos were destroyed and turned into a vast chaos universe that was inseparable from the world. In the chaos, Yin and Yang and light and darkness were born. Yin and Yang interacted and transformed the 5 elements. At this stage, the martial Tao called it the dawning. Subsequently, the dawning universe was destroyed and evolved into a universe without matter, life, and great Taos. There was no light or darkness, no beginning or end. There was only a blurry embryonic form. This was a universe that possessed a form but was intangible. At this stage, the martial Tao Prime Body called it the Genesis. Perhaps thereafter, an even more ancient universe that was formless and intangible might be born. Not only would there be no substance, there would not even be any form or shape. Even if one was within it, they would not be able to see, touch, or sense anything. At this stage, the martial Tao prime body called it the primordium. However, no one knew whether the primordium existed or what it would be like. The trichiliocosm was destroyed along with everything else. There were no traces of life or sound in the empty universe. It was dark, cold, and lonely. The only thing that remained was a single bit of consciousness that explored the darkness slowly, advancing alone. Pingyang Town was an ordinary town by the borders. On this day, a group of strange people came to the town. The clothes of these people were very different from the ordinary people in the town. Some of them did not even look human. They had sharp mouths, monkey cheeks, and were clumsy. Some people had extraordinary bearings and dignified expressions. Some people were carefree and unrestrained. This group of people had mysterious backgrounds and unknown identities. However, they had no ill intentions towards Pingyang Town and did not disturb the people in the town. As time passed, everyone in Pingyang Town gradually got used to the existence of these people and would even greet them occasionally. Among them, there was a Taoist cultivator who was good at telling stories. He would set down a table in the town with a folding fan as he spread endless tales. The Taoist cultivator was eloquent and had a glib tongue like a lotus flower. Coupled with the fact that he told about a wondrous world that no one in Pingyang Town had ever heard of, the magnificence of everything drew in a crowd before long to listen to his stories. In the stories of the storyteller, there were people who could fly through the skies using their swords, people who could ride the clouds. In fact, there were even divine beings who could burn the heavens and cause the seas to boil, creating lotus flowers with every step they took. Everyone did not know the name or background of this storyteller, and nor would he tell them when questioned. As such, they merely addressed him as the storyteller. This Taoist cultivator told stories in the town every day. Every time this happened, the idle people in the town, be it adults or children, would run over to listen. Spring came and went. Unknowingly, the Taoist cultivator had been telling stories in Pingyang Town for more than 5 years. On this day, a large group of people from Pingyang Town surged in a direction. There was no need to ask. It was obvious that the Taoist cultivator had started his stories again. On this day, there were especially many people who came to listen to him. That was because the overall story told by the Taoist cultivator was already coming to an end. Piak. In the middle of everyone, the Taoist cultivator slapped a wooden block on the table and opened his folding fan. Saint the Arch reincarnation destroyed the trichiliocosm and everything in the world, including all living beings of the 10,000 races, turned into nothingness. Saint the Arch reincarnation sucks, a child said angrily. Another person added, the trichiliocosm was destroyed by him just like that. What happened after that? Did Saint the Arch desolate marshal die as well? What about Saint Blood Butterfly? Someone could not help but ask. The Taoist cultivator took a slow sip of tea to whet his appetite before saying slowly, later on, Saint the Arch desolate marshal detonated the Genesis universe and deduced alone in the dark and lonely universe. Finally, he evolved an even more ancient primordium universe. This primordium universe devoured and accommodated the destroyed trichiliocosm, becoming even more vast. Someone sighed, but what's the use? Saint the Arch desolate marshal is the only one left in this primordium universe, and all his old friends have already died. How cruel is that to him? Everyone nodded. The Taoist cultivator shook his head. Actually, after Saint the Arch reincarnation destroyed the trichiliocosm, perhaps because he had a bit of conscience remaining, he did not destroy the Earth Book. Instead, he left all the souls collected in the Earth Book over the years to Saint the Arch desolate marshal. Wah! Everyone was stunned and surprised. The Taoist cultivator said, therefore, with the souls of the billions of living beings in the trichiliocosm, Saint the Arch desolate marshal revived all the original living beings of the trichiliocosm. Naturally, that included his old friends. But how was he going to resolve the immeasurable calamity of all beings? Suddenly, someone asked. The Taoist cultivator smiled. As the creator of the primordium universe, Saint the Arch desolate marshal can naturally reestablish the laws in this new world. The origin of the immeasurable calamity of all beings lies in the selfishness and desires of the eternal beings. Therefore, the most important law established by Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal was that once living beings became saints, they would lose their self-awareness and transform into the Great Tao. If anyone wanted eternal life, they would have to abandon all emotions. With that, the immeasurable calamity of all beings would be severed at the source. Someone asked, "What about Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal? He has already become the strongest existence in the primordium universe. Will he lose himself one day and become the second Saint the Arch-Reincarnation? How is that possible?" Another person refuted immediately. Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal cared about the common people and established the martial Tao. With such boldness and breadth of mind, how could he become another Saint the Arch-Reincarnation? That's not for sure. The first person said, "Didn't Saint the Arch-Reincarnation want to establish a fair world in the beginning as well? Didn't he want to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation and reward good and punish evil?" At the mention of that, the Taoist cultivator fell silent. A moment later, the Taoist cultivator said slowly, "Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal created the primordium universe and re-established the world, creating the 6 paths and evolving all living beings. Thereafter, he severed his self-awareness, 7 emotions and 6 desires to become a heavenly Tao so that he could protect this new world." Ah! Everyone was shocked and exclaimed. Without self-awareness and emotions, Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal would no longer be Saint the Arch-Desolate Marshal. However, the worry of that person earlier on would cease to exist as well. Under a heavenly Tao that did not have self-awareness or selfish thoughts, the 3,000 great Taoists did their own jobs and all living beings were equal. In a residence in Pingyang town, Su Zimo woke up slowly and got up from the bed. He sat in a daze for a long time and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, returning to clarity. However, he still did not get up. He seemed to have thought of something and was in a daze. After a while, he stood up and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, under a peach tree, a beautiful woman in a blood-colored robe was standing there. She looked back and smiled gently. "You're awake." "Yeah." Su Zimo nodded. "You're the last to wake up among us." Dayu smiled. Su Zimo heard the faint commotion in the distance of the town and asked, "What's going on outside?" Dayu smiled. "Lin Xuanji is telling stories over there. It's at the climax where Saint the Arch-Reincarnation destroyed the trichiliocosm. He's probably going to get scolded for quite a bit." Saint the Arch-Reincarnation. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and hesitated. "What's wrong?" When Dayu saw Su Zimo walk out of the room, as though he had a lot on his mind, she asked softly. Su Zimo said, "There's a possibility that Saint the Arch-Reincarnation destroyed the trichiliocosm for the sake of taking revenge for Saint the Arch-Life. Coupled with the fact that he had the intention to die to begin with, that was why he no longer had any attachment to the trichiliocosm after Saint the Arch-Life died. However, earlier on I understood something. Perhaps there's another possibility." "What's that?" Dayu asked. Su Zimo said, "Saint the Arch-Reincarnation has not changed at all. From the beginning to the end, he wanted to realize his and Saint the Arch-Life's ideals and establish a world where all living beings are equal. However, he knew that the trichiliocosm was already riddled with holes. Even if he controlled the entire trichiliocosm, he couldn't change the laws that have existed for so many years. The only way he could achieve equality for all living beings in a new world was by rebuilding a new trichiliocosm after destroying the old one." When she heard that, Dayu said, "Therefore, he chose to destroy the old world personally and handed the opportunity to create a new world to you, along with the souls of the living beings of the 10,000 races of the trichiliocosm." Su Zimo nodded. Dayu said, "Back then, your martial Tao prime body stayed with him in the sacred ruins for tens of thousands of years. Given his wisdom, nothing about the martial Tao prime body could have been hidden from him. Perhaps the reason why he didn't attack the martial Tao prime body was all for that moment." At the mention of that, Su Zimo sighed gently. "There's another reason why he didn't attack the martial Tao prime body. It was a scene that the martial Tao prime body only saw after creating the primordium universe and obtaining an even stronger power. Back in the Saint ruins, when Saint the Arch-Reincarnation mentioned Saint the Arch-Life, He actually intentionally skipped an important piece of information. The flesh and blood of Saint the Arch-Life scattered, and she transformed into humans of the trichiliocosm. However, Saint the Arch-Reincarnation did not mention the whereabouts of the soul of Saint the Arch-Life. After cultivating to become a heavenly Tao Saint the Arch, it was impossible for one's soul to disappear without a trace. Even the Chaos Green Lotus underwent a few cycles of reincarnation. Daiyu had a look of realization. You mean? Su Zimo nodded. The birth of the martial Tao itself has always been a mystery. I once wondered why a soul and self-awareness would be born after establishing the martial Tao and condensing the martial Tao fruit. It was only when the martial Tao prime body established the primordium that I learned that the soul of Saint the Arch-Life gave life to the martial Tao. The soul of Saint the Arch-Life could not enter reincarnation. She had always been looking for a successor, a person with great perseverance, boldness, wisdom, fearlessness, and magnanimity. That was the only way to have a chance of changing the trichiliocosm. Desolate Martial established a path and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The martial Tao was born. With that, Saint the Arch-Life gave her life to the martial Tao. Saint the Arch-Reincarnation could see the shadow of Saint the Arch-Life in the martial Tao prime body. However, the martial Tao prime body was not Saint the Arch-Life after all. Therefore, at times, the way Saint the Arch-Reincarnation looked at him would be a little strange. Daiyu said, in that case, the goal of the Chaos Green Lotus and Saint the Arch-Life joining forces to break through the trichiliocosm back then was not only to injure the 5 Genesis essence spirits. More importantly, it was to let the soul of Saint the Arch-Life break free with the help of a shattered trichiliocosm. It was precisely because of that a variable beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements was created. Su Zimo said, only by obtaining the power to leave the trichiliocosm could a new world be created. Daiyu said, Saint the Arch-Reincarnation naturally knew Saint the Arch-Life's intentions long ago. That's why he gave you the chance to create a new world. The reason why he trusts you so much is also because of Saint the Arch-Life. When Su Zimo heard that, he shook his head. Reincarnation might have trusted Saint the Arch-Life, but that doesn't mean that he might have trusted me as well. Do you remember what Saint the Arch-Reincarnation said to the Fiend Lord before the trichiliocosm was destroyed? Daiyu nodded. Su Zimo said, given the cultivation of the Fiend Lord, there was no way he could threaten Saint the Arch-Reincarnation at all. The fact that he said those words to the Fiend Lord at that time seemed a little unnecessary. I think Saint the Arch-Reincarnation might have been saying those words to me. The human heart will change. He was worried that after I established a new world, I would be infatuated with the power and status of the supreme ruler of the 3 realms that I would lose myself. That was why he said those words to remind me. Daiyu was silent. Thankfully, Su Zimo made his choice in the end. A moment later, Daiyu smiled. That's only your guess. I'm afraid reincarnation is the only one who knows what he was thinking back then. That's right. Su Zimo smiled as well. Let's go. It's time to leave. Daiyu beckoned. Everyone is waiting for you. Su Zimo went forward and walked out of the residence hand in hand with Daiyu. Arriving on the streets of Pingyang town, Su Zimo looked at his surroundings in a daze. Everything was created in the new trichiliocosm by the martial Tao prime body based on his memories. Most of them looked familiar, but there were some differences. A hurried running sound came from behind and was getting closer. Hurry, let's go. The storyteller's about to be done. Ah, I was so busy that I forgot. I wonder if we can make it in time. A young man and woman were running over. Their voices sounded familiar. Instinctively, Su Zimo glanced over. When the young woman ran past the 2 of them, she turned back inadvertently, meeting Su Zimo's gaze. Both Su Zimo and the young woman were slightly stunned. Instinctively, the young woman stopped in her tracks and looked at Su Zimo with a confused gaze. Mengqi, what's wrong? It'll be too late if you dawdle any longer. The young man tugged at her sleeve and urged. Right. The young woman snapped out of her stupor and ran after him hurriedly. What happened to you just now? As he ran, the young man asked. The young woman shook her head. It's nothing. It's just that I seem to have seen that green-robed man somewhere before. Why don't I remember? The young man teased. Don't tell me you saw him in your dreams. Humph. The young woman harumphed softly. To be honest, I really had a dream previously. In it, I had the fate to join an immortal sect. Tisk. The young man was disdainful. What's so great about that? I even dreamed that I could pluck the stars with one hand and roam the four seas. Instantly, the young woman was a little disappointed as she said, however, my dream wasn't all that great. Su Zimo smiled in relief as he watched the young man and woman leave. As he walked with Dai Yu side by side for a while more, he caught sight of a rather large residence not far away. A man and a woman stood at the entrance and looked at a child who was learning how to walk leisurely in front of them with doting expressions. Big brother. When he saw the man, Su Zimo murmured softly with reddened eyes. Su Hong no longer had the menacing scar that streaked across his cheek and was already married with children. As though he sensed something, Su Hong looked in Su Zimo's direction. When he saw Su Zimo and Dai Yu, Su Hong nodded slightly as a form of greeting before retracting his gaze. It was clear that he did not recognize Su Zimo. Although the martial Dao prime body established the primordium world and evolved all living beings, not everyone's memories could be preserved after the billions of souls experienced such an event and underwent a few cycles of reincarnation. It's actually quite good that Big Brother has a new life. Let's not disturb them. Xiaoning's voice sounded from behind. Su Zimo nodded. Su Hong had experienced too much pressure and pain in that lifetime. The absence of those memories might be a form of relief for him. Su Zimo turned back. Night Spirit stood beside Xiaoning. A group of people were walking over. They were all his old friends. Monkey, Tiger, Lin Zhan, Fairy Ling Long, Dao Lord Extreme Fire, Long Ran, Ming Zhen, Tao Yao Nian Qi and Bai Ming Shui. Yen Beichen walked over hand in hand with a woman. It was Qin Pian Ran. Everyone looked at Su Zimo and their eyes curled in happiness. Finally, they could not help but burst into laughter, ignoring the gazes of passers-by. There was nothing more joyous than the reunion of these old friends. Just as he heard the laughter, the storyteller slapped down with his wooden block. He looked around and cupped his fists. All right, the story's done. Everyone, I'll see you when I see you. Goodbye. But wait. I missed out on so much of the story. Someone could not help but complain. The Taoist cultivator threw down a thick and ancient book casually. Everything I said is inside. Have a look yourself. With that said, the Taoist cultivator pushed through the crowd and ran towards Su Zimo and the others. Everyone leaned forward and picked up the ancient book. Someone shouted towards the back view of the storyteller. Hey, storyteller! Why doesn't this book have a name? The Taoist cultivator slapped his forehead. This ancient book was originally a biography written by the previous generation storyteller of Enigma Palace. It was created as a record for Desolate Martial because he created the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The storyteller of the previous generation once said that he did not write the name of the biography because he did not know what the future achievements of Desolate Martial would be. If he could not complete the biography, he would leave it to the next storyteller. When the biography came into Lin Xuanji's hands, he continued recording. However, the name of the biography was still blank. The Taoist cultivator was in a hurry to meet everyone and could not be bothered to think about it. He said, I don't know what to name it either. I'll leave it to you guys. Everyone was slightly disappointed. They had listened for so long, but everything ended just like that. Everyone felt a sense of regret and disappointment. After taking a few steps, the Taoist cultivator stopped and turned to look at the people. However, before Saint the Arch-Desolate Martial transformed into the heavenly Tao, he left a sentence in this world. No one in this world can live and be indestructible for all eternity. It's the same for me. The cycle of the heavenly Tao will continue and there will be ups and downs. I only hope that the martial Tao will prosper in the world and everyone will be like heroes with endless chivalry and righteousness. Some people were excited when they heard that. Some people were already teary-eyed. The martial Tao has never been a single person, but a group of people. It's a civilization, a faith and an unyielding spirit that presses forward. Even if night comes, As long as the spirit of the martial Tao is not destroyed, it will become a spark of hope, and one day, it will illuminate the mountains and rivers. Saint the Arch-Desolate Martial has already become a supreme existence that surpasses all living beings and transcends the heavenly Tao. He can be said to be the supreme existence of the three realms. However, he did not linger. Instead, he chose to establish reincarnation, establish the primordium world, and rebuild order. He returned the trichiliocosm to the living beings of the 10,000 races before giving all living beings of the world a chance to become heroes. Previously, the storyteller mentioned a divination, something about how everyone should learn to lead themselves. Could it have a similar meaning? At that cultivation realm, he's already the supreme ruler of the three realms, and no one can shake his status. The most precious thing was that he was able to restrain his own desires and abandon everything. Saint the Arch-Desolate Martial transformed into the heavenly Tao and his soul dissipated. However, he left behind the most precious thing to motivate the descendants of the world and pass it down for generations. That is the eternal spirit of the martial Tao. Storyteller. A child seemed to have thought of something and squeezed out of the crowd. He chased after the storyteller for a few steps and panted slightly. He looked at the back view of the storyteller as he left and shouted, "This book of yours, how about calling it Eternal Saint the Arch? Is that all right?" "Sure," the storyteller replied with a smile. With his back facing everyone, he waved goodbye and walked side by side with the people in front of him, gradually disappearing at the end of the Great Tao. The end.